Hi.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the NACL close qualifiers for the summer. This is our second run through, and I'm super excited to be here in the group stage. My name is Narco, and I am here with the wonderful Summer on Color. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I am ready to watch the rest of these groups unfold after we got just the full weekend of insane upsets and everything. And it seems like with that expression on your face, are very excited for that as well. You're looking mighty shocked over there.
Mighty shocked, also mighty stoic at the same time by virtue of being stock
Yes.
still in that pose, which is shocking to be sure. Hopefully, I'll be able to get my webcam issues sorted out as we move deeper on into this bracket. But I'm super excited to have a solid day casting Group B and some of the big matchups coming through here as everybody vies for contention moving on to the playoffs. We've got Teamless Revenge versus Team Coachify up first, and then we're looking at Helix's Grandpa Gamers versus Team Ambition later on after this best of three.
Yes, this group was pretty unexpected with how it all went down. Team Ambition, the winners of the last qualifier, dropping 0-2 to the 15th seed Teamless Revenge here in Group B. I don't think anyone really expected this to happen. I think, if I remember correctly, from the interviews, even they were like, well, we were really expecting this to be more close at the very least. I mean, they had confidence, but Team Ambition did just win the whole thing. So that was pretty shocking for sure. Now, of course, they did have Hoarder in over Porsche. We'll find out who is playing in just a little bit. But for Porsche, he was on that vacation. So that was a Team Ambition that wasn't quite at full strength. Still, though, not to take away any credit from Teamless Revenge, they did do a very, very nice job and are now in the upper bracket against Team Coachify, who actually had a much closer series against the Gramps.
Yeah, Team Coachify coming in once again with some small roster changes, but overall, this is basically the Miracle Gaming roster that we saw in the first Summer Open qualifiers. They did a good job there, but now they're really looking to make their mark. They've already struck against Helix's Grandpa Gamers, like you alluded to, Summer. And while this was a little bit closer of a series than the one we saw between Team Ambition and Teamless Revenge, they still got the dub, and now they're moving on to what could be their toughest test yet.
That lower bracket, though, I mean, we're going to be watching that series later, but those two teams both made it to the playoffs last qualifier. One of them is going to drop in this group 4th place. So that's pretty ridiculous. Group B is completely topsy-turvy. I am very excited to see where all of this takes us moving forward, but we can only find out by watching these games. And as you said, Teamless Revenge, Team Coachify, this is our first matchup of the day. And let's take a look at who is actually playing in these games as well. Teamless Revenge up first. We've got Diesel, Krakodon, Genesis, Inoribi, Saint Ghoul. I'm mainly looking in that mid lane here in Yarko because Genesis pulled out some wacky picks. The Garen mid in that first game really took Team Ambition by surprise, and me as well, right alongside them. That was a really shockingly effective pick. Not to mention the Galio in the second game, both of which really facilitated for the team in different ways. Garen more in that side lane, Galio more in the team fights, but Genesis playing these melee options very well.
Certainly fearless going in with some of these big picks. You know, Summer, I feel like the Overton window has kind of shifted ever since we got Moose Hater in the NACL proper. You know, they were jamming that Garen top time after time, and people were always talking about it. Now it's time for the Garen mid to make itself known here in the NACL qualifiers. Really vibing with this team in general. Maybe it's the fact that they all have still images and logos as their pictures rather than, having something that actually well represents them. But honestly, it's a sick logo, so I'm happy to see it 5 times.
I think for Teamless Revenge, you're probably going to be drawing a lot more Kindred bands moving forward because Krakodon had some pretty big games on that one as well. I was not kidding. Genesis did facilitate for the team very well on that Galio. Krakodon ended up really popping off on those Kindred games, so very well done to him. We'll see if he even gets that champion again, as he will be playing against Team Coachify, no stranger to the Kindred, as well as they've got a couple of marksman players on their roster. So we've actually, you know what? We don't have that roster this time around. Of course, I should have remembered that it is indeed Frost in the jungle and not LJX. But Team Coachify did run Frost last weekend alongside Lawrence, Toasty, City, and Rovex. And a really close set against the Grandpa Gamers, but did end up in a victory. City Witty still playing the signature 1v9 carry style that we know from him in the bot lane. And you know what? I'm still going to stand by it. They do still have 2 Kindred players on this team because Frost does play a mean Kindred.
Yeah, and honestly, if we're going to be talking about marksman, I like the fact you already bring up City Witty. I think that the bot lane is going to be my focus at the very least for Team Coachify going into this first game. If they can make a statement there, they may be able to push back against the map control that Teamless Revenge is going to try to exert, particularly through those facilitator mid lanes that we already touched upon through Genesis. So if you could have someone 1v9 down there, it doesn't matter if you're only supporting people from the mid lane if your bot lane is getting smashed. So that's a dynamic to watch out for. Let's see whether or not Team Coachify can actually make this happen, though. As Teamless Revenge, as you said before, has such a solid setup going into this series, right? They have already defeated what I think is the biggest obstacle here in Group B, and now it's just kind of cleanup time.
Well, they may have to run into that obstacle again if they lose this matchup. So, I mean, Teamless Revenge already beat him once. Maybe that's not too big of a deal as we get into the draft for the first game of the day. And yeah, there goes Kindred. Yeah, shouldn't be too unexpected. As we've said, Krakadon played that in both of the games against Team Ambition. We are here. As a reminder, this is patch 13.13, so not live patch, and also not the same patch that I think the other global regions are playing on right now. I'm pretty sure everyone else has moved to 13.14, but I could be wrong on that. Regardless, yeah, we're still a patch behind from live here. No Soul Fighter games.
Yeah, sitting in stasis just like we hit Zanya's, right? Just sitting here with 13-13, getting a feel for what's going on. Looking at these ban phases, though, we're not only getting the Kindred ban from Team Coachify, they're also angling to knock out the Ziggs of all things. Meanwhile, we have Teamless Revenge denying a Xayah pick that would go very nicely into the hands of City Witty alongside Toasty's LeBlanc.
Getting rid of some of the very highly prioritized picks. Yeah, there goes Rel. Typically, we see Rel on red side because that's just such a powerful first pick. One of the best junglers and supports in the entire game, especially before the nerf. So happy to see that one banned, though it does sort of tell us that Teamless Revenge isn't too keen on picking that champion, at least not in the jungle, which again does make sense if Krakadon is a Kindred player first and foremost. There is the best mid laner in the entire game. Tristana is first picked for Genesis. And, I mean, this is a ranged champion, so it's going to be a different look for them already.
Yeah, I like this call. Obviously, Tristan has some amount of flex potential, but like you talked about, Summer, this is really a pick that is bubbling up as super powerful there in the mid lane, has good roam potential, can shove out waves, is pretty safe as well with the rocket jump. So we'll see how Coachify wants to respond there. Right now, it looks like they want to tamp down upon probably a jungle top flex alongside his support. So they're going for the Rakan and the Sejuani.
Looks like the Maokai will be the response. I mean, that alongside Nautilus, it does seem like Teamless Revenge are still keen on going for the skirmishes. I like the Tristana pair with Maokai a lot. Still does provide you with both magic and physical damage when you do have that marksman in the mid. So very important to do there. Coachify are meeting them where they're at, though. This is a very skirmish-heavy competition as well. Sylas, kind of the king of those skirmishes, mid-jungle 2v2. So we'll see if this strategy still pays off for Teamless Revenge. They don't have the big, bulky, extra frontliner of the Gallia or the Garen in that mid lane to help them out with those skirmishes. We'll see if Genesis is still skilled at that on a very different style.
Yeah, I'm looking for sparks to fly early in this one. The skirmishing power certainly is something to watch out for, and both of these teams want to try to make a statement here, as this is only the first game in an actual series, which is what I love about the later stages of the NACL qualifiers. Hopefully the sparks don't catch the tree on fire too early, but you know, once Krakadon is able to stabilize and start working with their Nature's Grasp, I think they're going to be a real threat on the Rift. Moving into the second ban phase, the Garen will be respected and denied by Coachify alongside a Pantheon. Teamless Revenge knocking out Draven and Nephelius, further pinching the pool of City Witty.
Yeah, this is interesting. Coachify covering their bases here, trying to remove some of the options of the Tristana being flexed down bot. Now with the Ezreal, this is making even more sense because Ezreal is a champion that you don't necessarily want to pick into Tristana. She can follow you at the Arcane Shift and continue on with her sort of assassin style from the marksman position. So if Honoribi is going to take the Tristana, yeah, you don't really appreciate that too much as Ezreal, and it seems like that actually is going to happen with the Kassadin on fourth pick here, blue side. This is very unorthodox for Teamless Revenge.
but a smart shift for sure, as it does bring in that favorable bot lane matchup for the Tristana. Kassadin is going to have a tough time early, I think, but will be able to scale up, and you know that scaling is coming faster and faster every day as Rod of Ages continues to be their build path. We have a Scion as well to provide even more of a frontline. Teamless Revenge looking to go front to back and just blow people up. Team Coachify going to be rounding out their draft now by grabbing themselves a Jax, and overall, I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, instant pick on the Jax too. Team Coachify, they had a pretty good idea of what kind of champion Diesel was going to pick. He typically is just relegated to the tanks, but I mean, relegated is a strong word. Diesel is a man of tanks. He likes the play style. So happy to see him on that one. Genesis, even after locking in the first pick, Tristana is still remaining on the trend. Only melee champions for him in the mid lane. This is very exciting to see as well. Like you said, the scaling options are gigantic now for Teamless Revenge. Very different from the early game focus that we saw against Team Ambition, but it can still be very effective come late game. And if they can get the aggression off early, then I mean, that just makes that late game even faster and even better.
Yeah, for sure. But Teamless Revenge aren't letting off the gas pedal by any stretch of the imagination. I think that I was actually expecting Diesel to go for something like an Ornn if they wanted to fully index into scaling. But the fact that they're still going to be threatening those side lanes, threatening those towers, I think is a really big statement maker. And it shows that Teamless Revenge is really ready to push against anything that Team Coachify brings to the table, who now feel like they have the burden of getting in under some of these big picks from Blue Squad.
I do like the pivot to Scion rather than Ornn into specifically Sylas, though. I feel like the Ornn ultimate is much easier to use as Sylas compared to Scion, so I think that makes sense. Otherwise, they're pretty similar champions to be piloting. Like you said, there is the scaling of the itemization that comes through with Ornn. I think it's still going to be very effective and still just as late game focused. I mean, Scion does have that infinite stacking on the HP too, so it's not like he's too sad if the game goes to 40 minutes. If that does happen, though, I think Team Coachify is not going to be happy about that whatsoever. They've already shown some struggles when it does get to the late game, as far as like the moment-to-moment shot calling. We did see City Witty actually struggle a little bit to keep his composure on things like that Twitch last weekend, where he was the main carry and he was popping up. He's getting triple kills, quadra kills, everything that you could possibly imagine, and then dying in really crucial moments, getting picked off and giving up entire wins to the Helix's grandpa gamers. So I think for Team Coachify, this is really going to be that test of, can you accelerate that pace? Can you make sure that you're not falling to those 40 minutes? And now they really have an incentive to make sure they don't have to play against a level 16 Kassadin.
Yeah, and it feels like City Witty is trying to get on a corrective course, because I remember, especially back in the first summer qualifier, that they were doing a fantastic job actually using those late game carries. They were power spiking a little bit earlier than most, just by virtue of getting really good team fights, getting solid picks off. And then from there, especially when we had Zarya on the table as a champion that a lot of people were considering, we saw them able to take home a lot of a solid play. So maybe it's a champion thing, maybe it's just trying to find a new niche now that that ultimate late game threat is not quite as much on the table right now. But overall, I do think that Coachify had the chance to take it here, but I am favoring Teamless Revenge's draft right now. Now, before we dive into the game, Summer, we do have to do a quick ad read and thank our sponsor. The NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com, and thank you, Turo, for supporting the stream and supporting the NACL.
Thanks, Turo. So you were saying the late game has been, tested the waters a bit from City Witty. I think this is a role that he's like swapped in and out of throughout the entirety of the year. Start of the year on Team Liquid first, playing jungle pretty much exclusively over there. Maybe he got like one stray 80 carry game. Truthfully, I don't remember. There was a lot of games in the spring split regular season for NACL. I think everyone played like 36 of them. So lots to keep track. But yeah, I mean, City Witty now is that big carry for this Team Coachify. They've shifted up a lot of their roster from first qualifier, second one, shifted in players, shifted roles and all of their play styles, but right now is where they can really put a stamp on this qualifier. They can win this series and be the first team to make it all the way to the quarterfinals and still maybe fight for contention to get into that promotion tournament.
So happy to dive onto the rift for this game number 1 between Teamless Revenge and Team Coachify. Everybody seems to be just lighting up. And a pretty classic 5-point for the time being. Maybe a little bit of extra stacking down here that bot side for Coachify versus TRV. But overall, we're looking like we're going to have some standard gameplay up until the point at which these waves crash. And then it's anyone's guess as to what's going to happen. I'm looking for aggression early.
I think Coachify definitely is as well. They've got this Silas, they've got the Sejuani. Sejuani actually has pretty good pairs everywhere in this game. You can set up for your E, your crowd control is there. Everyone's got a knock up or a stun or something along those lines. So I'm fully expecting the early aggression to come through from Coachify, just as you are. No full clears, please, Frost. Let's get things going. So we're here for the first game. This is actually bullying Frost a little bit, getting some vision down. Both Raptors starts and both of them spotted by the other team, so exposure across the board.
Coming back to lane now, though, Toasty immediately just going to stare down the Kassadin, and we will be back towards trading. 2 of these melee mid laners, I think, means that there is a chance at a lot of big fights, but it's really up to the discretion of the players and the positioning of the junglers before we see kill pressure come down. I think particularly we're looking at Toasty to do that, as it's an early game Kassadin. At the end of the day, Genesis knows that they just have to bide their time, and they're working as a win condition all their own. Across the rest of the map, the cross-map jungling is going to be something to watch out for. It looks like Frost and Krakadon will not be meeting up anytime soon, as we see the Maokai start on the red buff. Sejuani doing the same on the far side.
Just full Raptor red quadrant clears. Seems like Lawrence will be first to the lane as it is pushed in by, or Frost is first to lane, pushed in by Lawrence. Seems like Diesel's actually taken quite a decent chunk, just hits level 2, so a little sad about this. Turns out no angles in those lanes. It is just going to be full jungle clears of the vertical variety, both of them stepping into their blue quadrants, the opposition's blue quadrants, that is, and continuing that clear. I mean, this is fully mirrored at the moment. Diesel is still getting bullied underneath that turret.
Yep, Diesel kind of getting bullied underneath the turret, but on the far side, immediate priority for the Tristana and the Nautilus is something to watch out for. City Witty already taking that reset, having to walk back towards the lane. I think they're fine with the ebb and flow of the CS right now, but we do have to watch out for that unfavorable Ezreal matchup that you alluded to during the draft phase.
Yep, he can't really match push super well. He does have not a lot of safety against the Tristana and the Nautilus. You know, you think of Ezreal as a champion that can be very safe with the Arcane Shift. Mm-hmm. Ooh, this stun could be dangerous. Okay.
For sure. Diesel moving out of the way in time. Lawrence, though, with incredible wave control right now, is going to be able to get this in. And there's just not really a whole lot that Diesel can do about it going so low.
He's going to have to do something, though, because now he's going to get dove. Frost is here.
Yeah, using that decimating smash early to clear out the wave, trying to buy a little bit of time. And honestly, they aren't really hitting that many shots. It's going to be flashes burned, and Coachify will be able to get the kill. The question is, can Diesel answer back with the Scion passive?
Okay, not quite. Frost definitely could have tanked one more turret shot there. That was slightly sloppy. I think Lawrence probably could have saved his flash if they did it a little bit cleaner. Still an effective dive, and you know what? It's going to be matched.
Yeah, I love this follow through. Krakadon just flashing over the wall. A beautiful Bramble smash to knock them back towards Genesis. And ultimately, it will be the Kassadin picking up that kill. Matching the board at Coachify. Gotta be worried about that.
The kill onto Genesis, too. This Kassadin late game getting started off immediately. As, hello, everybody. We're back. And yeah, I think we're just going to get things fixed up in the game for just a little bit. Sometimes there are some delays, and then we got to match the 3-minute timer so that we're not caught up with the game as we are playing remote. So we do want to save that buffer for everybody. In the meantime, you can check out the other channel, we have two channels going on all the
Yay.
time. Rally Cry Official. I do believe they're testing out a new draft function over there. If you want to look at that, I think I was getting a sneak peek as to what it looked like, and it seemed pretty cool. So new tech over on the qualifiers. Always love to see that.
Yeah, love the fact that we're able to get that technology, the ability to try out new things here, and hopefully just bring more information to the audience, as it were. And not only that, but also really fantastic games going on the Rally Cry 1 stream. So make sure to check them out, give them a follow, and at the very least, give them your love. Everybody here just grinding out, either be it on the caster desk or in the game itself. Super, super happy to be here. But I think this is actually a really good point to have a small set of breathing space, Summer, because we just saw two pretty important kills go down. And I got to say, Coachify looked a little bit sloppy trying to force against that Scion.
Yeah, the counter picks are still working out pretty well, though. I mean, the Jax is getting the pressure from Frost up on that top side. And, I mean, the Kassadin into the Silas seems to be going quite well. Those trades actually left Toasty very low and vulnerable to a dive like that by Krakadon. And they punished it very nicely. So, I don't know. This is feeling like a solo lane counter pick moment where everyone's getting what they wanted to out of the draft. And yeah, this is pretty exciting, honestly. The Kassadin scaling is working. The Jax scaling is working. Both teams are kind of building up these titans. Come mid game, this is really going to be quite explosive.
And I guess the question then is, Summer, because we do have these win conditions already well defined for both teams, is the thing that is going to break this equation and maybe sway things in favor of Teamless Revenge the fact that the Tristana looks very comfortable in that bottom lane?
Certainly could be. I mean, the siege potential of this champion is unmatched, especially now that Ziggs is banned from this game. They took that one away to make sure it wasn't, double siege power. But yeah, as far as the mid game is concerned, Tristana tends to be very scary in that stage of the game. Typically more so when she's played in mid because you get some extra levels. And Tristana is a champion that actually scales very directly with levels because each one you get even more auto attack range. So playing down in the bottom lane, splitting experience with your little Nautilus friend, I mean, that doesn't feel too good. So we'll see if that actually affects anything. Yeah, the mid game is going to be pretty big, though. If Kassadin can get the scaling items online too, then I mean, late game Kassadin becomes mid game Kassadin, and then you just cry.
Yeah, and that's really the dynamic that I see with Kassadins as of late. They are getting better and better at just using the fact that there's a surprising mid-game power spike right there to get one good team fight, and then boom, you have late-game Kassadin transposed into the mid-game because of the income, because of the extra experience. And so Team Coachify does have to walk on eggshells regarding what kinds of fights they think they could take. I think that the premium option is going to just be setting up around neutral objectives, getting priority. The question is, how do you do that when it really doesn't seem like wave control is very favorable, particularly for the Ezreal versus the Tristana? So I really am excited to see what Coachify is going to do to adapt to this, but macro is also one of those kind of sticking points for this team, particularly as things go later and the laning phase kind of devolves into this mishmash of different dynamics on the map. So there's a whole lot to watch out for here, especially given Teamless Revenge's overall momentum going into the series.
Yeah, I mean, they're feeling really good. Beating Team Ambition, the former champions, 2-0 as well. And it's pretty much exclusively off of mechanics. A lot of the team fights and a lot of the skirmishes were just won straight up by Teamless Revenge. So I like you said, the momentum has got to feel really good. The morale on this team has got to be really high. The focus as well. And we'll see what that actually ends up meaning for a team that was, again, seeded 15th overall. This is not a team that's projected to go very far in their group, let alone the playoffs. And here they are, only 2 Nexuses away from making it all the way there.
Well, they're going to set up for something here in the mid lane. It's going to be a 3v2 for the time being. Rovek's the first one to go down, making it still a 3v2 as Frost is going to enter into the area. Toasty actually wants to try to jump forward on top of them, slams multiple members with chains. St. Ghoul goes down. The problem is, this is another kill for Genesis as now Frost is left alone, trying to chase down Krakadon. Flash over the wall for the Kassadin will get them out as well. And now we look at a map where we have a 3-2 kill score. TRV still up after that play.
Ooh, Lawrence has his ult, though. He's already dealing a lot of damage to Diesel. Okay, not quite enough. The cooldown on that jump isn't there. Teamless Revenge, though, they bring more people to that party, and it's a solo kill bot onto City. I told you this matchup sucked for Ezreal.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario for Coachify right there. I thought they might be able to dictate the pace of the game a little bit if they brought Rakan to some of these lanes, but St. Ghoul is very happy to match that as a Nautilus, and unfortunately, Coachify is trying to get a consolation prize in the form of this dragon, but now you got 1 kill on the Tristana, but perhaps more worryingly, 3 kills on the Cassidy.
And you saw that even through the 2 versus 3 that Toasty and Frost put themselves in, the skirmish was still very powerful. They still came out with a 1-for-1 at the end of that, but that pick onto Rovex is the thing that really caught them off guard. Teamless Revenge was ready for the skirmishes, and I don't know, Coachify, you're trying to build a skirmish-heavy team into a roster that just took out the champions playing this exact style. You had to be ready for this, and it seems like they just weren't.
In terms of gold, though, Coachify is hanging quite nicely with TRV, especially just due to some of the CS differences that we're seeing in the top side and jungle parts of the map. I do wonder how much that is going to be relevant, though, because the gold concentration for Teamless Revenge is so optimized right now. It's only the carries with these kills, and therefore it feels like Coachify, with a little bit more distribution, could struggle come some more fights.
I mean, yeah, the Kassadin is going to be very tricky to overcome now, especially after finding Riftwalk. That flash that we saw used really doesn't matter that much because you just have flash on a 10-second cooldown now, and it deals damage too. So yeah, you can already see Toasty is feeling the effects of this lane. Can't really compete with the Kassadin. This counter pick very effective.
And I'm surprised at just how much control Genesis is exerting over this lane. You know, it's not like they have the best Rift walks in the world in order to get to safety, but they trust their team. Lawrence is going to start pathing down, but I really don't think that they can leave the Sion alone to try to farm up and make it back. Genesis is getting aggressed upon by Toasty, though. Here's the setup once again. Rovex trying to find an angle in. Krakadon going to be sitting in the wings waiting for this one, but Frost is going to be the trump card for Coachify, finally shutting down the Kassadin with 3 members. St. Ghoul not here fast enough.
Tremendously greedy to use the Riftwalk in on that one. I think Genesis saw lethal in his eyes on Toasty and did not expect the crowd control follow-up out of Frost. Again, super greedy to go for that. That's a well-deserved shutdown going over to Team Coachify. Set up for the Rift Herald now. And as long as Citywitty doesn't get dove and killed underneath his turret, this is a favorable trade.
Might be tough, though, especially with the Nature's Grasp coming their way. They try to Arcane Shift back towards the Tier 2 tower, but there's a Dredge Lane there to greet them. St. Ghoul's going to be the one grabbing the kill, so not quite as much of a consolation prize as I think Teamless Revenge were hoping for, but still, Norb is going to get a few more shots under that tower.
This is the life of a support player, Nyarko. you make a map-winning play, you make the macro move, you do everything right, and you press F4. I have it down to F4. You press F4, you see your 80 carry just dead off there, and you give me a ping. Support griefing me, my support left. 80 carry players. Come on, just look at the map and play. It's okay.
For posterity's sake, we aren't seeing the missing pings come out in this game. I think that there's a little bit better communication on the side of Coachify, but yes, that is truly the support struggle.
Missing pings that should be on Citywitty in the Discord call.
Yeah.
There's
you just make them with your mouth.
Well, no, you can press the soundboard button, right? That works now. I got one of those.
Yeah. I experienced the soundboard exactly once. I jumped into my friend's call while they were playing probably League of Legends, as it is my group of friends after all. Immediately just hear some horrible noises over the comms, figured out where they came from, and I now have the soundboard muted on every single server.
I see. Pretty wise, unless you are, doing the missing things. But you know what? That's okay. You don't need that level of communication. You can just pop it in game. You can, like you said, you can just make that noise with your mouth. So we've got an attempted dive up on the top side. Coachify was attempting to do something here, but Krakadon actually setting up the zone very, very well. Look at these plants in this brush. Not only the saplings, but also the Maokai himself.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a full-on arboreal garden over there, and that means that Frost will just have to use the blast plane, go back to safety on their side of the map, and ultimately plays blown dead to a degree. Obviously, Diesel still not vibing too well in the top lane, down 30 CS versus Lawrence, but as long as they're able to prevent this Sion from hemorrhaging more gold over to what we've already established 20 win position for Coachify, I think that TRV are pretty happy with that overall.
He only is a win condition for so long, though. Ooh, flash.
This is a great call. Once again, bullying Genesis, trying to get back under the tower, uses his silence, will be able to get to safety, and now here's the follow-up. Krakadon gonna get a double bramble smash, knocking Toshi and company back towards the tower. They pick up a kill. They will finally go down to the Sejuani, but that's a beautiful turnaround, a 1-for-1, and yet again, it feels like it's kind of favoring the side of Teamless Revenge.
You're seeing that again. Genesis is using his Riftwalks in this lane in moments where he might get ganked by Frost, and Frost shows up yet again, so Genesis does drop. But as you saw, there was a shutdown onto Toasty there, even after dying early game a couple of times. Picked up a couple for himself too, and did end up giving some extra gold over to Genesis. Not necessarily what you want to do. Again, this is the 4th kill onto the Kassadin, who now does have that Rod of Ages completed, does have the Tear of the Goddess stacking, and the late game itemization is already going to be super, super threatening.
Whoa, Lawrence just doing a great job making sure that Diesel gets punished for any kind of aggression after that decimating smash landed. I don't know if the Scion thought maybe they had a chance to go for a deeper trade or something like that, but fact of the matter is Lawrence does walk away from that one alive and with a kill.
Nice job. Does have the Divine Sunder already completed, so the tank 1v1s are very easy to come by as this Jackson. As the win condition for the side lanes for Team Coachify, he really does need to keep this up, because these 2 kills, the turret plates that he's now going to be picking up, the Rift Herald that is now here, everything is being committed to this top lane matchup for Team Coachify. Everywhere else kind of struggling, so it's up to Lawrence now.
Yep, Krakadon with trying to defend the Crash. That being said, they are aggressing onto Frost and just making sure that Sejuani doesn't farm the jungle for all that it's worth. Regardless, Coachify do manage to get that first tower blood, and not only that, Shelly might actually be able to push a little bit further forward. Diesel is back up though and will just receive the big bug. Genesis jumping over the wall means that I think Coachify will struggle to go for a deeper play, but Toshi wants to go for it. They jump over the wall. Here comes the Stolen Nature's Grasp to answer back. However, Krakadon will also fire off their own, allowing for Genesis to get over the wall into safety.
Okay, Genesis. The Rift Walks are, again, super, super annoying, even though you have all of this crowd control available. Just not quite landing at all. The Sejuani ultimate does go wide. Gotta wait for the Nature's Grasp to come through, perhaps. This is Genesis's, this is like his 4th or 5th time getting ganked, and he's forced about a 50% hit rate on that one. Not too bad against a Sylas and a Sejuani.
Yeah, I think overall, because Genesis continues to persist, even though they're the carry, I think they're relatively happy absorbing the pressure that Frost is sending their way on the map right now. As long as they are able to continue to receive waves under the tower, they are happy with how things are going now that the Roa is completed, and they are on their way towards ticking up towards Castle Win at level 16.
Not just the Kassadin, but Tristana's up 2 kills as well. Lots of CS there too. Anori is very, very powerful in this game too. It's really a dual carry threat for Teamless Revenge, as opposed to the 1 carry of Lawrence, who really isn't that strong in the team fights most of the time, unless you find some really nasty angle. I don't want to fully rule that out. Maybe Lawrence is a miracle worker for this team. You know, no pun intended to the previous name. Coachify do stack up for their 4th neutral objective in a row, and you gotta give Frost credit for this. He has not let a single one of those fall through the wayside.
Yeah, that is a solid thing that Coachify could try to pivot and play off of, right? They have 2 of the dragons already. If they can accelerate towards an early soul by just getting a few more united 5v5s, maybe off the back of a crazy flank from Lawrence like you're talking about, Summer, they certainly still do have the ability to accelerate this game in a way that TRV probably cannot respond to. We'll see whether or not Teamless Revenge, though, will allow that to happen, because right now, I'm hard-pressed to think that Coachify actually does win a 5v5.
It would be interesting to find if that is the case. They've got a lot of pick threats for this Cassidy. Less so with all the movement of that champion and Tristana as well. Could be interesting if we end up seeing that come through, though. With all the pressure that Genesis has been receiving in this mid lane, he actually is a little behind in experience from what you'd expect from a 4-kill Cassidon, who's already nearly completed with his second item. The Rod of Ages, of course, is going to help out with that and later on, but I feel like you'd expect him to be at least level 11, maybe 12 by now, as shown by Lawrence, who is level 12 on Jax.
Yeah, Lawrence was on the prowl for just a little bit, maybe looking for Genesis to overextend right there. Cassidon, though, seems to have the wits about them, just passively sitting there, catching out that wave, and now starting to push up, but Jax has to show Nori B able to sidestep the grand entrance from Rovex, and while they do get clipped, I believe, by the ultimate from Ezreal, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. The stalemate mid is one that I think Qualifiers can't really turn into much of a play unless they find a perfect angle, and right now, given where they are in regards to river control, that will be hard to come by. Frost is trying to frontline, Diesel doing the same. Here comes the dredge line, and we will in fact have a team fight. The problem is City Witty is just melted in an instant. Diesel picks that kill up. However, Lawrence entering into the fray will be able to kill the Nautilus in return. Toasty will get Diesel as well, and things all of a sudden start falling apart for Teamless Revenge. They're trying to retreat back towards the tower. Genesis will successfully get there. The problem is Crackdown is not so lucky, and Coach might come out with a favorable fight, 2-3.
Turns out the Jax team fights are still pretty good after all. Teleporting into the play is Lawrence, finds his 4th kill of the game. Teamless Revenge, they really only have Genesis left. Can he clean up this fight with a 2-rank Rift Walk? Well, not really if he uses it to escape right off the bat. I think that is the 3rd Drake in a row going over to Team Coachify after a successful fight, finding these plays with their big carry. Lawrence putting the team on his back.
And it's not even like Coachify are being lackadaisical and just grabbing the dragon when there's an opening for it. They were actively just getting these things on cooldown, Summer, and that means we're now in a position where they're at soul point, only 18 minutes into the game. They certainly do have that win condition that I was alluding to earlier, where they could just go for the Infernal and hopefully make up for the lack of damage that we saw early from them. That was a really solid team fight. I'm looking for more from Coachify like that.
The side lane prospects are looking mighty good for Team Coachify as well, with Genesis kind of struggling already to keep up with the Jax.
Uh-oh. That's Genesis able to go towards their tier 1 tower, but now they're being aggressed upon by 3 separate Red Squad members. I do think they will just be able to float their way back towards the tier 2 and into relative safety, but good interrupt on that back, and now it means that Coachify are able to get the second Shelly drop, and now it's up to TRB to try to respond by collapsing on them in their own jungle. The problem is Nori B is going too low too early. We'll try to back off from this fight. Nature's Grass comes out. It doesn't contain the enemy team for long enough for Nori B to get to safety, and now Coachify are just running a train on the Rift. St. Ghoul goes down. Rovex continuing to chase. A blast plan will get Diesel to safety, but CFY are happy, getting everything they need from them.
Very nicely done out of Team Coachify. Another play turned around in these skirmishes. This time, actually, Lawrence wasn't even involved. I don't think they can kill Diesel, but they can at least get his flash and apply some more pressure to the Rift, maybe spreading Teamless Revenge more thin as they bring the turret to its knees in the mid lane as well. Well done out of City Witty. You know, he's died a couple of times in this game, but he's still able to do something on this Ezreal. Good job.
I think that in the course of a team fight, even though City Witty was struggling with their movement options in the 1v1 or 2v2 that we're seeing bot lane, they're still safer than Tristana is, who's really trying to just rocket jump into the fray and make something happen. The problem is, if you don't find the right target, you're going to see what happened during that last team fight. You have to be sent on the run early, and unfortunately, you don't really have escape tools. Once you burn that cooldown, you can't get a takedown in return.
Aaron's up now for both these teams to consider. Already seen a few fights back-to-back, very favored for Team Coachify, especially the ones where Lawrence is able to take part and use this gigantic lead that he's found for himself. I wouldn't be too surprised if that Anathemas that Diesel just picked up is used directly onto Lawrence, because it does help in that side lane if he's the one matching. And yep, there it is. You can see it on the bottom left of your screen. Yeah, Lawrence is dealing a lot of damage. This is rather unorthodox that you see one of those applied to the enemy top lane, or maybe we'll see it changed up later on into the game. For now, though, everyone in Teamless Revenge knows who the big threat in their game is. It is the Jax. We've seen him stack up in this bottom lane. Again, the side lane is just completely unmatched by this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point, Lawrence is actually the main tower taker, the person on the Rift you really got to watch out for and send multiple people to deal with. I thought that was going to be Diesel on the Scion, I'm not going to lie, Summer, but clearly I think that my optimism may have been misplaced. Right now, Coachify are doing so well for themselves. Look at this topside river control. I don't even know if TRV are going to try to contest this Baron.
Lawrence is attempting to just walk up. Nope, there's a teleport, there's an engage.
Yeah, and once again, it's Nori B having to rocket jump, trying to get to safety, but Lawrence is on a beautiful flank, diving on top of the tree, man, taking them down. It's 3 gone. Genesis and Diesel scattered to the winds, and that is Coachify securing another play, this time getting themselves Baron.
All right, clean gameplay here out of Team Coachify. They're taking this series so seriously. I love to see this because we know just how strong a lot of these players have been in the past. We know just how high the highs they've shown us can be. It just feels like it's been a bit misplaced throughout the entirety of this year. I mean, we all saw the sort of collapse of Team Liquid first in NACL in the spring split. We saw Mirage not really do anything in the first qualifier with all these guys, but now everyone stacking on up. They've got a new mid laner, they've got a new jungler here on the Rift, and things are looking up for Team Coachify. This very well could be a super threatening team come the playoffs.
Well, they certainly have a little bit more to work through before they get confirmed for that role this summer. TRV, not out of this just yet, because I think now they're on a little bit more of a traditional scaling pathway in this game. If they're able to prolong a take of this dragon, perhaps they have a shot, but it's going to be tough. I mean, it doesn't actually look like they're going to rotate to this area, knowing the team fighting power right now at Coachify.
That's going to be a Drake Soul. Very easy, very clean. Nicely done again by Team Coachify. They're just doing very well in this game to make these plays happen.
All right, well, Toasty's trying to make something happen on the top side of the map, and he successfully get down on top of Genesis in the 1v1. It looks like the cast is going to splash Void Walk away, but they can't hit the blast plant in time. Toasty at least making something happen there, and splitting Diesel away from the rest of the team means that there is a chance that we see TRV try to answer back. The problem is Nori B is left to the birds, as it were, and now Toasty, with full health bar, is running back towards the bottom.
Does look like Teamless Revenge picked up a kill onto Frost. It was a 3 versus 2 in that mid lane, but the reason it was a 3 versus 2 because they were losing their member up in the top lane, and they were losing their entire lane in the bot.
No.
Lawrence in the side, now with the Baron buff equipped, just took their entire inhibitor with one fell swoop. Now it's going to be a second inhibitor immediately after. This game is definitely wrapped.
We need a Janitor Jax skin and give him a mop instead of a lantern so he's cleaning up the Rift Summer, because right now, this is a clinic by Lawrence. Great split push, and the distractions being caused by Toasty and company mean that Coachify are in such a comfortable position. Nobody can contest them in fights for, I would say realistically, the next 15 minutes or so because of that Infernal Soul, and by that point, we're going to have multiple contestations over the Elder Dragon on the table. I don't really see a way into this game for Teamless Revenge now.
Still pretty far away from that level 16 hit from Genesis, and he's already hit the 10 stack on the Rod of Ages too, so he's not going to get any more help from the experience gained off of that item. Baron's still here, as Krakodon's just dead. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. This is basically over. Great little engage there from Coachify, angling into enemy territory, having to deal with Diesel's passive now means that it is in fact a dead Diesel. A double kill for City Witty to re-enter into this game as the carry we know that they can be. As now it's going to be a siege of the Nexus turrets through mid.
I'm sure City Witty's appreciating the KDA saver moments that he's getting in this game. You know, going out 0-4 isn't exactly the most glamorous Ezreal game, so 4-4, that's a lot nicer. This could be the cleanup, though.
Yeah, and while we do see TRV trying one last time to push back against Coachify, they're only able to find purchase on Tosi for the time being. Silence is shut down by the Maokai. That means that Genesis is opening up. City Witty falls, and now it does look like, in fact, Teamless Revenge have a new lease on life. That being said, it cost them one of their Nexus turns.
Oh man, what are we doing here, Coachify? You guys just gotta leave. I was just saying, you mitigated the deaths. You're finally getting things right. You're ending the game at a reasonable time. Oh no, now you gave a triple kill over to Genesis. He is just a little bit away from level 16 now. I understand the rush to try to make sure that you end the game quickly. Maybe slow it down a little bit. We're now in a position where Teamless Revenge genuinely could come back. They need Genesis to get just a bit more experience, and he can do what we just saw him do right there again in even an even fight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. TRV, even after mopping up a bit of gold for Genesis, still are very much behind. And the problem is that they have about 2.5 minutes to make something happen, Summer. Right now, Coachify will have, I would say, another 2 shots at ending the game through a fight like that before they really start falling behind because of their scaling, even with the Infernal Soul. But we'll see whether or not TRV will actually be able to match and make that happen, as there's just so many dynamics on the Rift right now that I think are going to pressure the ability for Teamless Revenge to actually achieve their win condition. We also have to look at this next minute for the Baron spawns.
Yet another objective on the side of Coachify. They've already taken 7 of them in a row. Those neutral monsters just picked up back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I think that's 7. I don't know. Well, I'll go back in the VOD and see if I counted correctly. So we do, as you said, have that Baron ready for the taking in 40 seconds. Team Coachify already knows exactly where they want to be for this objective to get started up. They also know where they want their fight to actually start.
Well, Coachify Baron down upon TRV from that top river. It looks like they're going to be able to clear out one more wave before re-entering towards that Baron pit. Meanwhile, it's really a matter of Teamless Revenge just kind of struggling to find an angle. They're going to mostly just take resets, probably give up this Baron Nasher, and then put their all into a fight in about a minute around that Elder.
Yeah, seems like it. They're giving some more time for Genesis, who did just hit 16. He does have 3 items that give him ability power and durability. This is a powerful Kassadin, for sure. You can't just waltz into the enemy team's base and expect to end the game freely as Team Coachify now. There is that late game win condition that was set up by some sloppy early game plays out of Team Coachify. They may just see their prospects lay waste to themselves now.
Very high tempo play. It looks like this is where Coachify want to make their stand, pushing towards the enemy base. Here's the ultimate onto the backline from Diesel. Lawrence is going to be able to kill the Nautilus. The question is, can they get much more? They get the revive, they get to safety, a double kill onto Genesis, and now, unfortunately, Teamless Revenge have nothing they could do to stop the onslaught of Coachify, pushing down into this mid lane, getting the first game of the series.
All right, keeping their heads on a swivel. Team Coachify don't even drop a single member in that play, even against level 16 Kassadin. Nicely done at the very end for Team Coachify, who keep composure. City Witty keeps his KDA again. We've got a victory in the first game of the series for Team Coachify.
Great statement-making game for Coachify there. Things were looking rough early, I'm not going to lie, Summer, but fact of the matter is they kept themselves smart. They figured out their angles early, and then they were able to get Lawrence into a dominating position.
Yep. Well done, Team Coachify. Lawrence, I mean, especially, he had that support out of Frost, but he used it very, very well. The solo kill up there onto Diesel. So many turret plates taken by him, and then the flanks were just beautiful out of this Jax. It's not every day that you get to see a Jax have this high of an impact in those 5v5 team fights, but Lawrence really pulled it off, and I think Team Coachify has him to thank for a lot of moments in that game and a victory. Now, only 1 win away from making it to the playoffs.
And we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to make a clean sweep of it. Obviously, Teamless Revenge, though, have their strengths, and I think there are very many ways that they're going to be able to capitalize upon it, Summer. So if we just see them go back to the drawing board just a little bit, shake a few things up, I certainly do believe we can be going to a decisive game number 3 and really show the strengths of all the teams coming in to the NACL qualifiers. If a 15 seed is given this big of a run of money towards Team Coachify, I think that we got a really, really good setting ahead of us here for quarterfinals and beyond. So with all that in mind, I think it's about time that we throw it over to a brief intermission here, Summer, and we'll be back with the draft for game number 2.
It's time to get recharged with Alk Battery, a recap of the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. 8 best of 3s, and 18 games later, we've had an incredible round 1 of the group stage. 3 of our top 4 from the last qualifier all immediately fell to the lower bracket, and let's just get into it. Group A was our one bastion of safe predictions. Mirage Alliance convincingly took a strong 2-0 over the return of the Middle Six, with Game 2 being the closest and maybe the spiciest thanks to a nice Trundle counterpick coming out from Alorum. Gentle Hearts Gaming made quick work of Komodo. Combining strong lanes with competent team fights, this team is surely going to be in that top 8 form that we saw back in Qualifier 1. Special shout out to Bear, whose incredible Renekton performance in Game 2 deserves a highlight.
What is this champion? Wins the 1v2.
Team Ambition faltered against Teamless Revenge. The TA Mirage Alliance Grand Finals dream is dead as Krakodon's Kindred went 21-20 between 2 separate games. One of the 2 series to go to 3, Team Coachify needed the wake-up call from the Grandpa Gamers as they cannot slack going forward. They want to try and make that promotion tournament. In Group C, CB Gaming had Coach Colfro stepping in, and the team felt more cohesive than ever. Cycle was just as reliable, and the team was really able to rally behind Flexo, who had stumbled just a bit and still found great spots for the team. K2 is set to step back this week, so we'll see if the performance can be replicated. Team E Turner proved their seeding against the new roster of Aporia. Game 1 had some back and forth, but an excellently played Jason Ziggs stopped any chances of a loss. For your own personal health and for viewing experience, I would ask you do not watch Game 2 from these two teams. Group D might have been the group of life, as really anybody and everyone can compete here. Cold Hearted take a nail-biter Game 3 up against Lit Esports as Cupid's Ass strikes true against Sajid and Plux. Apex Mission Impossible step out of the expectations of the broadcast again, and with hype, they look ready to make another run to top 8. CCG still seemed lost at the mid-game, with Hyper not fixing this team as we expected. We'll see what game plan CCG comes with as they face Lit this weekend. And that's it. Now the speed run's over. We'll see you over on July 29th and 30th over at twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial and RallyCry2 to see who comes out first in the groups.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. Thank you very much to Alk Battery for that little rundown of where we're at in the NACL qualifiers, and thank you everybody for tuning in. My name is Nyarko. I'm here with Summer once again, and we're about to dive into the second draft of Teamless Revenge versus Team Coachify. We saw Coachify take it pretty dominatingly after what was a kind of rocky early game, and now the question, Summer, is what can Teamless Revenge do to readjust and find a way back into the series?
Well, Teamless Revenge, they're still going for some of the components that I think made their victory against Team Ambition so strong. They're still going for champions that want to get in melee range and brawl it out. They're still going for the melee champion in mid lane for Genesis. But the elements that are missing, I think, are the ones that are the most glaring. They don't have a lot of early game strength to back up the attempt at this playstyle. And they're kind of letting these champions go over to the opposition as well. The Silas ended up being a really, really big issue for them once it did come down to the mid game, even though they actually did put Toasty behind pretty well. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned for this playstyle if they're not going to go for some similar stuff that we saw before. This isn't the Garen that we saw last time. This is the Galio. They do have to scale up a little bit more in a comp like this. And I would like to see them have some more oomph.
I certainly would like to see that as well. I mean, it feels like if you were able to get 4 kills on a champion that maybe just hits the mid game a little bit harder than a Kassadin does, that was done and dusted in favor of Teamless Revenge. You just kind of plow through something like a Silas that you really view as power spiking pretty early on, kind of can bully a few of these lanes as long as it isn't a super tough ranged matchup or something like that. But Coachify was able to adjust, strike back, and honestly, I think that it came down to, a balance between whether or not the Kassadin was going to get online or whether or not the Jax was going to do enough to push back against it. And it ultimately was the Jax doing so much for Team Coachify. Great job by Lawrence mobilizing, getting out onto the Rift after slamming through Diesel on that Scion matchup. So really good calls all around. And honestly, at the end of the day, City Witty was able to stem the bleeding, even as we saw a few solo kills over to Teamless Revenge's bot lane.
A few crucial moments in that mid lane as well, I think, were a big part of why Team Coachify's victory went so well. I mean, even though Kassadin was getting these kills, it's not really that strong early game presence where you can have mid lane push and affect the neutral objectives, which is, I think, why Frost was able to secure all of them off of the Rifts, just not even letting a single one go over to Teamless Revenge. There were also those moments where Genesis kind of rift walked when he should have gone back. He went in trying to go for these kills and ended up getting himself killed. I think if he plays it safer and doesn't actually keep just going so fast, shift a few gears back a little bit, I think then maybe that game does go a little better for Teamless Revenge. But you know what? That's for them to figure out in their own review. For now, we have to figure out if Team Coachify is actually going to keep this momentum forward and find themselves a 2-0 victory, which is something they couldn't even do against the Grandpa Gamers.
Well, I don't think that Coachify really needs to change a whole lot up. It seems pretty clear that given the tempo of where they're at, picking champions on red side, they're doing well enough, finding lanes that they're comfortable playing through. Now, I do want to see a bit of an adjustment for the bottom lane, maybe a bit more respect being placed upon a flex pick like the Tristana, just because it really felt like the City Witty Rovex duo were heavily displaced, especially with Sengool doing such a good job of matching their Khan's roams. If you could tamp that down, I think Coachify can easily smash this draft. Teamless Revenge, though, we have seen them be cute once. I imagine that given what you're telling me about how they're juking left and right through other series as well, they probably are going to bring something spicy to the table.
Yeah, I would hope so. We'll see. Teamless Revenge, they haven't been at match point quite yet here. They did just cleanly 2-0 Team Ambition, which I'm still surprised about. I'm hoping that Team Ambition shows us some better play later today. So they will be our second series on this stream. Just by the way, stick around for the whole day. It's gonna be a great time over here on Rally Cry 2. As we're done with the bans now, Phase 1 ban is just committed to this Jax. Rel's still available, Tristana still available. This is a lot of respect over to Lawrence, who did have a stunning performance.
Now, Summer, I know you seem to be quite the Rungle advocate. I've actually kind of been out of the loop a little bit regarding this. I know there were rumblings of it in the past. I mean, I was playing Rel top for a little bit. What makes this pick work, and do you think we're going to see it?
You've been playing Rel top? Hold on.
I was playing Rel top, mostly because I just watched that Happy Chime Noises video, and I was like, hey, I get to not farm and play top. I also play Yuumi top, though, so there you go. Oh, and there it is.
Okay, this is just too much to unpack. Let's not talk about Yuumi top anymore. It's not going to be a Rel in the jungle. It will just be down in support. So, we'll end up seeing that for Rovex. Another Mountie for the jungler. Again, Frost Forest playing the Sejuani. That was Cavalier, I think it was, in the TFT set, where Rel and Hecarim and like all the four-legged champions were all together. It was a fun time. Yeah. But yeah, we're here again for Team Coachify, and yeah, like I said, picking up this Rel is going to be crucial. The engage threat is nasty, and it's just a really strong tank frontline as well in the middle of these team fights that you have to consider, because she just has so much recurring crowd control. The mount up and crash down are both so strong at two very different things.
And, you know, we may be talking about the Cavalier archetype of these mounted up people riding into battle, but how about just tree people? Because that's cracking on going to an Ivern for this game after a Maokai in game number 1.
Yeah. The first pick of Tristana is here again, so we still do have that possibility of an AD mid with the more magic damage focused in jungler here for Krakadon. Calling Ivern damage focused is a little bit facetious, depending on what the build actually is. We're going to be finding that out shortly, I'm sure. But after already seeing Inori B's propensity to flex the Tristana down to his lane, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Genesis pick another some sort of melee champion in that mid lane, which is pretty unorthodox. Again, Tristana is, in my opinion, the best mid laner in the game right now.
We'll see whether or not Teamless Revenge want to go for that first option, the one that we were speculating about actually in game number 1 before that Kassadin came in and kind of knocked the whole house of cards over, as it were. But we're going to have to wait for the second pick phase in order to do that. Right now, we are moving on to bans. It's a Nautilus denial by Team Coachify. Teamless Revenge does not want to see the Silas again.
Ooh, this is a Varus ban instead of Garen. Genesis, you could go for a Garen now, although Team Coachify is most certainly going to pick their AD carry for City Witty here on the 4th option and save the counter pick for the Garen, potentially the Garen, if it's blinded for Toasty. We'll see how that actually ends up playing out. With the Gnar as well for Lawrence, this is not quite the same side lane threat that we saw before. Early game is very likely to go well into Diesel, who does typically play those tanks up in the top lane, though, and the team fight should be even more impactful with the Mega Gnar.
Well, the virtually blind pick for the AD carry role for City Witty will in fact be a return to the Ezreal. We'll see whether or not now Teamless Revenge wants to just put them up against the Tristana yet again for a Nori B. I'm not fully convinced this is actually going to be a Renekton top just yet either. Could just be the case that this is actually Genesis's pick. Let me see something else, but the victor will deny it and confirm the fact that yes, it will be City Witty facing down what could be the arch nemesis during this series in the form of the Tristana.
Now, this is really interesting. Genesis playing his first ranged champion of the group stage, and one that is super different from everything else that we've played. We've seen him play before, too. This is not early game focused, not skirmish focused, another scaling option, and one that doesn't really facilitate Ivern too well either. I'm very surprised to see this out of Teamless Revenge. I think this composition doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, they've got some early aggression out of the Tristana and the Alistar. I really like Alistar into a champion like Rel. You can stuff a lot of those engages. Same goes for the Gnar late game. You can do a lot with this champion. So happy to see that out of Saint Pool. Happy to see a Nori be back on the Tristana. I don't know, though. This Victor is really throwing me for a loop. And now it will be into the Yone. Toasty is the one who's playing the melee champions in this series. And he's got the backup of the Sejuani again. Again, Team Coachify are meeting Teamless Revenge where they're at and going for the stronger skirmishing mid-jungle.
I hadn't played League in, I would say, 2-3 months prior to me working at this caster summer camp, where a few people want to play League with me, and I am going to oblige them, Summer. I log in one game, and I play against Yone, and I realize why I haven't played in 2 to 3 months, because, this champion is so tough to fight against, and I think that Genesis, being on such a low mobility champion, might struggle early, particularly because Coachify knows how to turn on the gas. We saw them get in under the immense scaling potential of Teamless Revenge last time around, and now I feel like outside of that Tristana and maybe the Ivern, it's really a matter of Team Coachify only getting to the mid game before they could confidently just stride over Teamless Revenge. So this is going to be a wild one.
This is going to be another game where Team Coachify needs to be very careful around the bottom lane. I mean, we already saw City get solo killed by Nori B's Tristana in the last game and just have an overall pretty bad time on the Ezreal, all things considered. I would like to see him play safer if he's weak-sided, or maybe get some more pressure in that bottom lane as well. Not going for the hyper carries that we saw before with the Xayah band as well. We're seeing that, at least for Teamless Revenge, they're noting that City Witty is playing less of the hyper carries and is playing more of the safe options. So it is everybody that can see this happening. But yeah, it is just weird for City Witty to be playing this weak side the way that he is. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of the top side. City does still feel like a fish out of water.
Another dynamic to look at in regards to City Witty is just what are their supports going to be doing, be it on Team Coachify's side or Teamless Revenge's side, because we saw a whole lot of Roman from that Rakan and the Nautilus in game number 1, and I really don't think that's going to change a whole lot, given that we have Rel and Alistar. We know the infamous Helicopter and everything. That being said, I feel like this time it's even more slanted towards Teamless Revenge and being able to get really good plays set up across the map because of just how good Alistar is at flanking people, knocking them in with headbutt and the like. Meanwhile, Rel, I feel, requires a lot of support just because alone, while they have a lot of CC, they don't do a lot of damage. And sometimes, especially if we're seeing the Alistar match them, you see them immediately knocked away from play, stuffing, as you said earlier. And maybe Team Coachify could find themselves in an awkward situation where, yeah, the Rel's got to roam, but simultaneously, we saw how that 1v1 between City Witty and company went.
Bot lane for Team Coachify seems to be a bit off today, that's for sure. And this could be another moment where that does happen. I definitely favor Teamless Revenge's bot lane in the 2v2 in isolation. And yeah, probably in those roams as well. I think the roams out of St. Gul have been more effective so far today. Yeah, we'll see just how that ends up playing out. As Team Coachify, they haven't really been too worried about that, it seems like. Their top side has been doing much better than that of Teamless Revenge, especially Lawrence did a great job in that last game with all the support from Frost, who is now playing the exact same champion that he did in the previous game. Sejuani looking really solid for him all in all. And yeah, we're about to find out if Team Coachify can hit the 2 versus 0 scoreline that they've been chasing this entire time and make it all the way to the playoffs as what could be our first team that makes it to playoffs. I guess I didn't mention this possibility before when I said this, but it is a bit of a race if they can finish their game before Mirage Alliance on the other stream is doing it. So we'll see if they can do it fast.
Wish I had more monitors set up so I could figure that out, but I think I got to get a webcam first before we do that, Summer. Regardless, I am excited for now we can get the speed run done here in the NACL qualifiers.
Let's find out. We're getting onto the game. We're getting onto the Rift. We're getting onto potentially Team Coachify's victory lap as they make it to the quarterfinals. As a reminder, we didn't talk about this at the top of the day, but for the qualification of the promotion tournament, Team Coachify is actually not in the running for top 4 at the moment. They did not do very well in the first qualifier, and their best shot at making it all the way to promotion tournament is just by winning this whole qualifier. Because if you win the second qualifier, you automatically make it to the promotion tournament as first seed. So there is a big, big prize for every single one of our teams to play for.
I guess if that's the case, they really are competing with Mirage Alliance on multiple levels then, who are one of those top competitors, one of those teams that everybody already talks about, like it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to be making it over to this qualification tournament itself. But yeah, a lot on the line here for Coachify. I want to see domination in this game, just so I feel confident in saying, yeah, they have a chance at making that kind of run.
I would really love to see that too, because I've been a fan of a lot of these players in the past before, and I do want to see these guys make it to promotion tournament. I mean, a good chunk of them were already there in the last qualifier. City and Rovex and LJX on the roster as well. The sub roster for now, but still there. We're on that roster for the Team Liquid roster. I said roster so many times. The Team Liquid team. Team Liquid first have the summer qualifier.
Oh, this is a good angle by Coachify getting the flash out of Inori B early. Wow. This could be a sea change for the bot lane.
Wow, okay. This might just completely turn the tables here. With Inori not having flash, this does mean that Frost is much more keen on going down there and making something happen. See if that leads to anything else. Just in the isolated 2v2, I mean, Citywitty is landing missing shots.
Yeah, for sure. As long as you do that and you win those trades and you don't allow for Tristana to stack up that grenade like you see right there, you still have a Rovex, a huge threat, which means that St. Gul can't actually run forward because then you just get scooped by the Rel. It's a very, very awkward situation to be in level 1. It's very tough for Alistar to do much of anything.
Wow, that was actually a recall out of Inori B. This is a disaster for Teamless Revenge. He has no potion. He has no cull stacks at all. He just recalled at 2 minutes. This is again completely flipped on its head now. He's gonna miss so many of these minions. The fast push here for Citywitty and Rovex, and this is just a super unorthodox timing out of Rovex as well. This forces Genesis to play back because there could be a Rel in his lane, and he's not respecting it. Look at this. This could be disaster.
Yeah, very confident. Genesis wants to walk up here. We even saw the pings come down, but look what this is turning into. Genesis, unfortunately, not able to get back towards the tower. Good gravity well will stun up Toasty for the time being. Krakadon pulled towards this lane, trying to do something, but ultimately decides that, yes, the Victor is safe enough to just take their camps. And luckily, we do see TRV put on the gas bot lane as a response. Citywitty goes low in that 2v1.
Well worth it for Team Coachify, though. This is a super nicely played bot lane 2v2. This game, in the early at least so far, it's been entirely the bot lane.
This is going to be an early 3v3, and it's going to be St. Gul's first target of Coachify. Krakadon can't do a whole lot, and Nori B now is forced to once again walk behind their wave and just cower near their tower. That's a first blood.
I'm telling you right now, if this is a solo queue game, the Inori B right now is saying FF50. This game is completely done. If I know If I know my bot lane players like I do, then they're really going to need to bring this back as far as the mental is concerned. This is a struggle, and you can see Krakadon, he's level 4, he full cleared his jungle. He's really trying to make sure that Inori doesn't actually just tilt off the planet.
Yeah, that being said, Rokas just flies right on top of Inori, and there's no rest for the Tristana. Frost gets the kill, and I don't know. I was thinking, hey, I think Inori's keeping their wits about them. Not saying that that's so early, Summer, but now I think I'm on your side. Yep. This is looking brutal for PRB bot.
If this is my master games in solo queue, that bot laner is gone. A summoner has disconnected. I'm telling you, this is a disaster of the game. And it affected the mid lane too. You saw Genesis have to recall, have to teleport all the way back. He's now down in that experience. And this is just affecting the entirety of the Rift here. Team Coachify's bottom lane pair just did so much off of some simple trading early on. The flash used out of Inori, the Mystic shots all connecting. This is a masterclass of the Ezreal Rel lane, and this is a lane that they were not favored in. As a reminder, the Tristana, we already saw it do so well in City Witty in the last game. This is the same bot lane pairing that we saw, and then the support matchup even became more favored for Teamless Revenge, but the execution was completely flipped on its head.
Right now, it's only about 1,000 gold lead for Coachify, but this does give them plenty of resources to try to do something in regards to these newly spawned neutral objectives. This dragon is up. Rovex is already in the area with that Scuttle Crab vision as well. I think that if we see Coachify pivot, use the same kind of neutral objective control that we saw in game number 1 to carry them to victory, this could just be a full-on stomp. Rovex is going to blindly walk up into St. Ghoul, who just uses the Pulverize, then the Headbutt to knock them away. It looks like not much is going to happen elsewhere, though, as Toasty at about half health cannot really contend with a supported lane with a full health Genesis.
This is another moment where we're seeing Toasty get pretty heavily chunked against Genesis. We saw this last game. It did end up in Krakadon finding a dive angle on the Maokai. Probably trickier to come by on Ivern, which is why we're not seeing him go for that one underneath the Raptor Pit. So we're just going to be getting a recall out of Toasty, who now gets the Berserker's Greaves. But he's the one who has the support in his lane now, as Frost is going to force Genesis into a more defensive pattern of movement and just clear out this vision that has been placed. Yeah, just checking in on the bottom lane one more time. Check out that CS discrepancy. City Witty, again, is just doing so well here.
Yep, almost doubling the CS of Inori D, getting plenty of time and pressure to now walk up and get that Hextech Drake like expected. Coachify are just hitting all the right buttons in order to get themselves set up very well to maybe clean sweep against Teamless Revenge.
This is a Drake take before the Rift Herald spawn as well. We're getting another moment where Frost is clearly prioritizing getting just any neutral objective off the map that he possibly can. Top lane actually, Diesel winning a pretty solid trade against Lawrence. You got to be careful of that Renekton early game. And just to talk about this top lane briefly too, Diesel is that guy who typically does play tanks first and foremost. I think Lawrence was really expecting that to happen again with the Narb line. This is more damage than he's used to.
Yeah, smart call there by Diesel, getting that damage off the flash, allowing for Krakadon to clean up with the Daisy at their back. That is going to be one for Teamless Revenge, keeping them stable on the board.
Bringing in the dive bomber Daisy, bringing the shield down onto Lawrence, who tried to flash out, can't quite manage it. That's a very well set up play. And I mean, Krakadon has been going for these dives. Like I said before, Toasty was victim to that on the Maokai before. This time, he actually does still get it done on Ivern. I was underestimating him, so well done here. I guess it was Daisy who did it more so than Ivern. It's still very effective. Well done to Krakadon to find his team his first kill.
Yep, certainly the case. That be it Daisy, be it Ivern, they're both controlled by Krakadon. They're making the most of this delightful duo in the jungle role. Now, we are seeing Daisy spot out Frost early in this one, buying a little bit of zoning pressure. And in fact, I think Frost does have to skedaddle out of here. That knockup from Daisy is so scary. The problem is, where do they go? Toashi's getting run down by the Chaos Storm. He's going to make an ult onto 2 members, and now it looks like St. Ghoul is too deep for comfort. They will be able to trade back as Toasty yoinks themselves into the regular body right as as Diesel bears down on top of them. But now Lawrence is trying to put clamps down upon the entirety of Teamless Revenge around the Rift Herald pit. Crackedon's the first one stunned up. They will be able to flash over the wall using that recaller to get to safety. Diesel wades into the melee as Genesis is at the back trying to fire off a few shots, and they will be able to take down Rovex. However, the cross will be boxed up, and now it's Coachify with control over the Rift Herald for the time being. Crackedon trying to edge in with Daisy, but this is a tough fight.
Another one-for-one trade here. St. Ghoul spawns, and this is an unfavorable fight for Team Coachify. This might be the first objective that they give up in this series.
And Frost wiggling, trying to walk back to maybe smite away the Rift Herald, finds himself face-to-face with St. Ghoul, the Alistar, using their body to just block out any approach from Coachify. And now Frost is actually split from Lawrence, and it looks like Diesel's just going to run them down. Solid play, solid turnaround, and all of a sudden TRV have a gold lead.
These are the kind of plays that let Team Ambition drop to Teamless Revenge. And
the buster shot. City Witty flashes away, gets to safety. I thought that they were going to be able to get the kill while Nori was cowering under the tower, but you just cannot
Nori.
stand up against Tristana. City Witty is going to hit them with a True Shot Barrage that would finally clean up.
Oh man, Nori was not ready. You didn't see him slip into that brush. City Witty is the one who finds the solo kill this time around. Bot lane saviors from Team Coachify are still the ones that are controlling the pace of this game, even though Teamless Revenge did find a favorable play on the top side. It's again being matched. And it's again a reminder to Teamless Revenge that they can do all they want up top. City Witty is still going to be a problem later on.
That being said, I think that Coachify, while they made an interesting decision to go for the Rift Herald, didn't necessarily play out their actual call as best as they could. They should have been just more decisive, particularly once the play was already kind of dead, once you see the big rotation from TRV after the initial skirmish. Frost had no reason to walk back and actually start getting autoed by Daisy once again, because I think that's what ultimately condemned them to fall by the hand of Diesel and company as they were split from the rest of their team, unable to find an angle towards that tier 1 tower top side alongside Lawrence.
Certainly a bit sloppy out of Team Coachify up in the top side. The skirmishes, like we said before, that is where Teamless Revenge has really made their claim in the qualifiers. And yeah, in those guys.
Tochi doing a little bit of a U-turn to get out of the way of the Chaos Storm, dropping ultimate. Ultimately, it's actually going to be Frost picking up their 4th kill of the game to that gank mid lane. However, the cross map from the side of Teamless Revenge is going to secure themselves first Tower of Blood as Diesel gives chase to Lawrence. The problem is, this is a big flank from Rovex and Toasty. Daisy is going to be summoned. Magnetstorm is going to pull in the Croc as well. Lawrence free firing with a boomerang onto the back line. Frost is cleaning up. It's a double-double for the jungler of Coachify. And that's his 6th one since Wani.
I've been noticing that Frost Forest has been the kill securer every single time in these plays. I was wondering if that was going to happen again, and yeah, he's got 6 of them now. Who needs assists on Sejuani jungle? This is reminiscent of the old Armeo pentakill in Proving Grounds last year on the Sejuani. This is a Sejuani carry game, it looks like. That's, as you said, 6 kills for this guy. Early mythic on this champion too, and this is going to be a nice setup for the Drake that's now spawning here. Look at City Witty's damage, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at how the tables have turned there. The Ezreal just needed a bit of gold, apparently, and all of a sudden they're in utter menace. St. Ghoul cannot walk up. That being said, Frost is in a little bit of trouble. Diesel trying to put gas on with St. Ghoul at their back, but it looks like Sejuani is just a mite bit too tanky, especially with Rovex covering them once again. That being said, this is Teamless Revenge for the first time moving towards the Dragon.
All 5 players of the Teamless Revenge is here. This is a full Hail Mary. If they don't win this fight, it is so over.
Rovex doesn't have ultimate available, but I don't think they need it. Teamless Revenge are sent packing from the river, going so low. Lawrence once again on a beautiful flank as City Witty opens up on the enemy team with their artillery fire. Genesis falls, and now it's only Crackedon left alive. I think we just saw the series decided, Summer.
Wow, I think we did. Teamless Revenge, they fully committed every single resource, every single member to this one Drake, not considering what their setup was going to look like, not considering just how far behind they are and some of their members. They don't even have a full completed item onto their AD carry quite yet. That was just not the time to make a fight like that. Inori down 50 CS. Sadie Wade's about to pick up even more gold on his Ezreal alongside the Drake, alongside those 4 kills for Team Coachify. Everyone on the red is feeling very, very good about this game, about this series. Moving forward, this very well could be, again, a super threatening team in our bracket stage.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead at only 14 minutes into this game. It just shows how rough this laning phase was from minute 1 for Teamless Revenge. I don't want to continue to hammer away at the bot lane because credit to Inori V, I actually think they did a decent job just knowing that they are no longer the strong side of the map. They allowed Sangul to roam and they didn't give up too many more kills in response, but fact of the matter is the damage was done early. City Witty is Giga fed, and we aren't even talking about Frost as a 7-1 Sejuani. Now Inori is going to have to try to rocket jump to safety. The problem is they are followed by Robex and company, and that really right there is just an encapsulation of this game. Bully the Yordle.
You were saying about how Inori has not given up any kills on the
Yeah,
on the bot
sorry,
lane.
they're 0-4. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if that's entirely true. So we do have yet another kill going over to this Tristana. Maybe this Revenge can find one in response.
Yeah, Lawrence doesn't really have the rage stacks to go Mega Gnar for the time being, and that means that even with the covering fire of the True Shot for Raj, it's going to be TRV walking away with the kill for free.
Yeah, this is... Well, free is a strong word.
Free is a strong term, yes.
The mid lane turret is dead. Seems like the Yordle is dead again too, so Team Coachify only pick up the pieces on the other sides of the map, and this is a very far cry from a Teamless Revenge victory here. This is gonna be the part of the game where we start to consider, will they actually have to face off against Team Ambition again, or will it be the Grandpa Gamers who actually give them another run for their money? Either way, Teamless Revenge, they did already win that first matchup in their group, and they've shown us some really strong skirmishes and everything. They've shown us 2 victories against the defending champions, so this is still a team that you can get excited about. But Team Coachify really brought their A game today.
And while we aren't necessarily seeing an immediate rush down of second Rift Herald, I don't really think it matters. What you really want to do right now as Red Squad is push your advantage as hard as possible. And what that means is whenever you see a grouping of Teamless Revenge on the map, you want to pressure people in that direction, and you want to send just a few members to actually grab the neutral objective themselves. This time it's Toasty and Frost once again hopping down onto second Jelly. We'll see what they can make out of this Rift Herald.
Their first Rift Herald of the game, because they besmirched their perfect record here in Yarko. They dropped that Rift Herald before. It's not a clean sweep of all the neutral monsters. Oh, it's such a tragedy for Team Coachify, but yeah, they're going to feel pretty okay about this one. Diesel's going to drop here too. Everything is right with the world.
Yeah, I actually don't know how Diesel navigated into that situation. I think I got to look at the minimap more, which is probably also a striking indictment of my gameplay in League of Legends. But fact of the matter is, Diesel dies near enemy Raptors, and while Genesis is going to work away at the Tier 1 tower bot side of the map, it is yet again Coachify with a goal-positive play.
This is another solid one out of Coachify. We're waiting for the rest of the objectives to spawn. We're waiting for them to get some more engages down. They've got their 7-kill Sejuani, 2 items. You know, this is the perfect game for Frost. He's really proving his worth on this team out of Coachify. They did not roll with him in the jungle in the previous qualifier, and I think this is really showing a strong case that Frostforce still got.
Now, while we are talking about Frostforce on those 2 items, we do have to note that Kraken is simultaneously on 2 items as well. Good job on the Ivern. Of course, it's a little bit less impressive because they're fixed. But at the end of the day, they have some team fighting power, and I think that if TRV can group up, they have at least a few more defensive shots, and there's a chance that Coachify oversteps their boundaries right now. I've seen comebacks from, 5,000 gold down. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. That being said, TRV have to make magic happen very soon.
It's going to be that Rift Herald's popping another charge here, two in a row, two turrets in a row, probably.
Yeah, Frost is apparently the target of TRV. I don't know if that's the right call. City Witty is able to flash and heal to safety, and now with Daisy falling down, there's just no front line to speak of. As Seamless Revenge are being peppered by Mystic shots all the while. And look at the flanking engage from Rovex. A Magnet Storm onto 3 members. Utter domination and coordination from Coachify. Bring them another tower and bring them ever closer to the floor.
The crash down into the Soul Unbound. Oh my god, the fate sealed power out of Toasty. That engage was so beautiful, and they're not letting anyone fall in these exchanges. Look at all that damage that this team is pouring in. It's going to be a third Drake as well after that play. Rift Herald so effective, taking down 2 turrets, 2 crashes, giving them so much pressure. Enough to the point where St. Ghoul decided to just stick around top and clear out the wave on Alistar. So he's not here to set down any vision. Team Coachify, they can very easily go and take another objective.
Toasty just running back to the mid lane like a bat out of hell, forcing Nori B to retreat back into their own jungle. A headbutt used by St. Ghoul will try to knock away the Yone, and they do get the safety, but it's utter domination of the Rift. In fact, Coachify doesn't actually want the Dragon right now. They just want more kills. They want an angle onto the Baron Nashor that's spawning up in 10 seconds, and from there, if they get the Turo Baron Soul, this could just be the end off of a single push.
Be that teleport committed actually out of Toasty just to push in this extra wave and, like you said, bring another body to the Baron Nashor. This is definitely the smarter decision out of Team Coachify. One single Cloud Drake not going to be the difference maker for Teamless Revenge, so taking the largest objective off of the map is a smart move. Lawrence actually doesn't have too much rage.
Rovex over the wall with the Hex Flash. There's the engage Magnet Storm. Rated Hellfire upon the enemy team. City Witty sitting pretty. As now we see Toasty open up with a triple kill on the Yone. Fate Sealed is perhaps the most fitting ability name for this situation, as TRV are not going to be able to come out of this game alive and kicking.
Baron picked up here out of Coachify as well. I said before that Lawrence didn't have that much rage, and he does actually die in the play, so it's not a completely perfect fight like we keep on seeing out of Coachify. Still, though, they are certainly going to take it. 4 members with the Baron is a lot better than 0. They take both inhibitor turrets on the top side. Now try to leave from this flanking Renekton that is actually pretty quickly approaching.
Yeah, Rovex is going to be the first one to encounter the Frost. City Witty gets over the wall to safety. Frost, though, I don't think is going to be able to do enough against the entirety of TRV. Desperate to get some kills and some presence on the map. City Witty will be able to hop to safety. The question is this at the top 2 separate members of Red Squad? The answer is yes, but now Toasty also wants to have their try. They will eventually just go back over the wall with Soul Unbound. Lawrence frontlining once again. City Witty trying to get to safety. Diesel, though, Pop of the Dominant is allowing a Nori B to free fire, and that's the Gnar falling as well. Kind of a disaster for the Coachify players at the end of that. We saw a very similar thing happen in game number 1, and it was still enough for Red Squad.
A nice flank there for Diesel. Actually finds 3 kills out of Teamless Revenge, and there is the Drake alongside an objective bounty, a nice little chunk of gold. In the meantime, though, they lose their inhibitor up in the top lane. All of those minions crashing underneath the Nexus turret, getting a chunk out of that one as well. It is not without reprimands. The structure damage is just really high with all of the pushing, and the Baron's still here for another minute. Like, this is still not done. Teamless Revenge have to be super worried continuously for the rest of this game if they can even come back.
Yeah, it looks like Coachify are going to focus their efforts not upon taking that inhibitor in the mid lane, but rather just jamming through bot, clearing out any remaining turrets outside of the TRV base. Rovex yet again sitting there, trying to find an angle. This time they are warded out and spotted. So while this is all happening, though, Toasty is still clearing out that tier 2 tower. Now, True Shot Barrage is going to land with both Genesis and St. Ghoul, putting them in a bit of an awkward spot for what could be an ensuing tower dive fight if Coachify are feeling spicy about it.
Oh my god, that's 2 Mystic Shots into a Nori B, and he is at 400 HP, by the way. The itemization out of Ezreal is built to find the poke and make sure it lands in you going back to the fountain. Engage.
Yep, and there's the call. Toasty decides to jump in once again using that bait seal. That being said, the Nori B's got some burst, and they will be able to take the Yone down. City Witty still on full health, untouched. This one, though, is just destroying the enemy team. And this is the Ezreal we were hoping to see in game number 1. Take to the Rift. City Witty with a statement-making triple kill as they clean up the base.
This game has just been all things City Witty. This has been such a stellar performance out of him from start to finish. 8-0-10 on the marksman here out of Coachify. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory and making their way all the way to the quarterfinals. They've got a bit of a week off here in Yariko. Coachify sitting pretty.
Yeah, fantastic. Coachify with 2-0 sweep, blocking themselves a spot strong into the bracket, and I'm so happy to see it. Congratulations to these players as we do get one little sandbox fight here at the very end before the next cracks open and brings them glory.
Well done out of Team Coachify. We love to see that. I'm hoping that we get to talk to one of those members. I know our producer was saying that they're good buds with Toasty, so maybe we can talk to him after that victory. I know a lot of these guys on Coachify are going to be feeling very good after that victory. And just want to add, we did win the race. Rally Cry official is still in game. Mirage Alliance is very likely to win that game. They do have the Drake Soul Hex Tech, so it's probably going to be both of those teams making it all the way to the quarters, excuse me. But Team Coachify is the first one. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and while I would typically advise people, hey, go support the other stream, make sure that you guys tune in for what is going to be, I'm sure, a stellar conclusion to a fantastic series. At the same time, we got a pretty cool interview coming up, Summer, so I definitely want to prepare for that. Yeah, I think that there's just so many different players that we saw make a statement and make a mark in these two games. And so my question to you is, who are you calling MVP, and specifically, who are we going to be talking to?
Well, I guess we're just going to have to find out, because we are going to go to a quick break while we set up for that interview. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL closed qualifiers for the summer. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for what is going to be quite the interview with the big Sedge player. We got Frostfire here. Svax, what are you looking forward to out of this interview? And Frostfire, what do you want to say to introduce yourself?
Frostfire. His name is Frost Forest.
Frost
Come on,
Force.
Yarko.
Oh, I was just thinking about the items. That doesn't even exist anymore either. It's like
It's all good. It's all good. Wait, what's your question? Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry.
Oh, just wondering how you want to introduce yourself. What you got to say just to open up for this interview?
Thank you for, I don't know what to say. My teammates, thank you for playing the game with me and for winning. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you contributed a lot to that in the Sejuani games. We saw the first game was very topside focused with the ganks onto the jacks here for Lawrence. I mean, how does it feel stepping into a team where like this team was kind of set up where like everyone was kind of friends with each other, you know, City put this all together, and then they brought you in as the ringer for the second qualifier. How does that feel?
I'm pretty grateful. Like during the off season, I didn't really have a team to go to because my old team was disbanding. So I'm very happy to join a new team. I'm really happy that everyone on this team is very motivated. It makes me feel as if like I really want to improve with them. Like I don't want to hold them back. So yeah.
Yeah,
well, you guys certainly put on a show today. Yeah, it was very impressive stuff overall. But kind of jumping into this series really quick, I kind of wanted to get your sense of where you were entering on into this best of three. What did you think of your opponent's Teamless Revenge going into this one? And did you guys feel that this was going to be as easy as it ultimately ended up being?
We respected our opponents. Even though we knew if we could beat them, we still made sure that we took the proper precautions to beat them. From what we knew about their opponents, they just love playing scaling. So we decided, hey, let's just fight them like perma every game. And that's what we did. And that's why the result ended like this. If you pick scaling and we pick fighting, we're probably going to win early game.
Well, I'm glad we picked up on that too. We said the same thing on the cast. So thank you for saying that. That makes me feel really smart. You talked about improving together as a team, and you know you've been a player who's played around this level for quite some time now. What does that improvement like feel like for you, and how is it different from seasons that you've played in the past?
Our coach Tails has a very specific way of coaching, and one of the main points that he pointed out to me that I was lacking was communication, and I noticed that my communication was very I stuttered a lot or sometimes over calm, and he made it clear to me that I just can rely more on my teammates to talk more and make my calls more decisive. I think everyone has been improving in that, and it helped me focus more on the game rather than focus on calming.
Mm-hmm. Who is the teammate that you rely on the most to talk more in these games?
I'd say Rovex. He's the one that is the most decisive in comms, and he's pretty good at knowing what to play for. Like most of his calls are always pretty accurate, and it's pretty trustworthy. Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You guys kind of became the terrible twosome, a lot of roaming coming out of Rovex, and then that I feel like was very crucial to Coachify as a whole, just getting to these neutral objectives really quickly, setting up well for these fights. And in general, I was interested in knowing where did you decide to start this draft off, and from there, how do you feel adjustments from game one to game two led to such an explosive early where everybody just kind of set up to set behind the bot lane of Teamless Revenge and just kind of get you guys into a really nice groove to take that game away?
That's it kind of just happened. We know that Ivan's going to full clear, and usually his full clear ends up on the bot side. So if you happen to match his play during that timing, especially on my champion where I'm a stronger early game champion, usually most of the time we should win. And seeing how they're just on a blue flash level 1, we decided to play around bot earlier. Like usually we would, I think usually Ezreal lanes are kind of weak sided, but if they lose summoners or some type of advantage is gotten in the early game, I think you should play around it, and that's what we did.
Makes sense to me.
Mhm.
So I've got one last question for you, and this is very important to the jungle role because we saw you play only Sejuani today,
Mhm.
and there's been a lot of tanks going around. Is this the meta that you enjoy the most, or are you kind of getting put to sleep by this because it's not a lot of damage, even though you're getting 10 kills or whatever on your Sejuani? It's still not that much damage that you're doing compared to like the Kindreds and everything. How are you feeling about this jungle meta?
I think that there's like certain S tier champions for sure, and that if you don't play these S tier champions, it doesn't feel that good to play into them. Like, for example, if I were to play a weaker style of a champion like I don't know, like Nidalee, and I don't somehow snowball the game in like 10 minutes, I think that I will just lose the game due to them playing a tank or a stronger champion that can outscale me. So it's definitely easier to play a tank style champion, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot play the other carry champions. I just say that it just requires your team to play around it.
Okay.
Yep.
Very respectful answer to the champions that are maybe less fun than Nidalee. So love to hear that. I'm glad you're having some fun on the Sejuani.
Yeah, I certainly think it'd be tough to not have fun when you're just picking up as many kills as you were, particularly in that second
I had
game.
fun this game, so not to worry. It was fun. It was fun both games, honestly. So
Yeah.
Very good.
I don't. If we're fighting on Sejuani, like I don't mind. Like we are fighting, so it worked out.
Yeah, fought a lot, got a lot of kills, and just in general, really accelerated the pace of the game. You guys got that speed run down, first ones to lock in for quarterfinals, and congratulations to you on that.
Thank you.
I guess now my question is, now that you're locked into that spot, what teams are you looking forward to facing off against? Who are a little bit worried maybe about competing against as you look at this elimination bracket and where things may go?
I'm hoping I can face my old team. Like hopefully Komodo can make it, but if they can't, then we'll take that easy dub to top 4, and hopefully after that we can make it to finals. I'm very confident on this team. We can all make it. I think everyone's been improving, especially Toasty. I think that he's been working a lot harder. He's the newest member and probably the youngest. Yeah, he is the youngest member on our team, but he's actively working on his communication and his gameplay. Like I think that he's been playing really well, and I'm hoping that we can all improve and help him improve in the next coming week. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thanks for the insight here, Frost. I know Komodo, the team you were just talking about, is going to be playing on the other stream in like a little bit. I think they just sent it to break. So maybe we can see that old team maybe pick up a win against Return of the Middle Sticks. And we've got another series on this channel as well. So again, thank you so much to Frost for the interview. We will be right back after a quick break for our second series of the day. Be right back.
So fly like a hula hoop. Girls are out of sight, never felt so good, now we get
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers. My name is Nyarko. I'm here with Summer, aka Smacks, and we're diving into the second best of three on the day. We got Team Ambition facing off against Keelix's Grandpa Gamers, and frankly, this I think is the series that I was most hyped and scared of today, because these are two teams that I was not expecting to drop, yet they have, and now it's a matter of picking up the pieces, getting back on track, and looking for a run to quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a super unorthodox finish to one of these teams' playoff runs. So we can take a look a bit at the rosters that actually got here to the lower bracket in the first place. Starting off with Team Ambition, our former champions of the entire qualifiers here in summer. Porter is still playing up in the top lane, and he is the recent substitution for Porsche, who I believe is still on vacation, alongside Limo, Kachu, Levitate, and Snow, your former champions.
Yeah, Team Ambition, honestly, looking mighty shaky coming into that first week. And so now it's a matter of them trying to get back to what I think is their expected outcome. Dubs on dubs on dubs. They have proven to really just defy expectations, even at the very highest level with those games against Mirage Alliance. So now here in the second summer qualifier, I hope to see them hopefully gel a little bit better with Hoarder and as a whole make a statement versus the Grandpa Gamers.
Yeah, lots of concern here for Team Ambition after not even picking up a single game against Teamless Revenge. So we have seen them hit the highest highs possible in this qualifier. But yeah, also the lowest lows. They're now here in the lower bracket against the Grandpa Gamers, who we can take a look at now. They had a much more competitive set against Team Coachify, who, funny enough, actually just cleanly swept Teamless Revenge. So maybe Keelix's Grandpa Gamers versus Team Coachify was the true finals in this group after all, with Sunlight, RBM, Omli, Evan, and Julian down in the bottom lane.
I'm liking this team. I had high expectations for them in this qualifier, and they have made it to the group stage, so you're part of the way through the door frame, as it were, towards that glorious statement, making it to the playoffs themselves. And I really do think that they're going to be giving this iteration of Team Ambition a run for their money.
Definitely could. I mean, they've got the X factor of the Darius Garen duo up top lane. If Sunlight can get his hands on those two champions, did actually drop in one of the Darius games, just last weekend against Team Coachify. That was the game 2 match. We did see RBM have a very strong showing in the first game of that series as well. So definitely some highlights out of the Grandpa Gamers. I think the bottom lane kind of struggled a bit to keep up in most of that series. City Witty did have a lot of his hyper carries and the normal outcome that we typically see out of him, like we just saw in that second game of the first series of the day. So we've definitely got higher expectations for Team Ambition, even after the shakiness and head scratchers that we saw last weekend. I think it's still fair to say that we expect Team Ambition to come out ahead here. But the Grandpa Gamers have the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time and knock out the defending champions in 4th place in the group stage.
That certainly would be a cause for concern overall, and we'll see whether or not Team Ambition being knocked out this early would have some big shake-up effect on where points are being distributed for the second qualifier. Certainly, things are going to be a much more open form if that does come to pass, but Team Ambition, like I said, I feel like they're prepared. They're ambitious. I'm sure they've heard that pun many a time, but regardless, they are prepared to defend their honor here in what is going to be, I think, a very decisive draft. As Summer, you were alluding to this off the stream a little bit. It was kind of the draft phase that we first started seeing cracks in Team Ambition's armor forming over that last series.
They definitely were not as prepared as Team Coachify was to play against Teamless Revenge. And it definitely showed. They were really taken off guard by the Garen mid, the Galio, this Kindred that was picked multiple times as well. It wasn't the cleanest outcome by any stretch of the imagination, and I think a large part of that was the unexpected nature of the draft. And hey, speaking of the draft, here we are. We are back for this stage of the game, and Team Ambition have learned from their last series. They know now how powerful Kindred is, and they will remove them from the pool.
That's step one down, and now let's see whether or not the Grandpa Gamers are going to be able to get I Am Sunlight, one of their desired champions that you can also see as vaguely cheap. easy of the day. First and foremost, though, we are going to be seeing a focus towards that jungle from the Grandpa Gamers, knocking out the Maokai, as now Team Ambition 2 are on the Ban Ziggs train.
Yeah, I mean, that champion's crazy. The siege threat is nuts. I'm glad we're not seeing it so far today. Hoping that trend continues, as I would expect a rel ban at some point, whether it's Team Ambition or the Grandpa Gamers. Tristana also is gone. The other siege Yordle is no more. We only get to see that one a couple of times in the AD carry position just last series. Not quite the same. When a mid laner can possibly pick it, and Kachu is definitely one of those. Varus is also gone, one of the static Shiv users.
Yeah, I'm liking that both teams seem to have the ear to the ground in regards to what's going on in the meta, as now we're also seeing the Kai'Sa denied. A lot of these big hated-on champions, especially in that bot lane role, will not be taken to the Rift here, and that means that we got a pretty wide-open choice of champions. I'm interested to see what we go for if we have high prio on the bot lane duo. Right now, it's going to be Team Ambition hovering the Xayah to start us off.
Yeah, this is interesting. With that Xayah lock-in, it's likely that we're going to be seeing the Aurelion Soul alongside it, right? So, or not Aurelion Soul, I was looking up here. The Rakan alongside it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty strong into the likes of Aurel, which is otherwise a very threatening champion. You don't really want to pick an engaged threat into Xayah, who is kind of the queen of kiting, but that's not going to stop the Grandpa Gamers from still locking that one in for themselves.
Loving this rel returning to the Rift, this time with a little bit of flexiness. I don't know if we're actually going to be seeing the rel jungle take to the Rift, but I would love for myself to, get the raw experience of it, as it were. That being said, Grandpa Gamers certainly have other things that they could go for. It looks like we are getting a lock-in of a potential bot lane pairing. It's the classic Aphelios response to the Xayah.
Okay, here for Evan. It's, I think, still likely that we're getting the Rakan. Not Aurelion Soul. Forest No 2, and maybe a jungle pick here for Limo too. There's a few options that are still very powerful. That Sejuani that we just saw, so powerful for Frost in that last series, multiple games in a row, could be here. But they've still got some time to consider their options, which, yeah, it feels like they're making fun of you at this point with the A-Soul hovers.
For me, this reminds me of the pre-ASOL rework where you'd see people just hovering irrelevant champions. There was the Teemo, the Skarner, the Aurelion Soul back in the day.
One is
it's
relevant.
like a return to that.
This one is a callback to when Sunlight picked Aurelion Soul top a few months ago. So this one is just a meme, but of course it's not going to get locked in. It is the Sejuani, as I was saying.
Yeah, I'm loving the Sejuani here. It's a champion that we saw made a huge splash in that first series. And, if you're going to misspeak about Aurelion Soul, at least you aren't calling a player by a completely outdated item. So that's something. But fact of the matter is, we've seen the Sejuani pop off in the hands of Frosty, and I can imagine that Limo very similarly can make some facilitation-oriented plays happen. That being said, the Grandpa Gamers have, in fact, gotten themselves a Garen within the first pick phase, too, no doubt.
It's pretty typical for the Grandpa Gamers. Go red, you pick your Garen or your Darius if it's not banned, and then you ban away some of the more difficult matchups that the enemy top laner can go towards. This is a pretty standard formula that they have used to make sure that Sunlight is primed and ready with his sort of two-trick style to take over the game, which he certainly can do. I mean, like you said, the Garen has been very popular throughout all of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 space here in North America for the entirety of this year.
All right, well, the LeBlanc also denied in this one. Another static Shiv user knocked out by Team Ambition, as the Udyr is also going to go down to the ban hammer. But as you're saying, it's Grandpa Gamers having to burn both of their bans, and probably not unjustifiably so, upon the Camille and the Jax to ensure that Sunlight gets a relatively decent lane to operate in. I gotta say, maybe this is just full brain rot from the Zeri meta, but whenever I see Sunlight's name, I am Sunlight, I can just think of Zeri yelling it, "I am lightning!"
Well, we're not getting Zeri this game, but we are getting an Enchanter, which we usually see with those hyper carries. It is Milio actually locked in for Julian. So your wish has been granted here, Nyarko. It is the Rel jungle for really big meme. yeah, super powerful champion in both of the roles that we typically see it played. Lots of magic damage here possible, and the clear speed is shockingly fast, with
Wow.
the lance dealing a tremendous amount of damage to those camps when you max it.
Wow, the Lance ever doing damage. Who would have thunk it prior to the mid scope? But yeah, I'll be happy to see that. I also love Milio, one of my favorite champions. Unfortunately, all my accounts in which I play the Milio on are not faring too well, but I'm going to chalk that up to my own failings rather than the champion being bad by any stretch of the imagination.
He's
Great
pretty bad
setup
now
for
on
the
live.
Sibelius. Well, luckily we are not on live, so we get a little bit more glory time with my Fireboy. Team Ambition are going to round out with the Fire Girl. They got the Annie here at the very end of the draft to go into the mid lane alongside picking up this Jace top.
Yeah, lots of damage from afar now for Team Ambition. Some snap engages too. This is notably no melee champions for the Sejuani, apart from some maybe Rakan slaps in there. Yeah, this is a bit interesting of a setup for Sejuani. Still very powerful at getting those engages down, and you will want to find those engages with the Annie, with the Rakan that are now locked in. Very defensive composition, though, for Team Ambition, as they will likely be focused very heavily on stuffing the engages of the Rel, which is why I like the Azir so much, because this actually does add a very interesting new element to the Grandpa Gamers Engage, where you can bring these defensive champions of the Jace, of the Xayah, right into your Rel, and she doesn't actually have to go for that big dive.
Yeah, I like the Azir quite a bit. I think that it's really going to be a matter of Grandpa Gamers setting up through not only that mid lane, though, but also the bot lane. You have a lot of scaling potential. And I think that therefore, because you probably want to do some big ganks on the Rel early, due to at least what I see from her in the support role, where you oftentimes are roaming around, setting up for big plays off of your crash down, we may be actually looking bot for the first real signs of action, as you certainly do not want Hoarder to have a free lane.
That's interesting, because you're gonna have a tough time as the Jason to Garen. I feel like later on, maybe just the very beginning of the game out of Jace is where the poke can really stick a lot onto you. After that, though, your Garen passive is pretty good, and you're expecting to see a hull breaker up top as well, which adds to that durability out of Garen. So I don't know. We'll see what specifically does happen up in that top lane. You're definitely right with the Rel. You wanting to use that crowd control very well and actually get these ganks off. One of the big strengths of Rel is that she doesn't need very expensive items to operate well in the jungle. You're thinking this. The Evan Shroud, things like the Abyssal Mask as well, very cheap items that are still very effective when you're playing this frontliner.
Yeah, well, I guess that it's probably not in my space to be making speculations on a game where I've literally said I have absolutely no clue what Rel Jungle is going to do. So I'm interested to see, regardless of what happens, we're probably getting action. And at the end of the day, as a play-by-play caster, that is where my little niche lies. Super, super hyped to get out onto the Rift, because Team Ambition, like I said before, has so much riding upon this game and series. Grandpa Gamers in a very similar position to them, obviously, but it really has been the story of this latter part of the summer qualifiers, that Team Ambition going from champions to now having their survival in these playoffs contested so early.
It's a very uncomfortable position that our champions find themselves in. I really don't think anyone was expecting this to happen. They were seeded first overall in the Swiss, and while they did drop that game at the very end to Mirage Alliance, they were still looking really solid in the rest of the Swiss. And I mean, there was Porsche in all those games. This is a new top laner for them, so there is still that asterisk. But I would really hate to have that asterisk stop their entire playoff run and potentially even the promotion tournament run, as they are still the team that has the most points even right now. So it is just very strange that we find ourselves in this position. A lot of props to Team Loose Revenge, who we did see lose earlier today, but are still up in that pretty safe position now, where they only need that one win left to actually make it to the playoffs. It very well could be against Team Ambition again, but if this truly is the biggest fall from grace that we've seen maybe ever in the qualifiers, then it could very well be the Grandpa Gamers that are the ones playing against Team Loose Revenge, and we don't even get that rematch at all.
Well, before we load up onto the Rift for what is going to be a real statement maker, we got to talk about the fact that Turo is bringing us these NACL qualifiers. They're the world's largest car sharing marketplace where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com, and let's get into this one.
We're definitely going to be getting in very quickly, and I'm very excited for this. I've been anxiously awaiting the return to the Rift for Team Ambition, seeing if they could pick up the pieces, pick up where they left off in the finals, where they won against Winthrop University in one of my favorite playoff series that I've ever seen here in North American gameplay. Maybe it doesn't touch the highs of the Danny run in the LCS finals. That was probably my favorite set of games ever to watch. But as far as Tier 3 is concerned, that is really, really up there. That series was really good, and Team Ambition was a big part of that. So I would hate to see them fall this early. This is a team that has a lot of promise, and we've already seen the height of them, which I think can compete in the promotion tournament, which is really what this is all about. You know, we really want to see these guys give those teams in NACL a run for their money, give us the best competition possible, and reinforce the idea that the NACL will find a level of competition outside of the LCS here in NA.
All right, well, we are diving out onto the Rift for one such game as now we enter into a best of 3 between Team Ambition and Kilix's Grandpa Gamers. Once again, pretty sober start to things. It's just a classic 5-point. I imagine that RBM has some potential to go for early cheese. Rel is known for invades and whatnot, but being in the jungle world, you got to make sure you're in your camps on time, and you got to make sure that you have a lot of backing, as you yourself, I imagine, are mostly just doing damage to camps this early in the game.
I can't imagine level 1 Rel does a whole lot. To find some sort of gank, you really want to have all of your spells available before you can get anything done here. As we do have the map started up. You know what? We actually do have a bit of damage from Rel early on. Topping the damage charts at 1 minute in. Good job, RBM.
Limo did manage to get the Aftershock out of RBM. I don't know how relevant that is early, but a nice little trade back and forth there between the junglers shows that they're ready to make sparks fly, and I'm always happy to see that. One place that I want to look early is to see how Kachu uses that full Annie stack early. There's a chance that they get a really solid trade versus only to define this very, very early game as the waves crash into one another.
Actually, with that early jungle play, Limo still wanted to start on red, so actually didn't start that one in time. We'll be about 5 seconds late to it, so we'll see if that affects the timers here for Limo. It's not super typical that you see Sejuani go for a full clear, and you really do want to get out on the map at level 3 right when you hit it. So we'll see if that matters a lot here.
I do think that it means that Grandpa Gamers are expecting that Team Ambition are starting their Sejuani on the top side, because they wouldn't imagine that junglers are very open to using that delay. We'll see whether or not that changes the pathing decisions being made across the map, though. Right now, things looking about as calm as it could be, except for the fact that Evan RL does get smacked by a quick grand entrance there from Snow 2.
Seems like Levitate and Snow are getting the trades down pretty nicely. This is the Xayah Rakan lane, so it's definitely expected that this happens. You are against a double-ranged matchup, though, and Milio has been a bit of a demon when it comes to the trading patterns. In that bottom lane, I know you said that you play a lot of Milio, so I'm sure you're familiar.
Yep, just shield on up, get those auto attacks down. You can stuff a lot of stuff with the Ultra Mega Fire Kick if you're better than I am. So surely happy to see the camera focus down there just a little bit more. But also, really got to watch out for this top side of the map. As I've indicated in our early analysis of this game, don't really know what's going to happen with the Garen top here versus the Jace.
Poke is pretty brutal very early on onto Sunlight. You see that he's got the double potions alongside the Ruby Crystal just to make sure he's as healthy as possible. So you don't really need a whole lot else on Garen. So just sticking around up there. Sunlight, of course, the big Garen expert that we have here in the qualifiers. So happy to see him on this pick, even if it does mean that Team Ambition may have given over the Grandpa Gamers their secret weapon, which... We'll see if that's a bad decision or not later on.
what is with Group B and Garen players apparently? We were also talking about Genesis potentially busting that out mid in our last series.
That's true. We do have a lot of Garen players. You got banned in the last series too, so it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
We got Limo. Like, oh, he's spotted route.
Yeah.
Here we go.
This is the deep trade that you're wanting to see early out of the Sejuani. Right now, it doesn't really look like RBM's doing too well in that single matchup. A lot more damage comes onto them versus the Sejuani, and now we're seeing perfectly even farm between these two players.
Yeah, did you see how much damage the Lance does to the Raptor camp? It just eats the entire thing in one hit. So, yeah, this champion's pretty good. In the jungle, the damage is slightly outrageous. You have potential lane gank. It was spotted by that ward in the Tribe Rush, so Limo is going to stick around here.
Yeah, that being said, I Am Sunlight uses that spin early. RBM appearing out of nowhere to crash down upon the enemy team. Horror goes low. They managed to get first blood. The problem is, Limo's looking to clean up with a double kill of their own. Our second double kill on a Sejuani in a series. That's wild.
All right, RBM, he tried to make that lane gank happen, but Sunlight actually ended up being far too low off of the poke out of Hoarder in this matchup. Still, first blood over to the Grandpa Gamers, but as you said, these Sejuanis are bloodthirsty today. Another double kill on this stream out of this champion this time. It is going over to Limo, 2-0 start on the Sej.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it is optimal, but I think that Sejuani is happy getting the kills this time. Now, if we start seeing them pushing towards 6 kills, kind of like what Frosty was saying, at that point you start yelling in comms, you don't want the kills anymore. But right now, because Rail can build so cheaply, you probably want a little bit more gold income just so you can stay at item parity with your enemy jungle.
Looks like RBM actually is going to be taking a bit of a pit stop to some of the more standard tank items, as he does pick up a Bami's Cinder just to help out with the clears a little bit, as Sunlight's not quite level 6. I wonder if he thought that he was going to hit 6 off of that. He definitely didn't, and he's probably dead now.
Yeah, forcing into the alcove, trying to find a few more shots, but unfortunately Hoarder is the one with the range. Great cleanup there, and now we're seeing the Jace full control over the wave, over the lane, and now it's really the top jungle continuity that is going to bring TA to victory. Kachu able to just walk away from what is a little bit of aggression from RBM there mid.
I really wonder how close Sunlight was to level 6 and how valid it actually was for him to go for those minions. Because if it's literally like 99% of the way there, if we could take a look at Sunlight, I'm super, super curious about this. That's like the only possible way that I could see him being justified in that play. Well, I guess we'll see just how fast he hits it off of the minions that he's about to take up top. So we have the Drake started up by the Grandpa Gamers.
Just one more minute was going to be it. So Sunlight does hit that level 6.
Drake is here. RBM is only level 5. It's still going to be a clean objective take by the Gramps. There it is. And first Mountain Drake of the game here is over to the Grandpas.
We haven't focused too much upon what's happening in the bot lane right now. That's because it's been relatively sleepy. You're not really exerting a ton of kill pressure on either side. Snow 2, maybe if they get the most clutch engage of all time, a double knock or something like that. It is possible, but Julian has been playing heads up with his Ultra Mega Fire Kicks like I was talking about before. And honestly, the Rakan's been much more on a roaming pattern anyway. So things are calm, things are even. Both of these players have their Noon Quivers already built. We'll see if they're going to try to translate that into us. Once again, I Am Sunlight's going quite low. And Hoarder, I think, is searching for a second solo kill. The sword is dropped, but unfortunately, Garen is playing without much range, and Hoarder just needs to pick one more shot. Even with the wave blocking them, Limo's there to clean up.
You're seeing that the damage is there once Garen hits level 6. You can see how that solo kill would have maybe been possible, but Hoarder now is fully snowballed in this game, and the secret weapon, well, not so secret weapon after all, doesn't really seem to be as effective as it once was. Sunlight now 3 deaths on the Garen up in the top lane. It's bad news for the old guys.
3-0 on Limo. The Sejuani story's happening once again in front of us, Summer. We are only 8 minutes into this game, and they're well on their way to being a massive tank that's just going to be very difficult for the Gramps to get through. We'll see whether or not that will change with a shutdown being claimed by hopefully a core member of Red Squad, but as it currently stands, it feels like they're slipping behind a team that really has kind of gotten a lot more cohesion. We're focusing on Hoarders, maybe a problem, but honestly, that asterisk is looking more and more like a star with every minute we spend up topside.
Yeah, Limo's getting big too off the top lane, so he's pretty happy about how this is all going down. Of course, there is the Drake that you have to consider moving forward into this game. You maybe have a little bit more delay as far as when that soul is possible to be taken, but the bottom lane has been pretty solid for Team Ambition even still. I mean, Levitate is that level 7 already. He's been pretty quietly scaling up on Xayah and will be a threat later on, and it is nearly impossible to engage on.
Aetherwisp rushed on Julian right now. Is this actually the standard, or are they going like Ardent Rush?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
Ardent.
interesting.
The power, it's been taken down a little bit. Still just such a good item on Milio because you can spread that to your entire team with your cozy campfire. So it just synergizes with Milio's W so well. You gotta get that item at least somewhere in your kit. Unfortunately, you do need your Aphelios to actually land their ults for it to do anything.
Yeah, Moonlight Vigil goes wide. I really don't think that you're going to get a lot of value out of it anyway, but it's a time to strike prior to Snow 2 actually getting to level 6. But regardless, it's just going to be Gramps with control of the wave more so than any real kill pressure on the map.
Still, still think it's a little funny, the Aphelios ult, but it's okay. I won't sit here and make fun of Evan too much. Sunlight is getting hurt real bad up top lane, as we're continuing to see. He does not have teleport because he is playing the Garen, the very combat-focused champion. So, Julian, got a flash.
Good flash from the Milio to get to safety. Certainly, it's sad to lose that resource on a champion as low mobility as the Milio is, but you're using it in a core situation, which is keeping yourself alive. You actually succeed on that front. Just to quickly touch upon the top lane, like you were mentioning, though, Smax, it's really kind of weird that Gramps put so much effort into getting a secure lane for the Garen, only for the Jace to be locked in, and now Hoarder is just smacking this poor guy about, so perhaps this could be something they have to adjust and work on, especially in future games in the series.
Yeah, he's down 1.5 thousand gold, so it's pretty tough to look at here on the side of the Grandpa Gamers. They're maybe gonna have to wait a little longer for that side lane to really come online. Aaron doesn't really need too many items to be effective at that stage of the game, though, and I'm sure Sunlight is using that as his cope answer in the comms right now, and maybe get to that stage of the game, actually prove it for himself.
A bit of a vision asymmetry here. The Calyx's Grandpa Gamers know that Limo was sitting out in that bush near the mid lane, and they were able to play pretty defensively and ultimately kind of burn a bit of Limo's time. That being said, RBM was also just waiting in the wings, looking for an engage that ultimately didn't come. So now there's a bit of a dance in the spot side river that could lead to a big play if someone oversteps.
Neither top laner has teleport. Hoarder already used it to get back into the lane, so this is just going to be a true 4 versus 4. Azir very powerful in situations like this, so if Omli can find a big play, actually do favor the Grandpa Gamers if they want to go right on back to this. You do have to keep well in mind the state of the lanes. You do have that bot lane pushing in for a little moment, so Grandpa Gamers couldn't actually stick around for super long, and they likely will have the same problem once the next one comes around, as there is the Rift Herald, picked up earlier by Limo. See if they just commit to the bot lane rather than the Drake right now, just using that as a pressure valve.
That's a smart call. Limo going to be on a little bit of a flank here as well. Shelly is not going to be able to get the tower while, though, and that means the dive is going to be tough. Evan RL uses the Moonlight Vigil as a zoning tool, and we are once again back to a pretty neutral position.
very crucial that if you do go for a dive, your crowd control lands onto Milio rather than Aphelios, because the ultimate cannot be used out of Milio if he is the one that is stunned up. He does not work like a QSS. It's only a team cleanse, so you have to be very careful as this Milio champion to make sure that does not happen to you. Rest of the members here for the Grandpa Gamers, though, they've actually decided to commit elsewhere on the map. RBM literally is on the other side of the world to that bottom lane as he is trying to dive up top.
No shutdown on Hoarder, but a kill would certainly be appreciated by I Am Sunlight, and it will in fact land it with the Demacian Justice descending from the sky. RBM doing well on the cross map. That being said, they will sacrifice Dragon's Stacking to do so.
You know that RBM's honed in on that, by the way, because he actually stopped his Grump to make that play happen. It's not every day you see a jungler actually give up the camp to go for the team moment, but you know, I'm mostly just being facetious. Very nice play. Meanwhile, bot.
Yeah, Julian is a little bit too far forward. That being said, it is targeted CC onto the Aphelios, which means that the Breath of Life will cleanse and get the Spartans back into the fight. Good coverage here from Omni as well, and it looks like the TA Adventure Party against enemy territory will not actually pick up a kill.
All right, yeah, crowd control onto Aphelios. Doesn't really matter that much when Aphelios is standing right next to him. Rather clumsy engage attempt out of Omni. Instead, just decided to flash on out instead of using his ultimate. So that was a bit sloppy out of the Grandpa Gamers, but they do save all of their members, and they only have to use a couple of summoner spells to do it. So all's well that ends well, it seems, for them. And you know, they can go right back to being happy that Sunlight's on the board again.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy from both sides. I honestly thought that with Julian's positioning, it would be pretty easy for TA to just dump all their abilities onto the Milio, who is one of the most fragile champions in the game, but it ultimately turned into Evan RL just getting cleansed, everybody restabilized, and I'm not going to say the Grandpa Gamers are happy campers by any means, as they're currently down about 2,000 gold, but fact of the matter is, they're at least stemming the bleeding just a little bit, even if it does mean that only loses their summer spell.
Nomely's still doing very well for himself in that mid lane, too. He's got that CS advantage. He's already got his mythic completed, too. This is looking like potentially a good game to carry on Azir. So maybe Omni will be the main character of his team in this one. Team Ambition. Again, this is our championship roster, and they've got a really solid lead, of course, but you'd expect, you know, maybe some more dominance. Maybe I'm being a little too nitpicky, though, out of our championship team, but I think it's pretty warranted, as they did just lose 0-2 to Seed 15 last week.
Yeah, I'm certainly still not fully out of the woods in regards to the doubts that I have, but, you know, up this much, 3K at 16 minutes, without really doing a whole lot that's super risky or coin flippy, implies to me that they certainly are just trying to better team the Grandpa Gamers right now, and they certainly are working towards doing something.
There goes Sunlight.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Yeah. Sometimes at the end of the day, the burst comes too fast, too hot and heavy, and that is Hoarder just popping and dropping. And I Am Sunlight now at 2-4 on this Garen. I don't think it's going to be going Hullbreaker this game. I'm going to be 100% on Summer.
He's going to get it eventually. Don't worry.
You think?
It'll
Okay.
Yeah. He'll do it. I think he's considering the. Well, he's going double Zeal firstly, but then after that, you want to get the Hullbreaker eventually. I mean, the only thing that's stopping him from getting a Hullbreaker is just game time. If Team Ambition win the game before he can even have enough money to purchase it, then he will not have that item.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly also a possibility, and yeah, I'm happy that we're getting a little bit of a camera drop onto RDM right now, because I have not really seen Relf clear or Relf farm. That is pretty nutty. That plus the chicken from earlier convinces me that I know what I'm locking in next time I play.
Very, very good. It was nerfed on live. We are still in the time chamber, so you got to be careful with your selections here. That goes for everybody watching, by the way. Don't take these drafts completely, at face value. You got to consider patches on, but
Yeah, RBM going to use the crash down to run away rather than go for the full commit, knowing that their team is just a little bit staggered in regards to how they can follow up on a rail jump. That being said, Snow 2, less than half health. It's going to be hard pressed to work as a front man. Julian able to zoom away to safety at just the last moment as they have the big bear dropped on top of them. That makes me very sad. I wish that, Milio and Annie were friends.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they are. Is Milio in Legends of Runeterra? I'm sure they have some voice lines if he is. I don't know. He's
not
new,
yet,
so.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't play that game. That game's for nerds. So.
Oh, yeah. I'm currently hard stuck Diamond. I would not play it if I could hit Masters and just be done with it, but I cannot get out of Diamond 3 to save my life in that game, and I don't know what's wrong with me.
I'm mostly kidding, by the way. It is a very fun game. I really liked the I had like a Pantheon Soraka duo or something. I don't actually remember. It was Pantheon and some. Oh, it was Pantheon Yumi. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's the classic. And
yeah, I liked that pair. That was the deck that I piloted for myself. It was a good time. I also like there's like a Nami pair. I think I really like Nami, so I gotta go for Nami.
Okay, Flash Julian able to get to safety once again, dodging out of the way of Limo's ultimate, and now Sunlight is trying to rush down the back line, spinning at top speed, forcing the ultimate out of Levitate early, not even stunned up by the pullback with the Blade Caller. Holds with a really good claim over this bot side river and this third dragon of the game.
Gotta hold your breath every time you're a squishy champion, you get Garen ulted. You never know if it will just deal 80% of your HP for no reason. Luckily for Levitate, he did have the safety of his team, but yeah, he does actually, alongside the rest of Team Ambition, lose out on the Drake because of this. The Grandpa Gamers actually doing quite well for themselves to zone everyone out of that pit and claim an objective.
Yeah, and from down a surprising amount of gold, Team Ambition are continuing to stretch that lead just a little bit. They're able to push that tier 1 power and just continue to aggress upon the space that the Grandpa Gamers have. But right now, it's not a killing blow, and I think that's what matters the most. Once this Aphelios gets online, once the Azir gets some kills under their belt, RBM can work as a real facilitator, and we all know how strong Emilio is in the mid to late game as well.
Does have the Ardent Sensor available too. Very good in this game specifically, by the way, giving the attack speed over to champions like Aphelios and Azir. Even Garen appreciates attack speed, as you can see from the items he's got. He's got a Stride Breaker. He's working towards his second Zeal of the game. So happy camper right now as Team Ambition actually start up the Baron just to tell the Grandpa Gamers that they can.
Gotta flex on them just a little bit. I think they might be trying to bait a teleport out of only or something like that, as it is the Azir having to take a reset right now, and the consistent pressure without really much in the way of a flanking teleport available for the bird person does kind of mean that they have to make a pretty tough decision here as to whether or not they're going to commit and whether or not they read TA as actually committing to the Baron, which seems to be the case right now.
Got a couple of members on this, not everybody quite yet. Kachu has teleport, but yeah, he's not actually here, as Sunlight is appreciating this 1v1 too much. Bring in the cavalry.
Yeah, Hoarder does have to flash away, and once again, Sejuani ultimate goes wide, and I think that means that TA probably have to back off for the time being. This chase is just a little bit too softened up. Finally, we see the resets come down, and the long-term gambit, unfortunately, is not going to fully pay off for TA, but still, they have that gold lead at their back, and frankly, we're still in a position where I'm waiting to see if Only can actually make good on the fact that they're doing so well on the farming front and had a very stable laning phase.
Pressure Valve did what it was supposed to, though. They, on the side of Team Ambition, get these waves pushed out, specifically in the bottom lane. You're seeing that Kachu is getting some free time to himself. He walked up the river for a little bit there, but he's going to go right back to that lane. Push out, potentially pick up his Ryle's Crystal Scepter. It's a pretty important item for Annie. Pairs very nicely with the Leandries as well. So there it is. Kachu is going to be even more threatening of a presence, and specifically Tibbers' presence in this next fight.
I'm loving the fact that RBM and I Am Sunlight are moving as point people throughout the Rift, just trying to find an angle onto any vulnerable members of TA, as I don't think that a full front to back is going to go in their favor, but they're really looking for either solid picks or a really good flank onto the enemy team. And I'm going to say that ladder going to be hard to come by given the fact there's just a lot of priority across the rift for this team that is about 4,000 gold up.
Just going right back to that bottom lane. There's no teleport to match him down there, so he's very safe to do this as long as his teleport is effective.
There's the Magnet Storm, and Snow2 is completely caught out. Only's going to be the one picking up the kill before they send their Sand Soldiers forward to try to continue to chip away at TA. That being said, I Am Sunlight goes too low, will not be able to take more of a fight, but that crucial pickoff does mean that Team Ambition are kind of in an awkward situation around this Baron that still stands strong at the 24-minute mark. Grandpa Gamers are going to cluster around this, but TA are here with the cavalry ready to make something happen as a response.
Yeah, this is an outnumbered fight in favor of the Grandpa Gamers. You have to be super, super careful out of Team Ambition. It actually does look like the bluff was fallen for. Is Grandpa Gamers actually walking away from the Baron? This is very clever out of Team Ambition. They're even going to cancel out some of these recalls. You got to pay attention to the mid lane right now because Levitate is taking the mid lane turret. This truly was a bluff.
That being said, I don't think that Hoarder should have walked up here. Kachu is going to defend and get a good stun on I Am Sunlight, ensuring that the Grandpa Gamers can't actually jump down upon the Jason company. But like you said, the fact of the matter is, a lot of delayed backs. Now things feel so off-filter for Red Squad. Yeah. This is going to be the opportunity for Team Ambition to get the Baron.
Oh my god, the mind games are really working for Team Ambition right now. The Baron's at half HP already. This could potentially be stolen. I don't think they should actually commit to finishing this Baron. This is actually a little uncomfortable now. I think Team Ambition went too far.
Yeah, it looks like Team Ambition will have to back off from the Turo Baron. RBM just exerts so much force. They have so many ways to clear that wall. Flash available as well if they wanted to do the classic drive-by, jump in, flash back out after smiting it away. And so going for the 50-50 against a team that right now, Team Ambition does have quite the advantage, I guess. It doesn't feel like their best call. Now they're just going to go back towards that mid lane, clear out some waves, and try to start up across map dance as this is Garen moving over to the Dragon.
You're playing off a tempo like this, you really need to make sure you're making every single correct move. And Team Ambition did do that a bunch of times in a row, but the misstep for starting up the Baron is really, really paying. This is going to be 3 Drakes now for the Grandpa Gamers. Sunlight picks that one up for himself and for the rest of his team. This is, yeah, all of a sudden very, very uncomfortable, and I think Team Ambition, they're getting ahead of themselves again. We saw this as the big issue against Teamless Revenge, where Team Ambition, they couldn't get a grasp on what they wanted to do with the macro. They couldn't take a step back and look at the bigger picture, and I'm worried that they're about to do this again.
Yeah, they're just constantly zoomed in on trying to get this big purple worm to open the game up. Maybe this is just a matter of them getting antsy about this mid game. They want to accelerate the pace of things, but they're doing this, taking it to about half health with RBM, starting to work with a lot of backup. There is the engage. Magnustorm comes out a little bit too late, though. Good job by Limo cleaning that up, and with the Moonlight Vigil not doing much of anything, I think finally TA have found the angle they wanted.
Okay, very nicely done. That is a pick onto the jungler. And now Kachu gets to zone everybody away from the Baron. This is a nice play here out of Team Ambition. I was definitely concerned that they were going to get engaged on in a really uncomfortable way. If only got in there with the Azir ultimate, maybe things could have been very tricky to overcome. But that was a Baron secure by Team Ambition alongside a pick. They gave up a couple of turrets in that mid lane. I think they're going to be pretty happy about this one, though, and we will find out just how many structures they can actually take with this.
Yeah, and while Lima almost finds a cancel, fact of the matter is the resets from Grandpa Gamers don't matter a whole lot when right now Team Ambition are just looking to rally their forces and I think get a full-on fight. If they can pick someone, that's fine, but really what they want to do is they want to kill multiple members of Red Squad and open up the base, knock down, I would say, 2 inhibitors and relegate the Grandpa Gamers to a fully defensive setup so they can no longer push back out onto the map to try to go for the Dragon Soul that is currently Red Squad's win condition.
This is interesting. Kachu is trying to stop the waves from being taken by Sunlane, who's just proxy farming him right now. This is just such a nuisance of a champion, this Garen. Running right on back. So we've got everyone bringing up these minions now for Team Ambition. with the Turo Baron power play. This is a bunch of these waves bringing in. Look at Sunlight, though. He's got actually a pretty clever flank.
Yep, I'm liking this quite a bit. Garen using that proxy farming positioning to now go for a flank. That being said, multiple members are starting to run down upon them. The tier 2 tower, their only defense, and it will not be enough. Limo goes unstoppable, but a massive Emperor's Divide splits apart the team as the Magnet Circle follow up. Evan Arl unloads everything upon them. A shutdown onto the Sejuani, and Grandpa Gamers are trying to fight back, but Levitate was untouched during that whole exchange, and now they open up with a triple kill to get the first ace. This power play, this Turo Baron power play is really doing so much to keep TA ahead. It afloats, and now they're going to start pushing upon the Nexus.
Levitate saved the game for Team Ambition. This is what he's been trying to do for the entire qualifier long. He finally makes this big statement saying, hey, Team Ambition, we are still here. We are still the favorites. We can still win these games. Triple kill for the marksman out of Team Ambition through all of those wonky engages, through all of the Azir ultimates, the Garen ultimates raining down upon them. Levitate comes in at the final hour, finds that triple kill, flashes in with his Xayah ultimate, redirects all those feathers, and sweeps through everybody on the Grandpa Gamers. That is quite a way to pick up a win here. If they can secure it from this position, Team Ambition, they feel like they're back.
The only into RBM handoff looked like it was about to be a game decider, Summer, but ultimately what came from that was just simply the fact that Levitate was able to dodge not one, but both abilities, because RBM was only really locking up the people that were already knocked back by the Azir wall, and that means that Levitate, similar to what Evan Arl was trying to do, was able to free fire, get so much done, and now it's not only that top part of the map that was doing well for themselves, it's not only a 5-in-1 Sejuani to worry about, but now the power of the Xayah has been unlocked, and I feel at this point Grandpa Gamers are on the back foot.
We need to start seeing Levitate get more of those auto attacks off in these fights, get into a stronger position even without that flash, which he does not have anymore, and see if he can be that big DPS member on his team. There's not really that much DPS on the rest of these champions, mainly Initiation and Poke, so they really need Levitate to pop off like he just did in that last fight on this Drake play. It doesn't look like the Grandpa Gamers are actually interested in it at all.
Yeah, and I think this is the right call. They have a good nest egg built up, and if they can get kills in the meanwhile, I think they're going to be in a very comfortable position. Order will fall under that tier 2 tower. Snow 2 does manage to get away, but this is opening up a path towards the enemy base that the Grandpa Gamers are really trying to push for and desperately need to stay alive in this game.
Ambition are now outnumbered on the Rift. The Grandpa Gamers want to go for anything else? No. They will play it safe. They will just cut their losses, take that one pick and the turret, see if they can all escape. And they can. All right. Well done to the Grandpa Gamers finding a play off of this Rift. They give up that Drake Soul for another 4 minutes or so. But this is a way for them to continue their reign of terror. And I mean, this is a very close game for how not close the gold actually is. I think it's going to feel a lot less close if Levitate really can make these team fights happen and just deal all that damage that we just saw.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see an inhibitor fall to the Turo Baron power play from Team Ambition, but fact of the matter is that they do manage to re-extend their gold lead to a point where Grandpa Gamers are going to be hard-pressed to ever find an advantageous team fight, and that simply could be enough for TA to kind of go for the long run, right? Grab another Turo Baron, and from there, drive your way home, as it were.
In this mid lane now for Team Ambition, they're trying to set themselves up for that 5v5, like we said before. And they need to do this close to where the Baron actually is spawning. As you said, this very crucial objective for them to take. Always have to be aware of what this Garen is doing, though, because Hachu can't actually teleport away if he's getting silenced by the Garen.
RBM going for it, only going to be able to hit Limo, though, with the Magnet Storm for all of that setup and anticipation. Unfortunately, those are just resources burned by the Grandpa Gamers that really aren't going to do a whole lot to stop the TA onslaught as it currently stands. We do have I Am Sunlight once again being a pest, being a nuisance there in the top lane, zooming away after once again contesting tower, but that's about it. Now, it doesn't really likely have a good play angle, even with the Azir turret kind of boxing up Team Ambition through the mid lane. It looks like we're back to pretty much neutral ground, and like I said before, neutral ground favors Team Ambition because they just have the goal to really instigate plays in a much more diverse position.
I don't know if I would exactly call this neutral, because again, we're seeing Sunlight just so annoying over in that side lane. You have to always send multiple people, or at least one person, to clear out the minions and push him away. This is that secret weapon that I was saying, the X Factor out of the Grandpa Gamers. If you give up this Garen, then this is what you have to deal with. Someone who truly knows the limits of that side lane. He's died 5 times, and he's still probably the most impactful member on the Grandpa Gamers in this game, for better or for worse. He is that side lane threat, and he is probably the biggest win condition here.
I mean, they got that hull breaker that I was not speculating that they were going to get, so shows how much I know about what I Am Sunlight is doing. I thought that they were done and dusted after that laning phase, but like you're talking about, the map's topography has been fundamentally changed because the Garen is just jamming these side lanes and continually pushing and pulling TA this way and that. That could be what allows for Grandpa Gamers to get one of those favorable setups that I said was at such a premium for them right now. Now, that being said, it will have to happen soon, as this is in fact the second Baron of the game, started up by Team Ambition.
Right, have HP on this one. Is Team Ambition really going to give this up to a 50-50? Yes, they are.
Oh my god, and that is going to be the Baron stolen away by the drive-by from RBM, and not only that, they're actually creating a pretty solid fight for themselves on the back of the Emperor's Divide. Here's the plate from the Garen. Lefty is able to kill RBM, but Julian and Evan RL are safe, and now it's a double-double for the Aphelios. There goes the Annie, and it's a disaster for Team Ambition, as now the Turo Baron has been claimed by the Grandpas.
Nyarko, I'm tired. I'm tired of this. Team Ambition, what happened to you guys? Come on, you just won the whole qualifier. And now you're setting up these 50-50 moments. This might just be the end of the game right now. It's just Levitate available. Can he actually clear these minions enough to actually save the game? He has nothing available. He's just dead. This game's over.
I cannot believe that they were able to pivot that into a full game end. Summer, I thought we were going to get at least a little bit more of a dance, but no. You're tired. Grandpa Gamers are tired. They want to make Julep and relax on a porch. They want to end the series as fast as possible, and they will take game number 1.
Team Ambition. Are you serious? Are you guys serious? Our defending champions are 0-2 in the first series, 0-1 in the second one. I thought these guys were going to be the way for the promotion tournament. I just want us to be competitive with the promotion tournament, guys. Come on. Give me something more than this. Oh, it's so disappointing. You know what? Congratulations to the Grandpa Gamers. This Garen just keeps coming through and just clutching up for them. I don't think I've seen them lose a game with Sunlight on Garen. Just ban the champion and... oh my. Oh, Nyarko. I don't know how much more of this I can take from Team Ambition. They're only one loss away from just being eliminated.
Mm-hmm. And I think what scares me the most in this one, Summer, was the fact that what I saw from Team Ambition was not a few fixable mistakes that you could just adjust in draft phase and in the few minutes we have between games. It feels like they just fundamentally were over-indexing into certain neutral objectives. They were making weird macro calls, and they were going way too willingly into 50-50 scenarios.
They're really letting the pressure get to them here in Nyarko. I'm really worried for the boys over on Team Ambition. We've seen them just so much better than this, and this is why my disappointment is so strong right now. Like I said, I really want us to be as competitive as possible when it comes to the promotion tournament, and this is not looking like Team Ambition are actually even going to make it there at this point with all of the shakiness that we are seeing out of this team. I want to see that fixed up soon, and it has to be soon because we have a game 2 coming up very, very shortly. Team Ambition, if they want to stay in the tournament, they have to find their first game win of the group stage in this next series. And I guess we're just going to have to find out if they can actually get this. We'll be right back after a quick break where we'll find out if the Grandpa Gamers find a clean sweep in this series.
It's time to get recharged with Alk Battery, a recap of the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. 8 best of 3s, and 18 games later, we've had an incredible round 1 of the group stage. 3 of our top 4 from the last qualifier all immediately fell to the lower bracket, and let's just get into it. Group A was our one bastion of safe predictions. Mirage Alliance convincingly took a strong 2-0 over the return of the Middle Six, with Game 2 being the closest and maybe the spiciest thanks to a nice Trundle counterpick coming out from Alorum. Gentle Hearts Gaming made quick work of Komodo. Combining strong lanes with competent team fights, this team is surely going to be in that top 8 form that we saw back in Qualifier 1. Special shout out to Bear, whose incredible Renekton performance in Game 2 deserves a highlight.
What is this champion? Wins the 1v2.
Team Ambition faltered against Teamless Revenge. The TA Mirage Alliance Grand Finals dream is dead as Krakodon's Kindred went 21-20 between 2 separate games. One of the 2 series to go to 3, Team Poachify needed the wake-up call from the Grandpa Gamers as they cannot slack going forward. They want to try and make that promotion tournament. In Group C, CB Gaming had Coach Colthrow stepping in, and the team felt more cohesive than ever. Cycle was just as reliable, and the team was really able to rally behind Flexo, who had stumbled just a bit and still found great spots for the team. K2 is set to step back this week, so we'll see if the performance can be replicated. Team E Turner proved their seeding against the new roster of Aporia. Game 1 had some back and forth, but an excellently played Jason Ziggs stopped any chances of a loss. Cold-Hearted were found in an investigation to be using an illegal player, which means that Lit Esports will be moving on to the upper bracket. CCG will receive a bye in the first round, and Cold-Hearted will lose all of their points and currently be disqualified from the tournament. Apex Mission Impossible stepped out of the expectations of the broadcast again, and with hype, they look ready to make another run to top 8. CCG still seemed lost at the mid-game, with Hyper not fixing this team as we expected. We'll see what game plan CCG comes with, and that's it. Now the speed run's over. We'll see you over on July 29th and 30th over at twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial and RallyCry2 to see who comes out first in the groups.
Hello friends and welcome back. I love the fact that the video ends on kind of a shocked face from Dimitri because honestly I feel the same way that Alk Battery does going into what is going to be game number 2 between Team Ambition and Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. Smacks, I think you feel the same way as well. Feels like you're a little bit disappointed in Team Ambition. Can you walk us through what exactly happened in that first game?
A little bit disappointed is not entirely accurate. I'm a lot of bit disappointed, but I won't be fully there unless they do lose out in the entire series. Now, after reverse sweep against the Grandpa Gamers, who just took game 1 after Team Ambition had strong control over the entire game up until like 35-ish minutes in, and then they lost that one fight around the Baron because they got flanked by Garen, and they lost the Baron 50-50 smite, which didn't need to happen, and just let the pressure get to them here in Yarko. And there's a lot more pressure now because they just lost that game, and now they have to win 2 in a row in order to even stay in the tournament to begin with. This is completely ridiculous. Nobody could have seen this coming. Team Ambition going 0-3 in the group stage. I cannot believe that this is happening. I mean, we can probably take a look at the roster again here for Team Ambition because, I mean, they've got 4 of the 5 players that just won the entire tournament last time around. They beat Mirage Alliance, they beat Winthrop University in that top 4, and at this point, they're about to just lose to a bunch of teams that they should definitely not be losing to in a row.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It feels like there's just something fundamentally off about the way that they've played the past few series, the past few games. And it's really hard when you are in that kind of situation to pivot on a dime. We don't have that much time in between rounds, and now they got to hop into a draft. But I will say, even I can see that you need to ban the Karen now. Because I have seen the light. I saw how much of a nuisance it was. And the hope is that now Team Ambition, who I believe are choosing to be on red side, will at the very least tamp down upon one of those problem children, and then you can look at the rest of your issues and hopefully come to terms with them, come to develop them throughout the rest of this game.
Are you an NBA fan, Yarko?
I dabble, I would say.
Okay. Did you watch the playoffs this year?
I did not watch the playoffs this year, no.
Okay. I'm feeling... I have to finish this joke anyway, or not
Okay,
joke,
go
reference.
for it.
Because someone out there in the chat's going to know what I'm talking about. This is feeling very much like the Milwaukee Bucks losing 1-4 against the Heat this year. This is where we're at right now, which I guess makes RBM Jimmy Butler. So congratulations to him for that. But yeah, I don't know. This is really, really weird. At the very least, the Milwaukee Bucks did win one game against the Heat. So if that is actually going to be an accurate reference, then Team Ambition is going to win this game and then lose the next one. So I don't know. Maybe that makes them feel a little better. So we're moving into game 2 of this series. I don't know. I'm so conflicted about all of this. Team Ambition is just shaking all confidence that I had. I think all of our qualifier stonks are going in Mirage Alliance these days.
At this point, I have no clue what to predict, what to feel. I feel like I am already kind of bottom fragging in regards to the caster predictions for the NACL qualifiers, and so I'm not going to pass any judgments until I see this
you are?
draft.
Wow.
Yeah, I see what else is being set up here. You don't have to go confirm it, Summer. This just hurts me even more. Right, well, we're down to the...
You were 2 out of 8 in the first week.
That's not even a passing grade. Regardless, Grandpa Gamers have gotten their
close.
bans underway, fully locked in. Kaisa, LeBlanc, Maokai, Team Ambition. They still need to ban that Karen, but it looks like they're going to go back and actually knock out the Varus, plus the Kindred and the Ziggs.
Are they really going to first pick Garen? That'd be really funny if they did. I don't think they're going to. Yeah, no. It is Tristana, probably for only in this game. Going to be traded over to the Xayah and Rakan yet again. Team Ambition still have a lot of confidence in their bottom lane to perform on these champions, and I don't blame them. I think it was a pretty solid game from Levitate and Snow on Xayah Rakan. Yeah, I mean, like mechanically speaking, Team Ambition didn't really do a whole lot wrong in that game, which is why my feelings are so conflicted, because it really was just the macro plays and the way that they moved around tempo that just was super uncomfortable all throughout. And now they're playing against a Kog'Maw. Okay, it's Kog'Maw time.
Where is Kog'Maw Milio currently sitting at in regards to stonks in 13-13?
Entirely absent. Nobody's been crazy enough to pick that at all. So, and they won't be right now either. It is a Braum, so not an enchanter at all for RBM, unless or from Julian anyway. I guess it could be from RBM if they want to go for the Ivern. That could be a possibility. So the Braum does provide another just buffer for these 2 marksmen that are now locked in for the Grandpa Gamers, and the wind wall, or not the wind wall, the unbreakable wall is going to feel pretty nice to have against the likes of Xayah.
Yeah, speaking of Windwall, though, that is the Yasuo to round out the first 3 picks of Team Ambition. This is a pretty aggressive setup off of a champion that you don't really get to see a whole lot of in competitive play, even as he does kind of bubble back to the top, especially this early into a draft. I'm kind of surprised that we're getting it. Levitate, of course, is going to be that backline firepower, but now I feel like Snow2 has another person to play off of, you know? They may be married to the Xayah, but they certainly do have a crush on the Yasuo, given the synergy that they have.
Wife energy for Snow2. He does have that combo, and they're going to be banning away both Garen and Darius out of Sunlight, so we'll see if Sunlight can do anything on the 3rd string pick in this next game. We've seen some Hullbreaker options. I know he hovered Yorick one time. I would love to see a Yorick personally, because that champion is just really fun to watch, but I don't know if that'll actually be the option. It looks like you will likely need to pick it blind, because Team Ambition are most certainly going to pick their jungler here, and it will be the Wukong, so even more knock-up setup for Kachu's Yasuo.
Yep. Heavily indexing towards making sure that the mid lane can be as powerful as possible. I'm liking this call by Team Ambition. You know, I definitely don't think that it was any individual player that was really the weakness of Team Ambition, if that makes sense. It felt more like they just had a few weirdly coordinated calls in that late game. Obviously, we could talk as much as we want about that weird Baron 50-50 that they took versus one of the most capable champions in regards to their ability to hop over walls. But this time around, they're just looking to play off of the raw power to hopefully just carry and make sure that that macro doesn't matter quite as much. Meanwhile, the Grand Pirate Gamers are going not only to a Poppy, but they're also considering probably another tanked pick on top of that.
Yeah, Poppy likely going to be in the jungle here for RBM. I would expect he's already played that a few times and it does work very well into the Wukong. If that Amumu gets locked in, and it does, then I think that actually means that RBM is going to play the Amumu, unless this is some sort of Amumu top lane, which I guess isn't too out of the question. This is Sunlight we're talking about, so you can never really tell what's going to happen there. I feel... Actually... Now that I'm looking at this, I actually kind of feel like it's possible that it is a Mumu top lane. But regardless, this is a lot of Yordles that are paired up with Braum.
Yeah, a lot of Yordles, a lot of tanks as well, which means that Hoarder is going to be happy to get this Gwen as their last pick for Team Ambition. It's a little bit of AP firepower to go with all of the attack damage that we're seeing grabbed in these other roles. I think that Grandpa Gamers are coming away with a worse draft than what we saw in game number 1, and that worries me a little bit because Team Ambition seems to have come much more prepared for this one.
I would hope so. I would really hope so that Team Ambition are ready to play. I mean, the draft is definitely interesting. I think the Amumu and the Irel function pretty similarly, all things considered, as it is confirmed now that RBM is playing Amumu. So there's a lot of crowd control. There's a lot of denial for this Yasuo that's been locked in here for Kachu. He's going to need to show off on this pick to be effective in this game, which we know he can do. This is Kachu we're talking about. This guy is the Yasuo player that we have in the qualifiers for sure, and he's got the setup for it. He's got the Wukong ultimate, the Rakan grand entrance. Everything is here, ready for him to get the last breath off in these team fights. And we already said that Snow had a pretty solid game on the Rakan last one too. So yeah, expecting big things from Kachu, even though he is in an uncomfortable Yasuo draft.
Yeah, at the same time, I do think that Tristana goes crazy here, or has the potential to go crazy here. The ability to just get continuous hop resets, the fact that you're going for the double team of marksmen that have the ability to just melt through the enemy team means that we could just be seeing a situation where, yeah, you get the Braum, you get the Kog'Maw, but you haven't touched the Tristana, who's just destroying your backline as the Yasuo goes past everybody else to go off the back of a knockup with their ultimate. That's kind of what I fear Team Ambition can find themselves in if the game goes even up until the 5v5s that we typically are expecting out of this mid game. That being said, Grandpa Gamers as a whole certainly have gone for some interesting angles. I don't know how this top lane is going to play out, given the fact that you aren't really able to play Poppy the same way you play Garen, which is being very annoying even if you're down on gold. Now you just aren't very tanky and you're into one of the best tank shredders in the game.
You can still be annoying though. You can deny a lot of those dashes. Your W on Poppy does the same thing, no matter how much gold you have. So that's something to keep in mind. You can shut down the Yasuo dashes, the Rakan dashes, maybe even a Wukong one if you can catch him off guard. So I don't want to count him out too much here. Maybe the double Zeal Hullbreaker build is still possible on Poppy. Probably not.
You Keeper's Verdict people away in order to just buy space rather than just zooming at 100 miles an hour, which seems to be the new Garen strat, or at least the feature of Garen I think about the most. It's really weird because I feel like Garen isn't even seen as the most basic beginner champion, at least amongst new players. I was introducing a few people to League and whatnot, and the first thing that came to people's minds was not, oh, he spins on top of me and I'm silenced and they drop a sword. It's just, wow, this guy goes really fast.
True. That's the main draw of Garen, the movement
Poor
speed.
Singed.
Singed is even faster. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but nobody plays him.
Well, you could play him. All you gotta do is lock him in.
It could be the change I want to see. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they did make him way more expensive though, because nobody plays him, and because he's not actually that beginner friendly. I know that they had him at like a 450 price tag, and now he's like 4,800. Him and Rise got that treatment, so I thought that was pretty funny. Acknowledging those champions are not really beginner friendly.
At the very least, I got singed before this whole thing happened, mostly because I was trying to play Singed Jungle and make that work. It was not very good, unfortunately. Very bad clear.
I could have told you that.
I think I need to come to you for more advice about what I should play because I've led myself down some dark rabbit holes. My main account
Yumi
is
top,
currently, yeah, my main account is so currently in the dumpster. I've gone from, I believe, gold 1 to silver 3, trying to make Lilia support work. That was also a bad idea.
That is a bad idea. Yeah. I don't think even I've tried that. I've played a lot of champion support, and I don't think I've ever even tried that one. But you know what? We're on to the Rift with some wacky picks. Regardless, these ones actually might work. Apart from the Lilia support, we have a Mumu in the jungle. We have Poppy in the top lane. We got Kog'Maw in the bot lane.
Yeah, rational picks, which certainly is different from my games. Mostly by my own hand, unfortunately. So hopefully this will be the one in which TA strikes back and we get ourselves to a 1-on-1 scenario where everything goes down to the wire and TA plays for all the marbles. But right now, they're facing down almost immediate elimination versus the unlikeliest of players, the Grandpa Gamers, making a statement in that game number 1.
Oh, this group has just been so weird, man. I don't know what's going on anymore. Team Ambition have completely bonked all of our predictions. And we'll see if they continue that trend as they are, as you said, on their last leg in the entirety of the qualifiers. If they lose this, then they can kiss the promotion tournament but goodbye. Because they may have the most points right now, but it's almost certain that other teams will catch up to them if they earn literally 0 of them in the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of 0 points, at the very least, if Team Ambition lose here, I think that every single caster probably had predicted that they were going to win the series. So it's not like I'm actually falling further down the leaderboards in regards to our predictions.
I'm giving it a look. I'm seeing, and it looks like Travesty did indeed predict the Grandpa Gamers. So
he's value betting that Travesty. You never know what he's up to.
Even further behind Travesty. I do want to, I'll do a bit of self-reporting. I did make fun of you for being 2 out of 8. I did go 3 out of 8, so I'm really not that much better. It was a weird weekend.
It was a weird weekend, yeah. Being someone who is in the middle of a move and also very much trying to focus upon a bunch of rowdy children learning how to cast League of Legends, I kind of came back in that classic childish Gambino entering a room with everything on fire scenario. What in the world happened?
Yes. Big Gambino fan. Are you listening to his music?
A little bit. I guess that in my mind, it came up before Donald Glover, which is his actual name, I believe. So my bad on that front, Donald, as I imagine he was not in the Chambino persona while he was holding Peace Box.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he was channeling that energy into his community character,
Channeling Gambino.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well,
I'm a big fan of his.
Okay.
So, yeah. Like that guy a lot. Makes some very good music.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
We've got the Grandpa Gamers. They're playing the Kog'Maw. They're playing the Double Marksman, actually. They've got Tristana in the mid lane as well. Got all of these tanks to help back it up. And I've actually been seeing quite a lot of a Mumu in some of the other global leagues. I know the ERLs are playing it quite a lot. That is on a new patch. They're playing it on 13-14. And that is a patch where the jungle meta has shifted a little bit, not that much. Still, though, this champion does have the team fight setup. It does have a lot of damage if you go for the Demonic Embrace. And all of that is very good to have on a team like this, where you're trying to stun up this Yasuo and kill him before he sweeps up your team.
Well, we got a revolving door of the junglers just paying they're paying heed to the bot lane a little bit. It looks like RBM has already taken their reset. Very fast full clear. I was kind of surprised by seeing that on the Mumu, and I think that it's part of the reason maybe why we're seeing it spike up a little bit in priority. Limo now going to go back, grab themselves a buff, and hopefully from there set up on a potential gank pathway towards, I would say, one of these lanes that really needs to be tamped down upon early. I don't want to see Only or Evan Arl get ahead, because if that happens, Keyless Grandpa Gamers are going to just run through Team Ambition, and we don't get to my desired game 3, so I could yell more.
Team Ambition are definitely desiring that game 3 as well, so it's not just you. Team Ambition really want to make sure that they don't just drop out of the entire tournament again. And, man, this is it's just, again, so much pressure for these guys. And you got to think of a guy like Hoarder, who is stepping into this team as the substitute for Porsche, who did just win the entire last tournament. And now you step in and you're down 0-3 on a team that won the whole thing. Like,
this is a good start, though. The Ignite is going to get first blood over to Snow 2, and that is going to be a kill for Team Ambition to start us off in the second round.
Well done out of Levitating Snow. You can tell that those guys, at the very least, do not want the tournament to be over right now. They're doing very well for themselves throughout the entirety of this series. It's just the macro plays, again, that are the real problem. Looks like Limo sniped that away with his little bonk stick. I don't think he even needed to smite that. I think RBM smited it, so nicely done out of Limo.
Yeah, good job by Limo, throwing up the thumbs up emoji as well. So knows exactly which buttons to hit to try to get in RBM and try to get under their skin, as it were. Right now, I think the Amumu is still pretty comfortable with how the game is going. A death on the Kog'Maw early is almost expected. It does hurt. This champ really does struggle during this early game. Braum isn't fully online as being able to absorb all the abuse that is being hurled their way by Snow 2 and Levitate. But I do think that Keelix Grandpa Gamers do need to prevent any further happenstances like that from occurring in the bot lane. Otherwise, we're just be in a situation where Levitate pulls through, wins the game off their backs. We saw how close they were to single-handedly carrying TA to victory in game number 1.
Would you like to know a fun fact about Braum?
Sure. I love fun facts about Braum.
Braum has 1 AP ratio in his entire kit.
Really?
Do you know which spell that is?
I imagine that the most rational guess would be Q, but you wouldn't ask me this if it was Q, so I don't know. W?
It is his ult. Nope. His ult is the only one that has an AP ratio. Do you have a guess as to why I'm bringing this up?
I actually don't know. It's because of the Relic Shield pick?
Yeah, it's because Julian went the AP item. Come on, man. Read your tooltips. I know you're one of the grandpas, but, get your reading glasses on or something, man.
Yeah, gotta use those bifocals. Get a good read on between that and the shoulder guards, what they should have gone for. I don't know. When was the last time I bought steel shoulder guards on a champion? It's just very rare to have happen. That being said, maybe could have helped them here just a little bit. That is MRL taking a pretty rough trade versus Levitate. Yeah.
All things considered, it doesn't really matter that much, but it is just funny. I point it out every time that I see a Braum do it because, I don't know, it's just, are you optimizing glacial fissure damage? Was that the idea here? No, you're not. You just don't know. So, this is a PSA to all Braum players.
Whoa, a flash at such low health. They're going for it, and it will, in fact, be the Grandpa Gamers double teaming the Gwen and picking up a kill. Sunlight on the ragged edge, making a statement.
The crowd control combo with Sunlight flashing over to set up that play. Did you see the lockdown there? And Hoarder, he's not even going for the tenacity. He went straight for the cooldown boots. I think he's probably going to be regretting that choice later on when he gets stunned up in the same way moving forward. Grandpa Gamers, they may have made the top lane play, they may have found that kill, they actually do lose out on some pressure in the mid lane, so they do miss out on the Rift Herald. Team Ambition are still ahead in gold.
Yeah, good tempo play by Team Ambition to make the most of what was a sour situation on the top side. They get Shelly, and now, because the first dragon hasn't been taken, there's a few interesting decision points to make before the plates fall in regards to where you want to drop the eye, perhaps use that as a distraction to get a second neutral objective. The problem is, they got to keep Kachu alive for these kinds of things. They're going to dash through the way, but they're exhausted. Here comes the play from Sotu, flashing into a grand entrance to bring them to safety. Levitate's opening up, and I think the turnaround is upon us, Summer. RBM is set tagging alongside Julian, and only no kills to be had. But once again, Team Ambition respond magnificently.
Creative minion moves there out of Kachu to survive this. Alongside his flash, he stays afloat in this lane. Really needs to do this.
Yeah, Evan RL is getting bared down upon by an ulted up Snow 2. Unfortunately, there's nobody there to really follow through on the Rakan's play. And now, actually, with the Braum pass, Snow 2's got to be careful. Burning their E to get back towards the Levitate. Limo still covering the area, is making this so the Cogman can't fully commit a play. But at the end of it all, it's still a very, very balanced game between these two teams.
Nice attempt there. The Rift Herald out of Team Ambition is going to be a pretty big impact as far as the gold is concerned. They already have that really solid lead for themselves in this game. I think most of that is coming in the mid lane, actually, because you can see Kachu is up about 20 CS on this Yasuo matchup. And a lot of credit to him. Like I said, this is a game where he has to show off. He has to be the big carry on his team. Because if it's just Levitate dealing damage in this one, then, I mean, we already saw what happened last game when that was the case. Didn't really do a whole lot. The rest of the team could not follow up and make it a favorable exchange. And most of the, well, not most of the game, but the most crucial moment of the game, which was that Baron play.
Gramps is moving into the river, just trying to assemble a little bit of control over this dragon, but it looks like Team Ambition is going to respond in kind, and honestly, a Kog'Maw in a river is a Kog'Maw that is very easy to kill, so Evan RL is going to back off, absorb that wave in the bot side, and while that happens, it's actually a priority over to Levitate and company to actually start the dragon off.
Maybe, this is actually the first Drake of the game, so maybe not going to be the most large soul win condition. As long as Kachu is in the area, you cannot be in range of this Wukong and Rakan engage, because you will get followed up on by that last breath, and it's going to be super, super dangerous. It's going to be another smite steal.
Order coming in on a flank. That being said, the Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to detonate on the 4 members. Julian unable to get out, though. Hoarder is going to be able to pick that kill up, and now with Grandpa Gamers just getting blown up on multiple fronts. It feels like this is just a consolation prize. Dragon taken by I Am Sunlight, but can they make something happen in response to that? Levitate does have their ultimate forced out, and they will be stunned on the very edge of that rock formation, but RBM isn't there to follow up as Wukong melts through the little mummy's voice health bar. It is only up to I Am Sunlight to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, there's no kills to be had with Grandpa Gamer.
I mean, Sunlight did make one thing happen. He snuck into the pit and got the Drake from them.
Yeah,
so
that's something.
It is still the objective, picked up by Poppy in the top lane, which is pretty funny. So we've got the rest of the Grandpa Gamers pretty much all dying. The second death of the game onto Evan RL. Same is true of RBM and Julian. And Team Ambition, they maintain that gold advantage that they've had throughout the entirety of this one. 3K in the lead right now.
That's concerning for the Grandpa Gamers. Team Ambition not so much more comfortable start than even what we saw in game number 1. That honestly was going quite well for them up until, you know, the horrible call to go for a 50-50 on Baron, which came quite deep into this round. So 12 minutes in, they're sitting pretty and are very comfortable with the gold lead they're starting to forge for themselves.
Here's this Rift Herald. Actually, kind of clumsy the way that they just dropped this. I don't know if Kachu really did want to drop a recall here. Can he even get in range of the gold? No, he actually didn't get any of it, so very ineffective Rift Herald dropped by Limo there. I wonder if that was just going to expire and they needed to drop it to get at least some amount of gold. Regardless, Kachu not really too happy about that one. At very least he can stick around and maybe auto the turret one more time. No, he's not even going to do that, so yeah, he gets no gold.
Yeah, no tower being claimed off of first Rift Herald typically means that we have a slightly extended laning phase. That being said, I don't think that Team Ambition are mad about that as a whole, although Kachu is definitely kind of grumpy about not getting the gold from the drop to begin with. Fact of the matter is, a lot of these 2v2s and 1v1s are going quite well for Team Ambition right now. We saw a CS difference starting to form between Order and I Am Sunlight, although Gwen entering into that bot lane play a little bit earlier than their lane partner has kind of closed the gap up just a little bit. But
look at the bot lane.
Yeah, I think the real focus is this bot lane where we're getting a big setup, actually. Lima coming back down once again, and this is going to be both Julian and Evan Arl. Charmed and knocked up by Snow, too. Julian trying to buy space, uses the Glacial Fissure. Here's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Evan RL gets the kill, rescuing the Braum. Oh, Team Ambition, fight off a bit more than we could chew.
The teleport used there out of Kachu as well. He tried to salvage the play, but Limo gets locked down too long. And again, the crowd control is just way too high out of the Braum and out of the Amumu. This Amumu ultimate has already proven to be so dangerous for Team Ambition to combat against. It's going to be another kill dropped thanks to that spell. 2 assists out of RBM for himself now, and one of those kills actually picked up by the Kog'Maw. That's going to feel quite nice for Team Ambition. For Grandpa Gamers, excuse me. Their big carry has got a kill now.
I'm Sunlight a little bit lane agnostic right now, trying to play with Kachu, run circles around them, dives to the ultimate, but here's the trade. A buster shot to keep the Yasuo under tower means not only is going to get the kill, I don't know if that's even or worth it, as all the while Hoarder's just hammering away at the tier 1 tower and will get first turret blood.
So much movement there to keep track of, with everyone getting knocked back and forth, the Yasuo Gale Force and the jumps and everything is very fun play. We're seeing an attempt in the bottom lane now in response, but Evan's slow zone with the spittle there is proving to be very, very obnoxious to cut through.
Yeah, and actually RBM will be here as a reinforcement in time to deter any further play from Team Ambition, and so we are really looking upon that trade in the mid lane as the bit of action we're seeing as we crest over that 15-minute mark. Dragon about to come up. I do wonder how much either team is going to commit for it, as you were kind of talking about, Summer. That first one was taken so late that certainly it is the case that a early soul is not really in the cards, especially if they get split here. Team Ambition do have the gold advantage after all.
We'll see if this gets taken by the Grandpa Gamers, and maybe it will be a soul win condition after all if they can get 2 for themselves. But yeah, 1 for 1. That's not really too much in the way of the soul. Although the last game was a pretty long one, so I don't know. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, it's nice to get both sides of the coin. That first series was short game central, as it were. So
we got both sides of the coin in that game. Don't worry. We made sure of that, Team Ambition, huh? You flipped the coin, landed heads 1 time, landed tails the second.
Just a quick item check, as we may be about to build up into a big team fight. It looks like neither of the supports have crested over the myth yet, as kind of expected here. Bork first item for Evan RL. Pretty much the standard right now on Kog'Maw, if I'm not mistaken, and a static shiver only, because of course you got to see one of those items in 13-13.
Like it'll be a trade of objectives. We see Team Ambition actually are the ones who go for it. The Hextech Rake, as the Grandpa Gamers are moving more towards the siege possibilities here. They will lose another turret in the meantime, though, as the bot lane pressure is a little too high. Rift Herald paired up with Tristana typically does mean that you get at least 1, maybe 2 turrets. See if this actually ends up being true, or maybe they just use it mid lane right away. Looks like that actually will be the option after sending only up top and expecting that many members of Team Ambition will be there to follow, and being right about that.
Yeah, I don't actually know if they're even going to be able to get the tower. Here comes Limo on a little bit of a flank. Will be spotted out by a control ward, though. Julian fires off their Q, but it doesn't actually slow the Monkey Man up at all. Kachu was looking for an angle, Snow 2 as well, but ultimately the tower right there will provide a little bit of a stopgap for the Grandpa Gamers to recover just a little bit, stretch out, those creaky joints and old back.
We're seeing Team Ambition, they're definitely keen on engaging. They know that they need to do that eventually in this game, just haven't found it yet, or at least haven't found it in a while. We're in this point where Team Ambition, again, are up about 3,000 gold, but they have to make the correct macro decisions after that. You can't just have a gold lead and expect to win from there.
All right, a Cyclone used pretty early into this play. Glacial Fisher is going to try to buy a bit of space for the Grandpa Gamers, but they're horribly split, only getting chased down by Order, who just uses the needlework to great effect to kill the Tristana outright, and now the Grandpa Gamers are sent back and out of their own jungle. The space control from Team Ambition, and the second game cannot be denied.
This is the first Amumu ultimate that's been a bit of a whiff. The follow-up really was not present for the rest of the Grandpa Gamers, as actually lose out on the mid lane turret at the same time. The 3rd turret of the game taken by Team Ambition, and look how much damage Hoarder is dealing on the other side here. Already was the one who took out Only, and is making sure that Sunlight can't stay safe in his lane either. This Gwen is proving to be very threatening.
Yeah, already with a bounty, very good CS. The Gwen has a Riftmaker completed. That large rod implies to me they're probably going Shadow Flame second, just for a little bit of extra pen upon the tankier members of the Grandpa Gamers. But while I don't think they're necessarily a nuisance, they still are a existential threat to the health of the Rift for the Grandpa Gamers, and that's something to watch out for. I think that the side pressure could be immense, especially because TA still have a very, very good team fight with the teleport often available full order.
About to hit 20 minutes into this game. that means the Baron's up, and my worry for Team Ambition skyrockets after that last game. Oh man, I hope we don't see it again. I hope that they can make the correct map decisions and close out this game. And I know listening to this cast, it probably sounds like I am a Team Ambition fan, and I'm just like a disappointed aunt of theirs. And maybe that's true, but what's really true is that this team just won everything, and we know that they can win everything. And I want to see them at their best and performing with everybody, and just doing what I know they can do. I'm just a fan of good League of Legends here.
I'm a fan as well, which means that I want to go to a Game 3. I'm no Team Ambition fan by any stretch of the imagination. I have too many allegiances with Mirage Alliance, getting me a few NACL qualifier casts in the past. But, biases aside, I do want to see a third game, and they're well on the way to do so. Great play by Kachu there, getting the kill on to Evan RL, and now with a core member of the team from Helix Grandpa Gamers gone, who is really capable of pushing through these waves, we could be seeing a rift that is fully in favor of TA, as they are going to back off one more time, get some buyouts, and maybe start the Baron dance.
A couple of ultimates used to do that. It's still going to be worth it. You have to imagine Evan dead for now. They get to push in that mid wave and just deny all of that extra gold to one of the big carries that we're expecting to be present for the Grandpa Gamers. 2.5 items, not really quite there yet on Kog'Maw. And as a reminder, this is a game where he doesn't really have too much support to help him deal more damage. It's just stall with all of these tanks in front of him. And when there are no tanks in front of him, it's very easy for the team of Team Ambition to take him out.
Yeah, credit to Evan RL for what feels like a non-Kog'Maw focused game. They're still doing a decent job CSing, trying to keep pace with Levitate, although that certainly is hard for anybody. But regardless, the Grandpa Gamers are now going to gambit themselves. They're looking for a Baron Nashor here at the 22-minute mark.
They're just going to be leaving this one. Unfortunately, didn't have enough time to take out that entire control ward, so they don't even deny any vision there. At the very least, it is a top lane turret taken by the Grandpa Gamers, so they get some gold. Though, it's traded in the mid lane, where Team Ambition sort of noticed that the Grandpa Gamers were taking that very early into this game, and all it really took was them looking into the river a little funny, and Team Ambition scared them off successfully.
Yeah, Team Ambition getting the power back for themselves. It really feels like, once again, the heavily burdened Kog'Maw was the one saddled with the attempt to clear out the wave, but obviously so many Red Squad members breathing down the neck, they couldn't actually walk that far up to the tower itself. And that, in turn, buys a lot of priority for a second dragon to be grabbed by TA.
All right, Team Ambition, you've got this solid lead. You've got a lot of these structures taken. You're getting your items on your big carries. Even your front line is getting in on the action. You've got a full Radiant Virtue, the greedier option for Rakan, so the engages are possible. Can they end the game? Can they do it? Can they actually find a win in the group stage, Nyarko?
My fears that I stated during the draft phase haven't been fully knocked out of me just yet, even though Team Ambition are once again up and in advantage. I just imagine a nightmare scenario where you just simply do not focus upon the marksmen well enough, and all of a sudden Team Ambition find themselves with gaping holes on their health bar because Evan RL was able to just waddle around and pummel everybody with their living artillery.
Well, Ambition, they have some pressure in their side lanes now. Maybe actually not this side lane. Okay, never mind, I was right.
Gosh,
I was
the
right.
Damage. Yeah, Porter with a full needlework stack, able to just tear through I'm Sunlight's health bar. That is exactly the nightmare scenario we were thinking was going to happen for these tankier members of Helix's Grandpa Gamers, given the fact that we are, in fact, on a Shadow Flame as second item for Gwen. And not only that, but they're taking a tower and continuing to split as the rest of Red Squad are going to set their sights upon the Baron Nashor.
All right, Grandpa Gamers, you are down a member. You have to stall this out for about 15 seconds before the teleport can come through. You've already gotten the Xayah ultimate.
Yeah, the flash as well to get to safety. Limo's going to follow up, though. This is actually a successful force into the river for the Rampart Gamers, knocking Team Ambition away from the Turo Baron. And honestly, that buys them so much breathing room. Things are still not looking good for them overall. Order is fully committed to the grind in the bot lane, tearing through the team, getting a ton of gold under themselves. But the fact of the matter is, at least for the time being, it's actually Blue Squad who are going to rally, and now they're the ones starting the Baron phase.
On the teleports. This could be the big engage. You have Yasuo ult, you have Rakan ult. Actually, don't give Wukong ult. There it is. Set up here.
And they're going to be used. Evan RL trying to go to safety. Actually buys a lot of space for themselves. They just aren't doing enough damage, though. And it seems like Team Ambition have found their angle into the fight itself. I am Sunlight flashes to safety. He's going to die to the burn down. Only also flash planning away, but unfortunately, in order for them to get out, Evan RL does sacrifice themselves. A 4-0, and this is looking about over for the Grandpa game.
All right, there you go, Team Ambition. This is the play that we wanted to see. You apply the pressure onto the Grandpa Gamers. You force them into a bad spot, and then you make your engage happen. Very nicely done with the Cyclone out of Limo, setting up for Kachu. You already mentioned how powerful that duo could be in the draft, and we see it in front of our screens now. There's the Baron, there's the bot lane inhibitor, and a whole bunch of kills for your big carries.
Finally, Team Ambition have broken their heads above water, and they've proven to me, yes, we can take a team fight into what can be a very dicey team to force engages upon. With the topography of that topside river, it just felt like there wasn't a chance for the Grandpa Gamers to ever stabilize. Only was split away. Evan RL was forced up into the top lane, and that was just a full-on cleanup. Exactly the textbook play that Team Ambition made themselves known for in that first qualifier that now I'm hoping to see return to them right in time to prevent a knockout so early on in competition. That being said, RBM still trying to force, will not be able to even push Kachu and company away from their farm though, and it looks like this move is just going to slip further behind on that front, as now it's going to be the Grandpa Gamers having to turtle up versus the Turo Baron power play.
2 minutes left on that. We've got everyone here on Team Ambition's side. They don't need to push the bottom lane anymore, so instead they are mid and top, trying to get all of the inhibitors off the map right now and trying to get out of range of this Amumu engage, which is still available. RBM does not have flash, crucially, so he can't really make the big play happen. So it's not stopping him from trying.
The surprising tankiness of the Amumu means they're able to live inside of enemy territory for quite a while before jumping on top of Levitate. They're attempting to get the shutdown, but the Zion being down by the hair on their chin as Kachu turns things back around. And this is looking like it could just be the end of the game as Order is using the empowered minions to push upon the Nexus turret. Only is caught out and knocked away. It is a full-on ace, and we're going to a game number 3.
Quadra kill out of Kachu's Yasuo is exactly what the doctor ordered for Team Ambition. Our first seed team has finally won a game in the group stage.
Woo!
We broke the streak. The crazy loss streak is over. Team Ambition, they're back on their feet. We're out of crazy land, out of the upside down. They've done it. They've won a game. It's okay. Now they just have to do it again, Yarko.
Yep, and not a minute too late, as it were. They have staved off a knockout from the second closed qualifiers here in the summer. Now, summer, it is a matter of them doing it again, going runner, getting a second victory, and hopefully prolonging their life, making it to those quarterfinals and beyond to hopefully get another shot at a second championship in a row.
Grandpa Gamers, they've won a game in this series, but can't quite pick up that second one yet. You're going to have to try again in game 3, prevent their reverse sweep, and maybe still do the unthinkable and knock out Team Ambition in that 4th seed, in that 4th place in the group, I should say. Man, Team Ambition, they won that game. This is the way that they've won many games in the past. You just got to do it again so they can move on in this group. And even after that, they're still not out of the woods. I mean, this is still the lower bracket here. The pressure is still fully on. They've won one single game with all of this pressure on them. They got to do it again.
Yeah, at the very least, keep your hopes alive. Move for the rematch versus the winning team from before. It's going to be tough, though. I think that at the end of it all, what I saw was still a few hiccups here and there. It's really a matter of smashing the laning phase. And can you do that not only versus the Grandpa Gamers, but versus Teamless Revenge in the future? That's the real question. But here and now, we got a single game ahead of us to close out this broadcast in series. I think it's about time we throw it over to a quick break. We'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Qualifiers. We're about to dive into a decisive third game between Team Ambition and Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. And I think this is a little bit more of what we were expecting to see out of our top competitors coming in from the first qualifiers summer. Team Ambition looked like they cleared up a lot of their demons, exercised them as it were, and they were dominating off some very, very powerful picks. That Xayah, that Yasuo in particular, both setting up beautifully for one another and making a lot of damage, just impossible for the Grandpa Gamers to deal with, even with a double tank setup.
Yeah, Porter had a pretty strong impact on that game too. I mean, we talked in that game about how high the pressure must be for him specifically, alongside the rest of the team. But for him, I mean, this is a team that was at the highest high in the qualifiers without him, and he's subbing in. He's trying to help them out while their top laner is out on vacation. And he steps in, and the team is kind of falling apart around him. And so I'm sure it's not really super comfortable for him as he's on his second weekend with the team. But didn't let it stop him. He's really looking really solid on that Gwen in the last game. Had a very high impact on the team fights and on the lane as well. Got some solo kills in that game. Very strong performance from him. But as you said, the highlight of the show was definitely Kachu's Yasuo. A phenomenal game out of him, and one that I think will just show to everyone that Team Ambition, a lot of these members, they still have it. They still can find these wins. And the people that they want to show that to the most right now are themselves. They got to have their morale up.
Yeah, I think that they certainly have gotten back into the swing of things. And honestly, out of the ways to lose a game, you could view that first round as either crushing in regards to the fact that they were so close to tasting victory and they just couldn't bring it home off the back of what was for themselves a very bad call that was totally within their power to avoid. But the other side of it is, hey, we smashed the early game. We just got to do a little bit better in that late game, and we got it. And they proved now that they can do that. And I can see a repeat here for them to go 2-1, runner to knock out the Grandpa Gamers. That being said, I think there's still a little bit left in our elders over on the other side. I think that there's ways for them to try to stem the bleeding, as it were. Perhaps a prioritization of the Garen actually during the first phase of the draft could have been the answer for them. I'm not even joking, because that Poppy was struggling, I gotta say.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, it was no Garen, that's for sure. Sunlight's
no
Garen. Is the reason that he is to be feared, as shown by the Garen ban in that game. So I'm kind of with you. Maybe this is going to be the the Garen pick again, and if it is going to be, then Team Ambition kind of need to ban it in this first phase, because Grandpa Gamers are most likely going to pick it R3.
Yep, and we're back to Team Ambition being on Blue's side, the side that they unfortunately have 0% win rate on in this group stage so far. So that's something to watch out for. We'll see if they're going to be able to use the first pick, though, to their advantage. As right now, the Ziggs and the Kindred will remain at their permabans to start us off. Here's the response. Grandpa Gamers, not wanting the Tristana to fall into enemy hands, will also deny the Maokai alongside it.
Yep, there's Garen. Garen is gone. Can't lock in that champion on Sunlight side. So probably lead to a Darius pick on R3 instead, if we know anything about Sunlight, and we know lots of things about Sunlight. So that's definitely where my expectation lies here. Team Ambition, 3 games in a row. Xayah. Levitate, really confident on this pick.
And there's no reason for any change to be had here. Team Ambition have been playing through bot lane 2 games in a row, although they were playing through every single lane in that last one, let's not lie. Fact of the matter is, Xayah was never a problem for them. They were doing such a good job setting up, getting that early kill versus Evan as well. Now, we do see the Grandpa Gamers adapt by splitting the pairing, and now I Am Sunlight is going to be grabbing the Rakan for Julian, who falls into the loving arms and embrace of Aphelios, of all things.
Back to this champion. I mean, we saw some struggles on this champion in the first game out of Evan, but it did get to that late game scenario, and it was still super, super strong. So I'm happy to see it regardless. With Team Ambition, though, they've kind of set up this trap where if the Grandpa Gamers pick Rel, then they're picking Rel into Xayah, and that doesn't really feel super great. But if they don't pick Rel and they pick Rakan, then they give over the Rel to Team Ambition, and neither of those really feel amazing. So we're starting to see the genius of the Xayah first pick come to light. As Team Ambition, they do lock in this Rel. They go back to the Yasuo out of Kachu, And just like we said, it is going to be the Darius on that R3 for the Grandpa Gamers. Sunlight needs to have that comfort.
Predicted gaming here from Smacks, 100% on the money with that Darius on the R3 selection. Now, I will say this is kind of a flexy rel. There's a chance that we get a Rungle second time running here. Well, not running, but second time in our broadcast, as we still don't know exactly what the positions are going to be for Team Ambition. Grandpa Gamers are going to just kind of split the difference and knock out a flex pick in their ban phase. They take away the Gragas. Now Team Ambition deny the Azir that only piloted quite nicely in that first game.
Yeah, Gragas gone just as a pair alongside the Yasuo. You also want to take away some more magic damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Gwen ban, but no, it will be the Wukong. Just, again, another one of those knock-up facilitators for Kachu's Yasuo. And, I mean, we know Limo played it very well in that last game as well. So, very valuable takeaway on the Grandpa Gamers. They're going to have to pick their mid laner most certainly here as a response into the Yasuo, where Kachu, we already know, is the one piloting that Yasuo. That is his pick. So they don't necessarily have to go for a blind jungler here.
Don't look at the ASOL summer. Don't worry. I don't think they're actually going to lock that in, and we're going to be jamming a Victor instead going in the mid lane for only.
Yep, that's here. More scaling options, and I always like Victor with a hyper carry too, because then it's kind of like you have two hyper carries that are very different in how they actually deal damage. So you've got the zoning threat of Victor, where you have to dodge out all of his area spells, but then you also have to worry about your movement causing Aphelios to just get more free hits on you with his auto attack. So I like the dynamic here that the Grandpa Gamers are going for. Does kind of all get shut down by a wind wall, as Kachu already has that at his disposal alongside another knock-up champion in the Sejuani now for Limo.
Yeah, Sejuani, another power pick, really kind of defining the two series so far. I like to see it in the hands of Limo, and that dynamic duo that we now have fully confirmed for Levitate and Snow 2, I think will be playing quite a bit more aggressive than I was expecting out of what is going to be another Xayah lane. There is a chance that we just see Snow 2 roam trying to pull Julian up to them, because honestly I think that Snow 2 does such a good job in every game I've seen dictating the pace of that kind of support v support matchup when it comes to those macro calls. But Grandpa Gamers, can be wise to it. They definitely can't adapt, and Rakan is one of those champions that can easily relocate across the map with their grand entrance. Now we see a pickup of the Poppy, this time not going into the top lane. Sunlight got the Darius for themselves. Hopefully this adjustment is what Grandpa Gamers need to at least be competitive versus what is looking like a near unstoppable force now that Team Ambition have gotten their legs back under them.
This Poppy pick looks significantly better than the last one. It's on RBM this time around, and we've already seen him have some of the clutchest games of the entire qualifiers on this champion specifically. So happy to see it here. It also has an easier time shutting down the engage of Rel as opposed to Rakan. Her dash is significantly slower than that of Rakan, so I'm really happy to see this one. And it even does well into the Jax too. So really great pick out of RBM. And the Darius, I feel like, could have had a lot worse matchups against Hoarder here for Sunlight to deal with. Not to mention, Darius really likes playing against a lot of these huge hulking tanks in the front line, because a lot of the time he can just stack up his passive fully and then completely obliterate the fight.
Yeah. Bleed and feed. It's my favorite combination. Although, unfortunately, people on my team, when they play Darius, interpret that saying as, I just feed a ton to the enemy team. It's a rough one for sure. But,
Gotta be specific.
Yeah, I say too many things in chat, I think, is one of my issues, including too many bad puns. That's how I test and workshop my play-by-play skills, don't you know? I just say random things to my team.
In all chat.
Yeah, I do it in all chat as well. Why not?
Okay, wow, all right. I mean, we're kind of all chatting right now. Everyone can hear us except, it's the reverse all chat. Everyone can hear us except for the people playing the game.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we're covering all of our bases, it looks like.
Yeah, that's like when you're in the Discord call streaming a game to your friends and you're just flaming everybody, but you're actually full muted in game. It's classic.
Well, yeah, you got to let it out somehow,
Exactly.
I think that's a good strategy, because then you don't tilt your team, but you're also expressing your frustration. I think that's a very healthy thing to do, actually.
I would agree with that. And I honestly think that both of these teams have taken that to heart, or at least I very much hope so. Managing Tilt, I think, against all odds, Team Ambition were able to walk away from the first game and use it as a learning opportunity. They looked so much cleaner in that second round, absolutely dominating early, just kind of out-techniquing people and then translating that into a pretty dominant push upon the enemy base. The cross maps, the split pushing in particular, I think from Hoarder in the top lane shows that they have a home here on Team Ambition. And Grandpa Gamers now, they too have to show that they can rise to the occasion and adjust.
See if that actually ends up being the case. Again, I did make the Heat versus the Bucks reference before, where, you know, Team Ambition, they lost 3 games so far, and they've won 1. If they really want to be the Milwaukee Bucks, which I don't think they actually do right now, then they would lose this game and go 1-4 to the Heat to fully make that an accurate reference. But again, for Team Ambition's sake, they are definitely hoping that that does not happen and they can continue their playoffs run, their group stage run. They're not even in the playoffs yet. They need to actually get there, which I don't know. I'm still just so twisted up about this. Our defending champion is still struggling this much.
No, you're making a good point. I mean, the fact that we're even here, I think, means that there's so much to talk about and plenty of things that need to be patched up before Team Ambition gets back into their top form. Because remember, it's not just the people here, guys, who are going to be the they are going to have to make the full losers bracket power run. They're going to have to win another series versus a team that already has a history of victory versus them. And then past that point, you're looking at a Mirage Alliance that may be the strongest that they've ever seen so far on the other side of things, tearing through everybody.
It's going to be tricky. Going to be very tricky, as this group has just been completely upside down. Team Coachify is feeling pretty happy about that. By the way, if you missed it earlier, Team Coachify got a 2-0 against Teamless Revenge. So well done to them. They are already sitting pretty in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals. They're awaiting their opponents, which will be determined next weekend, if I'm remembering correctly. As hey, look, it's the Group B bracket. Team Coachify is already there. Teamless Revenge awaiting the victors of Team Ambition and Helix's Grandpa Gamers. And if we had a "You Are Here" marker, we'd be down there on the bottom.
Yeah, match L1, don't you know? Team Ambition, Helix's Grandpa's Gamers. I'm very, very happy that we get to see these teams at least one more time, as someone is going to be going home. And while I was not expecting either of them to be the ones to be facing down elimination this early, at least I'm here to document it, and that is quite the privilege to be sure, Summer. It's
been a fun day, for sure. And Team Ambition, Helix's Grandpa Gamers, they're continuing that trend, you know, as I've really gone through a full range of emotions watching this series in specific, but it has been fun to watch. There have been some really solid plays, and I'm happy to see that. I love seeing Kachu's Yasuo and things of that nature. So yeah, it's a good time here in Yarko as we're getting into the game for the final time of the day, Game 3 of our lower bracket series. Helix's Grandpa Gamers, Team Ambition. Last game of one of their seasons until next year. And that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a daunting thing to process. I will say, just for posterity's sake, I did finger guns you back, Summer. It's just you can't see me because I don't have a webcam right now. As tragic as it is.
I saw it, actually. Your thing moved.
There we go. Yeah, for those of you who were not privy to what happened before, I was trying to duct tape my phone to my monitor to use it as a webcam, but tragically, I was not able to get that to work. So you're looking at a stock image of me a long time ago, back when I dyed my hair and I thought I looked cool.
I think it looks fine. How long ago was this?
Oh, this was 3 years ago now or something like that. This was when I was in Richmond giving a talk on Islamic calligraphy. It was a fun time.
Wow. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, got to use the Urban Center for a photo shoot.
That's pretty cool. You got the $ in there. Is this because you made a lot of money doing that talk?
Oh, absolutely not. We're talking about calligraphy. I think I probably wasted money traveling there for it.
All right. Well, you know what? We're going to hear between which of these two teams is going to be making some money on the Rift. Because, as a reminder, if you make it to the playoffs, there's some prize pool involved. You do actually get paid a lot more than Yarko did, apparently. and can also get qualification points for the promotion tournament, which both of these teams are still gunning for. One of them will be eliminated today.
And it all comes down to this round. Once again, no high variance plays to start us off. As much as I do love to see an invade, I do think that given how high the stakes are, nobody wants to coin flip on something so early, especially given the capabilities of both of these teams to set up vision. No expeditionary forces to be had, as the 5 points will continue until these buffs spawn. Now, it does look like we're getting a maneuver back towards the red buff for the Sejuani, which could imply that it is once again just going to be double red buff start across map once again. Not really sure about what exactly the strategy is, given the fact that there might be a little bit more space to play with. Regardless, that's Poppy actually starting on Raptors rather than the red buff itself, but still opposite side starts.
A lot of Raptor starts today. Just been clearing the red quadrant for most of our junglers, actually, across the board on this stream anyway. I don't know about the other stream. Speaking of, there is another stream going on in case you missed it. Game 3 between Return of the Middlesticks and Komodo is going on right now. We heard earlier from Frost that he was kind of rooting for Komodo to make the playoffs run, so maybe you can root for them alongside him. Or if you're a Rodham fan, you can check that out over on Rally Cry Official. Also, the NACL playoffs are going on at the same time. I believe they're in the lower bracket still. This is, lower bracket quarterfinals is going on right now. That's Wildcard and FlyQuest. So very cool series over there too. Lots of NA League.
Plenty of NA League, and honestly, it's such a great time to be a fan of any of these teams because there's just so many stories going on. I love watching players from team to team hopping to and fro within the qualifiers, within the NACL proper. Levitate and Snow2, two of the players that I followed for quite a while now, trying to make the most of the situation, stave off elimination, and at least get another shot at a quarterfinals berth here in the second summer qualifiers. Right now, they're up a little bit of CS. Double Cole start for these 280 carries. Don't know how much aggression we're going to get because of that, although certainly Snow2 and Julian, I don't think would be amiss to try to engage upon one. Now, Porter isn't a little bit of sunlight with immediate control of the wave. He's trying to get things set up for their buddy RBM, but Poppy just kind of loops right back around and enters into enemy territory once more.
Yeah, RBM is definitely considering something fishy, although now on the other side of the map, the Grandpa Gamers should be aware that this is possible on the other side too.
A double knockup by Julian is going to stop the inclusion upon Evan RL, but unfortunately the Aphelios will go down. A trade back, but it's only Julian getting the kill onto Snow 2. It's 2 for 1 to open things up. Yes, to a very confident lead.
Yeah, maybe a little more damage onto Levitate could have led that to being a 2 for 2, but unfortunately for the Grandpa Gamers, a little too tanky, a little too much crowd control there, and Levitate is off to the races. We saw in the first game that it took him a while to get his first multi-kill. This time, he got it before 4 minutes.
Yeah, kind of a worst-case scenario start, actually, because it really was Grandpa Gamers with the gall to show topside. They knew there was a possible cross-map play. They thought they could make something happen, but unfortunately, Order was able to stem the tide, and meanwhile, Evan RL, Julian, not so lucky. And both kills go over to Levitate. This seems like such a rough start for the Grandpa Gamers.
Bot side focus is going to be the name of the game here for Team Ambition. Yes, they do have that win condition possibly in the top lane for Jax, but I think you're just going to have to say, Hoarder, please survive the Darius lane for a little while so that we can make sure the Levitate 1v9s this game for us. And hopefully, for the Team Ambition side, they don't just get run over by all the Noxian Guillotines.
Yeah, Hoarder's got to hodl the lane, as it were. I Am Sunlight definitely has their power spike as we speak, using this to almost lap the field in regards to CS versus the Jax, who's just relegated to tower duty for quite a while now. Julian and Evan RL got to be careful, though, because there's a return play. Here comes Alima to follow up upon the crash down from Snow 2, but next time around, RBM is here to even up the fight. That being said, the Poppy gets immediately stunned. It's kind of losing these trades pretty hard versus the Sejuani, especially now that they can't actually get the stun versus the champion. They just have to flash over the wall.
Yeah, RBM forced to flash. The rest of Team Ambition, they're in this 2v2 now and still feeling okay about it. Now, actually, Limo might find even more here. RBM very low on the play, just trying to bully him out of this jungle. And this could end up being a Drake.
good control of the map. I like the aggression from Team Ambition, but also I like the fact that they know how to split a fight when things maybe get a few more variables added to it than they were expecting. RBM was trying to cover that. Limo knew that their job was now to distract the Poppy, and they were able to push them into enemy territory. Not only that, they actually managed to get the flash out of this champion, meaning that this is full carte blanche over the bot side of River for Team Ambition.
This is really good from TA. They definitely had the possibility to go bot again and find another play if Limo wanted to, spend even more time on combat. But no, he says, I'm going to be level-headed here. I'm going to use my lane's pressure. I'm going to set up for this Drake. And he noticed that Kachu had the lane pushed out too. So it was a very safe objective to go for. And that is a future investment for not only right now, not only the stats of the Mountain Drake, but also potentially a Drake Soul later on to the game.
Julian on a little bit of first mover's advantage into the mid lane to help shore up only. That being said, Rel is also on the roam to follow up upon Limo, who is trying to push into the top side now, maybe find an angle to counter gank RBM, who right now is wrapping around as a hoarder. I Am Sunlight goes low, Noxian Guillotine used early, Limo going to pan off the aggro, jump on top of the Darius, but still, the top lane of Old is able to hold on, stay under the tower. The problem is RBM is mobbed not only by Hoarder and Limo, but also Snow 2. You hear the war cry, the trumpets, as now 3 members of Blue Squad are looking for a way to stop the Darius back and get even more of an advantage for TA.
Sunlight does not know. He is lacking critical information. Now he's not.
Gets the yoink under tower. Is that going to be enough to get a kill is the question. The answer is no. Snow 2 with the crash down gets out of tower aggro range. Kind of a disaster right now for Helix's Grandpa Gamers Pop.
Yeah, mid lane's going a lot better though, because only alongside Julian did pick up a kill onto Kachu, isolated in that mid lane. He actually flashed away too, but it was not enough. I wonder how that actually ended up going down. Seems like it was an outnumbered exchange with Julian's Ignite and his knockup. As he's even going to get some pressure down bot lane, matching that roam threat out of Snow and just evening up the map a little bit, even though Team Ambition still do have that lead.
I was going to say 2 controllers, but it looks like Julian is not going to go immediately into that other push to clear out Vision versus TA, but rather they're just wrapping around, knowing that Evan RL is in a comfortable position to maybe go for a fight. They have Red, White, Don't Fight. Not only that, but Crescent level 6, they have a Midnight Vigil available as well. Kachu going aggressive actually in this 1v2, which could soon turn into another man advantage fight for Helix's Grandpa Gamers, because that is Julian freed up, getting on top of the Yasuo, and actually it will be the bird slaying the Samurai.
Kachu dead again in these plays. He's getting too far ahead of himself. He does not have his itemization quite yet. This is what I like to call the crit item effect here, Nyarko, and let me explain to you what I mean by that. As an AD carry champion, or one that builds a lot of the AD carry items, if you play the same champion in 2 games back-to-back, sometimes you overestimate your damage because you just played a game where you had all the items already and you know what that feels like. You know you have all those attacks, but you have all this crit strike, and your like momentum and your muscle memory is already trained to be at more items. And then you get into the next game and you play the same champion and you try to go for similar plays and you have to wait all that early game time again. And I think that's what Kachu just fell victim to.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like my solo queue teammates are basically still egoing off of a Pentakill and an ARAM game they played 5 years ago, so makes total sense that Kachu, gets a little bit antsy there, goes a bit more aggressive, and unfortunately did not have the tools with which to outplay Helix's Grandpa Gamers. And for as much as I was dooming and glooming already for Red Squad, look at this. They're ahead on gold, and not only that, but they're doing a good job of leveraging that into continued domination through mid and top.
Yeah, you can't count out the Grandpa Gamers. First of all, they have Sunlight on one of his signature champions. That is just always going to be threatening. No matter what you do, he's playing Darius or Garen, as we saw in Game 1. And even if you put him behind, he will still have a strong impact, as you can already see in this game. Not only that, they've got some strong scaling elements on this team. You're seeing only he's very far ahead on the Victor now. He's already got some of his evolutions already in. And the Grandpa Gamers, like you said, they had a bit of a gold lead for a moment there too, so this is definitely not an over game.
Now, they do have to kind of up the tempo just a little bit. I am not going to be one that wants to face down a late-game Xayah. Hoarder eventually will hopefully find some breathing space as well. And while you do have a Victor gunning for a gold lead on the side of the Grandpa Gamers, they haven't pulled super far ahead just yet. This Yasuo is going to need a little bit more assistance to hopefully stop an early power spike from Only. But if they succeed in doing so, it really will be tough for Grandpa Gamers to take this past the 40-minute mark.
Certainly could. They do still have some scaling elements, but I can see how that would potentially be an issue. Oh, we're starting to see the Darius stacks. Order,
Yeah.
I don't like this for you. I don't like this.
No, not
Oh, no.
at all. It's so hard to estimate damage versus the Darius or the Garen, because it really looked like Hoarder got the favorable trade to start, but they get yoinked back into the play off the Apprehend, and I Am Sunlight knows how to use those complete stacks, and the Noxine gives brutal effect. And now look at this. It's a flanking play on the bot side. Kaza's going to hit their ultimate, but it's only onto Only. The question is, can RBM and Julian do enough for Evan RL to get over? They're firing off shots with Caliber across the wall, deterring a play, but it is eventually a cross-map 1-for-1.
Clean pick there out of the Team Ambition squad, and it's time for the Drake as well. No teleport here at Omlin. Ooh.
This is crazy. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually the right call for the Grandpa game. We're going to use that Moonlight Vigil and try to find an angle. Unfortunately, they're already hard-pressed into the walls. Both the flashes flow to get them to safety. And yet again, full control over the spot side of the river for Team Ambition.
All right, definitely got to give up that Drake to the Grandpa Gamers. Like I said, Only does not have teleport. He can't get to this play, and you just saw all that damage dunked onto your members. Some sort of return sneaky play if the members of Team Ambition don't recall.
No, Sunlight not going to hit the spin, but will hit the yoink and Hoarder. We'll have to use this counter strike and leap strike to hopefully get the safety. Spin to win is the name of the game for both of these champions, actually. As now Levitate is kind of split from the rest of their team. A 3-man dog pile. RBM going to lead the charge to get the stun onto the Xayah. And I don't think they're actually going to be able to get to safety. Good stun from Snow 2. And actually, no, RBM, because of the Glacial proc, will not be able to zoom upon the bird.
Wait. Hold on, hold on. We might hop over this wall and find it. Okay, the recall came through. It's safe. It's all good. Levitate did have to flash there. It was a little scary for a moment. And yeah, this is probably going to be missing some minions now. Wait.
All right, a 2-man adventure party down to the boss side of the map from Team Ambition. They got the health advantage. Magnustorm coming out as well means that this 3v2 is not going as favorably for the Grandpas as I thought it would. That being said, Snow2 is finally being taken low. Evan RL, though, unfortunately even lower. Set Akin on a gray screen. Julian's down and look to follow through. It is once again a Fed Sejuani at 3-0-5 off that double-double.
All right, 3 clean kills out of Team Ambition. They're keeping the pace in their favor. Looking for another one.
Look at the teleport. Kachu just zooms upon Only, setting up beautifully for Levitate. Start moving past the Tier 1 tower as well. This series of plays has just gotten Team Ambition such a massive lead.
Wow, I really like that play. Making sure that Kachu is in range to ult off of the Sejuani Q. That was really creative. Just cornering Only underneath that turret. We are now at a point of the game where Team Ambition have just such a solid lead here. Even another turret picked up. This is the part of the game where we've seen every single time where they have the wherewithal to get early leads in this series against the Grandpa Gamers. But can they actually turn this one into a win like Game 2?
I mean, right now, they're sitting at about a 3K gold lead over the Grandpa Gamers. We're also sitting at a 3-kill lead for Levitate over Evan RL. And those growing pains through the Grandpa bot lane, once again, it's just barring them from really getting a lot of value. Snow 2 might be in a little bit of trouble. Julian is trying to cut off their escape routes with the quickness in the grand entrance, but the crash down buys enough space for the Rel to be perfectly happy with that play. They didn't have to blow anything, and in return, they get the Rakan R.
I was telling you before that this Rel champion is very, very strong, and I did appreciate that drafting strategy that we saw out of Team Ambition, where they pick the Xayah first, and they dare you to pick either Rel or Rakan. And I think we've been seeing that a bit today, where like the Xayah's been banned a bunch and everything. I think a lot of the teams are catching on to this. Kachu's just dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly still an angle for the Grandpa Gamers to play off of. I am Sunlight is just pummeling any comers in the top lane, and that is buying a little bit more breathing room for some of these other champions that the Gramps definitely need to get ahead early. So right now, we are using that distraction to now shove through the bot lane, and Order has to basically do nothing on the Jax except for sit there and watch the tier 2 be taken, because right now, they are unable to make a splash during a fight.
They stuck around too far. Nice stuns.
Oh, that's heartbreaker for Grandpa Gamers. And I spoke too soon. Order's now going to cash in for a kill. And meanwhile, we see RBM in a awkward 2v1 as Julian is in very much the same situation. Well, there goes the one pathway that the Grandpa Gamers had going forward. Yeah, it is a hull breaker on I Am Sunlight, but now all of a sudden their laning partner has all of a sudden gotten a ton of gold back in their pockets.
There's a lot of turrets taken there on that play out of the Grandpa Gamers, but yeah, as you said, this is maybe not the cleanest way to get those. Sunlight still sticking around. He may be able to cause some trouble for Limo, who has started up this Rift Herald. Can actually seem like that will be the case, though. Team Ambition chunked everybody else out by finding 3 more kills on that last play and making this Rift Herald likely very easy to take.
12-6 scoreline shows just how many times Team Ambition, in only a 17-minute game, have forced the hand of the Grandpa Gamers, and they've been rewarded mightily at many occasions in doing so. Now it's up to the Grandpa Gamers to try to find a way back into this, maybe through a cheesy gank. They're in this mid lane. They're all stacking up in bush, preparing for an onslaught towards that dragon.
Ooh. RBN to go too far again. He's got a lot of damage onto him now. He needs to keep himself healthy for this Drake play.
Julian, the double knockup onto the backline. RBM is trying to follow through. Here's I Am Sunlight splitting the fight even more. The rel goes down early. The problem is RBM has ventured too far forward, and Darius is unable to do anything with the tower that close to the enemy team, and so therefore they will just back off. It's still a 1-for-1 though. The problem is now you don't have a drag you can take her. They will just have to focus for the time being upon knocking on that tier 1 tower in the mid lane and hopefully now buying space for themselves.
You're seeing the issue with giving over the Darius to Sunlight, though. You're seeing that the champions that Team Ambition has selected are actually incredibly weak to this Darius. You can't just expect to rel engage onto the enemy team and then just stay alive and continue to do rel things. You are going to give Darius all 5 lead stacks, and then he's going to dunk your entire team after that. Same goes for Sejuani. Same goes for Jax, as we've already seen before. If Darius is in these fights, it's actually really not that favored for Team Ambition all of a sudden. They have to be very careful about how they play around this champion. And again, we're in a situation where Sunlight has the hull breaker as well. So there are these 2 very distinct elements to the gameplay.
And the gold lead has once again rubber banded back to a point where I think Helix's Grandpa Gamers, if they do get those engages you're talking about, Summer, are perfectly happy to take these fights. They just need Sunlight there working as a point person.
He's doing a great job of that so far, for sure. They've got the pressure in the mid lane for the Grandpa Gamers, and the pressure just in the entire team for Team Ambition right now. Again, they're in the situation where their confidence is not all there. It's very shaky here, where Sunlight is, wherever he is actually. You have to run away and try not to just lose the game outright to this. Ambition need to have solid teamwork to win this one. They can't just smack their wallets around and expect a win like they did in Game 2.
That being said, Team Ambition still are trying to ensure that the tempo of the game is such that they are in full control. They're just clearing out waves for the time being, biding their time for the next neutral objective. We're almost cresting the 20-minute mark, and now, as always, the Baron Nashor will be under consideration from both teams. And I think that, once again, Team Ambition, given where they are in this game, kind of feeling comfy, and I'm a little bit worried that they're going to try to force for that Turo Baron power play a little bit too soon.
Oh, I'm worried about that too, Miyako. I'm very worried about it. This is going to be very tricky for Team Ambition. You can see they don't really want to be around that objective right now at all. Snow is actually leaving the premises after dropping some vision That Scuttle Crab is about to expire, and that's really the last little bit of warding that is available, apart from that one sneaky one. So there is some vision there. Shout out to Snow, too, for finding that one. And we'll see if the Grandpa Gamers even spot this.
Limo pretty far up alongside Levitate. I don't think there's much in the way of engage, as Julian doesn't have damage immediately backing them up, and only with the Radiant Virtue, it's not like they could sustain their tanking and CC for long enough to make it worth the Grandpa Gamers' while. So they will just take the reset here alongside their bot lane partner, and hopefully we will see them back onto the map shortly to go for, like I said before, that Baron dance that still is just hanging in the air without really anything on the cross map to stop both of these teams from focusing the big purple worm. We're 2 minutes out from the next dragon spawning.
Yeah, the Grandpa Gamers kind of have a stalemate set up right now where Team Ambition can't go forward into anything, and this is actually really good for the Grandpa Gamers because they do have a lot of scaling on their members. They're in a situation very similar to the last, where Evan, he's got 2 items now, but if he gets up to 3, 4, 5 items on this Aphelios, there isn't really a lot of champions in the entire game that can match that very easily, and this is the pace that we are setting for this game right now. This is getting dangerous and more dangerous for Team Ambition.
Yet again, vision control will be established by Team Ambition in this topside river near that Baron Nashor, but fact of the matter is RBM is just able to run through, deposit yet another control ward, and simply put, this is really just going to come down to a fight one way or the other. I don't think there's any sneak potential. The cross map is still a ways off, and overall, both teams seem to have a pretty good read on what the obligations of one another are, so I do think that neither of them will actually tolerate a cross map from occurring because both want the Baron.
This is an interesting spot where, because Darius doesn't have teleport, he actually can't side lane on bot. He has to be on top if you want to pressure the Baron. If you're pressuring Baron and Darius is bot lane, then you lose out on your big team fighting member. So as long as the Grandpa Gamers keep Sunlight in the top lane, the stalemate continues until the Drake spawns, which is actually the Thorn that's happening now.
Yeah, well, I thought we were about to get an engage right there, but it was just Julian walking on eggshells, rounding the corner near the river right there, and they are able to stave off a stun or anything of the sort to get picked early on in the fight.
Sejuani passive down, that's pretty significant if a fight were to start up, because Limo doesn't have Aftershock or anything, it is Phase Rush Sejuani. Extra tankiness is pretty necessary. This could be the moment here, Nyaka. You can feel it in the air. This tension is really high.
That being said, because it's still a lack of teleport on Darius due to the fact they went Flash Ghost, it's going to be pretty much them just raw dogging an approach. RBM is going to burn their ultimate early, getting absolutely nothing off the Keeper's Verdict. And that means Lino can just continue to hammer away at the Dragon as we finally see the Grandpa Gamers try to angle in. That being said, Porter goes for a flank. Snow 2 is going to follow up with a crash down into the Magnus Storm. RBM goes low so early into this one, but with the Jax dead, and with a Moonlight Vigil landing, it looks like the Grandpa Gamers are looking to reassert themselves. Flashback, Sunlight goes down, a shutdown for Limo. It's a disaster, even with Levitate gone. Team Ambition will be able to walk this off and prolong the game even further. I thought that Grandpa Gamers had their angle here, but unfortunately they will only be able to get the Dragon grabbed until it's necessary to put the game away.
No, this is still really good for the Grandpa Gamers. They did get the shutdown onto Darius, but now this is going to deny the Drake Soul win condition. This is the second X-Tech in a row, and you're seeing immediately the impact that I was talking about. Yeah, you have to focus Sunlight. You do need to do that because you are playing all of these melee champions, and if you focus him, then Evan is going to rip your team apart. You already saw that he's only on 2 items. Imagine what happens when he gets even more. This is looking super bad for Team Ambition. They have to regroup better than this. They have to take a much cleaner fight. They can't lose Levitate like this.
You're right. I was focusing too much upon I Am Sunlight just dying relatively early in that play, but I gotta remember, it is not a one-man army. While we do have the Darius as an immense threat, now actually crossing over the 3rd item like you're talking about, Summer. I mean, that was Evan RL still able to get pretty much undoctored damage during that team fight, and frankly, even though RBM fell, they managed to do so in a way that I think was pretty valuable. That being said, only getting picked here certainly brings things back into the fray for Team Ambition. This could be your shot at Baron.
this is actually really good. Yeah, Sunlight is very far away. He doesn't have a teleport, as I said before. This could be the moment where the Baron is actually clean. There's that teleport from Jax. This is outnumbered right now. You got to do this fast.
Yep, and we do see Sunlight trying to come in on a flank. It will be Julian recentering alongside them. Darius is now taking the long way home, and while this is happening, Abelis is just getting pummeled. Will die to levitate, but here comes the Darius wading into the fray, but not before a double-double goes down for the Xayah. RBM trying to work at the front line, but unfortunately this has to flash to safety. There's no way for them to restabilize, and that's a 3-for-0. I'll call that one as the disaster for the Grandpa Gamers, because now Team Ambition have full control over the top side.
Our Team Ambition going to let this one go over to a 50-50 again. RBM has Hex Flash. He can get over this wall. You have to stop him.
I mean, it looks like, if anything, TA were just happy to bait. They're going to de-aggro the Baron and pick up 2 kills in return for it. RBM uses the W to zoom to safety, but everybody else has fallen. And only now is Julian coming back up. Yes, it's a 50-50, but let's go more like a 75-25 at this point. And RBM will be able to Hex Flash the Snow 2, continues to harass them.
All right, they mitigated the 50-50. Very well done out of Team Ambition. Now they can all leave 5 Baron buffs available if they can escape this.
All right, Moonlight Vigil activated. Evan RL, not with the best gun, still able to mow down Snow 2, though. And Levitate barely gets to safety off the back of a clean ultimate from Sejuani. Make that even more cleanliness from Limo. Blowing up Evan RL in an instant, and Levitate's able to kite out the Poppy.
Evan forgot what Xayah does, as he dropped to all those feathers, got hit by like 11 of them right there. That was nasty.
No.
They only lose 1 member. They take the Baron in a clean manner. They even dispatch of Sunlight in a nice way. Wow, they actually brought it back. They regrouped, they learned from their mistakes in game 1, and they have well set themselves up for a reverse sweep. This is exactly what I wanted to see out of our defending champions.
Momentum for the Grandpa Gamers comes to a screeching halt, as now they have to find some way to claw themselves back into this one. But first, they have to survive through the Turo Baron power play.
Kachu's dead.
Oh, that happens.
Only flashed out of his combo. Okay, that's only 3 Barons now for Team Ambition, as they're going to take the mid lane turret instead. Wow, okay.
That's actually a huge sigh of relief for the Grandpa Gamers. The mitigation of the power of this Baron push does mean that they probably still have a base to play with. Therefore, they can contest Dragons in the future as long as they have good wave control, and Victor is known for their clearing ability.
Okay, this is still close. I'm still proud of Team Ambition for that last Baron play. Nothing that they do from this point on can take that away. They did a good job. They learned from game 1. I'm proud of them. From here on out, I'm down for anyone to win. That was what I wanted to see from Team Ambition. If they overcome the Darius again, then great. If Sunlight pentakills them twice in a row, then that's also pretty cool. I don't care who wins from here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think Team Ambition certainly wants a little bit more than just confirmation that they did well on a single play. They want to keep their hopes alive of pushing deeper into this tournament, though, and I think it's very much necessary for them to keep up the qualification chances. Here's the flank like we were talking about. Limo angling in. There's an ultimate landing straight onto Julian, and that means Limo goes legendary. 8-0-13, by the way, on the Sejuani. About to get even more fed as now Order blows up I Am Sunlight. 3-0 as Levitate is just able to solo bolo RBM. This is looking about over, and Team Ambition has in fact on runner.
Expertly kiting out the Darius here. Sunlight drops for the 4th time in this game, and Team Ambition find even more picks. They've got the Drake as a possibility for them to go towards as well. Baron just expired. There goes our turn. Turo Baron power play. We're going to be taking this top lane turret as well as the Drake. Order kind of isolated from his team, but I don't think it's going to get punished too hard.
Yeah, Porter has clawed themselves back into a position where, yes, even though there's down items in gold versus I Am Sunlight, it's very hard for the rest of Red Squad, sans the Darius, to do a whole lot to handle this champion. And now Soul Point has been claimed by Team Ambition. We're hitting that 30-minute mark, and now it feels like while there is scaling on the Grandpa Gamers side, it is not enough to overcome the 10,000 gold deficit that they currently sit in.
Got the full late game force upon us right now. We've hit 30 minutes This is the point of the game where we've seen Team Ambition at their shakiest, and we've seen the Grandpa Gamers somehow find victories. This does seem like the least likely of both of those to happen. It's a 10k gold lead in favor of Team Ambition this time around. They're setting up very well on the map right now. We've seen some slip-ups here. Kachu's died a lot of times in isolated ways, so I'm still kind of worried about him. However, as you said, Porter doing a great job on this Jax. Limo is legendary on Sejuani's. Again, a trend that is very strange today, but it just keeps happening. And we're seeing Levitate use that early double kill that he got to great success.
And look at how confident TA are pushing this deep into enemy territory. I mean, Snow's been hit by so many things, still isn't dead, is able to get off a Magnet Storm, will eventually fall. A little bit irresponsible for Team Ambition, though it's no great shake. The Turo Baron power play is over after all. And while the shutdown against the Jax might be a little bit more worrisome, the gold lead out has not budged all that much to bring the Grandpa Gamers back into this.
Oh my. Oh my. Is Team Ambition going to let this happen again is the question, because, I mean, I alluded to it. This is the part of the game where this has been prone to happen. They've gone from 10,000 golden lead to 9,000. It's still a very large number to overcome. 2 kills back-to-back, though, Nyarko. I really don't know what to think about this. This is just so tense.
No, you're right. And honestly, I don't even know if gold is the thing that matters. Right now, I'm actually just looking at the timer above all else, because a single mistake, the deeper you go into the game, the more it hurts because of the death timers. If we find ourselves in a situation where another Baron goes over to Grandpa Gamers, and not only that, they get a few crucial kills, they can just work from basically many, many towers down to ending the game in just an instant, as long as they have wave control.
The staff members of Team Ambition and the Grandpa Gamers, I say staff members of Grandpa Gamers, it's just Kyle. If anyone of those is watching this game, they are pulling out their hair. They're literally taking, they're making their hairline worse as the minutes go by in this game as we watch it. Grandpa Gamers starting up the Baron.
Yeah, I think that they have to try to go for something, and if they're able to get priority over the Baron, you might as well just pull the trigger, maybe find it disadvantageous situation. That says Ronnie ulted away, and honestly, that's kind of a Magnus from getting a little bit stuff out of order and holding their own, and Levitate is yet again untouched during this team fight. Sunlight does all that they can, but at this point in the game, there's no way for them to answer the unified onslaught of Team Ambition, and now with 3 members down, RBM and Only have to just play base defense, and that is not what you want to be doing 33 minutes into a game where the enemy team is up 12k, because I don't think the victor is going to be able to get to safety. They managed to hit their Zanyas in time, but Limo just gets more legendary off their course.
Nice ferocity there out of Levitate. He can see the end of this series in sight. He can see the victory on his path. Sunlight's even left the game. Sunlight knows that their tournament life is over. Team Ambition, they've still got some fight left in them. Ending this series in a reverse sweep. Our defending champions finally win a series in the group stage, Yarko. You didn't think they could do it after the last one, but here they are. They're still playing League of Legends.
A nail biter for sure, and the Grandpa Gamers put up quite the fight here. I don't think that the gold lead was a testament to just how hard the Grandpa Gamers tried to push back against what Team Ambition was cooking, but this time around, Team Ambition will in fact be able to bring themselves deeper into the bracket. They still are in mortal peril, let's not get it wrong on that front. They were in mortal peril from game 1, dropping that, having to go 2-0 here in order to reverse sweep and bring themselves to the next stage, which is simply taking down one of the teams that put them here to begin with. But we do have to celebrate ourselves in the moment and celebrate what Team Ambition has brought to the table. Good on them for staying alive. And while I do very much, I'm very much sad to see the Grandpa Gamers go. At the end of the day, something you got to learn with most people's grandpas. Eventually, they will have to go.
Jesus, that was so morbid. What? Okay. Well, you know, the guys on the Grandpa Gamers are not dying. Luckily, they're still here.
Just the
But
retirement
yeah,
home.
As you said, This is the last bit of the tournament that they'll be playing. Congratulations, Team Ambition. We're gonna be hearing from one of the victorious members in an interview in just a little bit. Stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Close Qualifiers for the second phase of the summer. So happy to be here with Summer alongside the wonderful Levitate from Team Ambition here on call for an interview. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on your victory today.
Hello. Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
So we've seen some struggles from you guys over at Team Ambition. You know, you won the full first qualifier. You came in last weekend. You lost both games to Teamless Revenge, and then you almost lost again to the Grandpa Gamers. But you brought it back. Tell us what it took for you guys to mentally get out of that funk where you've lost 3 games in a row.
Well, I think it was a pretty big change bringing in Hoarder and not having Porsche. Hoarder's a great player, but I think they have 2 different play styles, and I also think us as a team have 2 different play styles when we have 2 different top laners. So that definitely affected us in a big way. But I think we kind of figured out what works best for us with Hoarder, and we kind of managed to pull all together our strengths to pull together some wins with a new top laner too.
Yeah. Got him today anyway. The 2 wins in a row. Love to see that one. You guys overcame the dreaded Sunlight Darius. I know there were a few fights that were pretty scary with that champion as well. Talk to us about what it's like playing against a guy who just plays those 2 champions, and you let him have both of them throughout this series.
Yeah, drafting against the Keelix's Grandpa Gamers it's honestly a bit tough because they play a lot of weird stuff, especially Sunlight. But I think we kind of just figured out that if we ban the Garen, and we're not that scared of the Darius, to be honest. I mean, the Darius was kind of scary, I'm not going to lie. He was kind of one-shotting our entire team, but
I was scared.
Yeah, same.
I think Garen running at 40 million miles an hour is scarier than Darius. So yeah, the last game we kind of decided that we can't really ban out Sunlight all the way. He can pull out Acel top. He can play a lot of different weird stuff. So we were just okay, if we ban Garen, we like our chances against his other champs in this pool.
So you decided to just jam Xayah several times throughout this series, and honestly, it seemed to work to pretty good effect. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the different possibilities as to what could be played in the bot lane. On 13-13 specifically, were you happy to go to this, or were you looking for maybe a little bit more diversity in your picks?
Well, I want to play a lot of different things, but sadly, my team hates me, so I can't really play anything other than Xayah. So basically what happens is we ban 3 champions, and then they ban 3 champions. And right as there's 30 seconds left on the clock and my top laner has the choice to pick a champion, they kind of just say, lock Xayah here, and I get no say. So, no, I'm just kidding though. I think it's fine. I think Xayah's a great champ, very strong on the patch, and we just like how the draft plays out. I want to play a lot of different stuff, but happy to play the Xayah, whatever it takes to win. So yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like you made some solid plays, and I think that, even if it wasn't exciting to play Xayah that many times, the situations you found yourself on the Xayah playing through certainly had to be pretty exciting. Definitely a lot of clutch ultimates to get yourself out of sticky situations and stuff. Really brought to the game back from the brink a few times in game number 1, and while ultimately it kind of was all for nothing around the Baron call, fact of the matter was that you definitely were one of the highlight players, and therefore we're super happy to have you on for the call.
Are you jealous of Kachu, who got to play Yasuo twice?
Yeah, I mean, how our team works is just lock Snow to Rakan. He's a one-trick. He'll carry the game if he's on Rakan. So obviously, game 3, they had to take the Rakan. Me and Limo are kind of just, we're the kittens of the team. We play Xayah and Sejuani every single game. No questions asked. And then, my mid and top laner, they also have some more flexibility, but yeah, I'm jealous of everyone on my team, I'm a Xayah one trick and they get to play whatever they want. It's not fair.
Yeah, I'll expose you real quick. Your Discord display name does say Kachu's Kitten for me right here.
Okay, you didn't have to do that one. And now I'm going to get flamed for the rest of my life. But
you already called yourself a kitten. That's just one step further, You're Kachu is the one who has ownership, it seems.
That is true. I am his little kitten, sadly.
Is it really that sad? It sounds like you're so dejected about it.
Well, he gets to play Yasuo, and I have to play Zai every game, so sometimes it is sad. But other than in game, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. A position you take with pride.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad to reveal this to the world then. Yeah. Moving forward, you guys are playing against the same team that knocked you down to the lower bracket, Teamless Revenge. Any reflections or thoughts on that team before we see you play against them next Saturday?
Yeah, I know we lost to them, and the games were not very close, but we had an off day. Happens to the best of us, but don't worry. We'll knock them out real quick next week, and then we'll win the whole thing again. See Mirage in the semifinals.
All right.
Yeah. Given the choice words that Smacks had for you, following that game number 1 today, very, very excited to see you go for a full knockout. I like the called shot. 2-0 them, so we are not once again turbo disappointed, seemed to be the attitude diving in from there. But you guys brought it back, and once again, congratulations on your victory today. It's a one step at the time deal, especially in losers bracket. It's always really, really tough to be able to keep yourself stable, and beyond that, keep yourselves in a position where you are just focused upon the games as they come. So you guys clearly brought things to a pretty exciting end for us, and I'm very, very happy to be able to have witnessed it. Before we part for the day, do you have anyone that you want to shout out? Any maybe strong words for the teams that you're up against in the future? Anyone you want to face down in particular?
Yeah, I think, well, first, shout out to my entire team. Limo, Kachu, Snow 2, and I want to give a special shout out to Hoarder this one because he stepped in and he played a big part in our wins. So I'm glad that he was able to step in and fill his role really well. And shout outs to Enzo and Luis and Dahan, our analyst too. Shout out to my brother watching, Abraham. And yeah, going forward, I'm not really worried about any team we have to face. I think Mirage is by far the scariest team we have to face, but I'm confident that we can beat them. And yeah, I think I know it's scary for TA fans to watch because we've had like a couple of shaky past 2 weeks, even today. But yeah, I'm confident, and I think the team is confident that we'll do very well going forward.
Amazing. Glad to hear it, Levitate. Thanks so much for the interview. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and looking forward to seeing you on the Rift again a week from now. It'll be a great day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, Nyarko, that was our interview with the victorious bot laner Levitate, and that was the stream. That was the doubleheader that we had today in Group B, rounding out the day. What are you thinking about how all that went? I'm a little shook.
I'm happy to see that Team Ambition was able to bring it back, as it were, and even looking at that first game in retrospect, I know hindsight is 20/20, but what I will say is, while the disappointment and while the fears certainly surfaced and I think were very justified, at the end of the day, you can almost chalk that game up to a singular big mistake that led to maybe consequences beyond what Team Ambition deserved to have deal with. That being said, they took it all in stride, they brought it back, and honestly, couldn't ask for 2 very different series that were both very exciting in their own right. So super appreciative of being here today with you, and I'm glad that we got some good games under our belt.
Yep. Happy day all around, and another happy day is upon us tomorrow, as well as today, actually, because the LCS Challengers are still going on. Woo! I was taking a look while we were on break there as to how that series is going. Wildcard just actually came back and won game 2. So that's a game 3 between Wildcard and FlyQuest. I'm sure we're going to be rating over there in just a bit. But yeah, definitely go and check out that stream. Absolutely. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be watching that in the chat. So you'll see me there as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of that and being back here tomorrow. So yeah.
Yeah, excited to be back here tomorrow. While you are watching NACL, I unfortunately have to go search for my webcam. Hopefully I will find it in time to get on broadcast tomorrow and not be so gormless looking at the very least. But overall, it's been a fantastic experience. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, making the NACL qualifiers what they are. We do this all for you guys, and honestly, it's just been such a blast being here. Shout outs to our production. Shout outs to everybody who works on the Challengers League and makes it what it is. It really is just such a privilege to be here, and we will see you tomorrow for some more games, some more dramatic storylines taken to the Rift. Have a good one.